Twice the Witch by Danielle Garrett. Narrated by Amanda Ronconi. Chapter 1. By the time June rolled around, I'd reached an important conclusion. Beechwood Harbor was only meant to be a one-witch town. Evangeline Loren, the famous star of The Wednesday Witch, a paranormal soap opera, was not only a megastar among the local supernaturals, but her arrival in town was causing quite the stir with non-magical residents, too. And her chosen daily hangout? Siren Song, my place of employment. Naturally. Evangeline held court in the coffee shop most days. She always came in with a pair of books tucked under her arm, which I knew were actually magical instruction handbooks, but never seemed to get around to reading them. Instead, Siren Song was like an all-day happy hour for her and her new pack of friends, most of whom were male. Some might accuse me of being jealous of the attention, when, in reality, the reason I didn't appreciate all of the fawning was because the new arrivals weren't exactly the paying kind. Yet they took up space in the coffee shop from open till close. One of them had gone so far as to ask for discounts on pastries, arguing that he and his posse were regulars now. I'd never been so tempted to hex a human in my entire life. Cassie was my best friend, and the newly minted manager of Siren Song. She was doing a fantastic job, all things considered, but the stress of stepping into her new role was more than enough for her to handle without a bunch of loiterers clogging up most of the available table space. Being the sweet soul that she was far too nice to flat out ask them to leave, or to even drop hints. So they came back, day after day, to stare at, and flirt with, Evangeline. The supernaturals who recognized her asked endless questions about her TV show, and what life was like inside the glittering Los Angeles haven. The non-magic locals gathered that she was a celebrity, although none of them could quite place her. Paranormal shows never appeared on human TV, even though the magic could easily be written off as killer special effects. It was just another area where the two worlds didn't meet. Evangeline was an expert at playing coy and kept the game going. I imagined that in L.A. she was a big fish in a big pond, whereas in Beechwood Harbor she was a big fish in a mud puddle. She basked in the attention the same way that Boots, my orange tabby familiar, delighted in a pool of sunshine on the kitchen floor. To Evangeline's credit, she did have the decency to purchase something with each visit to the coffee shop, and was a generous tipper. If she could have gotten the rest of her friends in line, that would have been great. "She sure is popular, isn't she?" Cassie said with a deep sigh. Currently, 3 suitors surrounded Evangeline as she held court at her usual table. A werewolf and 2 wizards. Not that anyone else would know their true identities. They looked, dressed, and talked just like any other 20-somethings would. I refilled my favorite tumbler with black coffee from one of the large carafes behind the counter and joined Cassie near the register, blowing away the steam before sliding the lid in place. Just be glad you don't live with her. I swear at least 3 times a week floral arrangements show up on the front porch from her many secret, or not-so-secret admirers. It was telling that even Cassie was becoming disenchanted by Evangeline's constant presence. Stars bless her, she tried. The first time Evangeline came in, I'd made the introductions, and Cassie had rolled out the welcome wagon just like she would for any new resident in town. However, over the last few days, several patrons had complained to Cassie, grumbling about the overcrowded shop. This time of year, Beechwood Harbor transformed from a small coastal town into Touristville, USA, which meant it was busier than usual anyway, even without Evangeline's unofficial fan club. Cassie sighed and sagged against the counter. "Must be nice. I don't even remember the last time I had a date, let alone got flowers from a guy. My problem used to be that there were no available men in town. Now we have some, but they're all a little distracted. Besides that, I feel like I live here now," she said, gesturing around the shop. I fidgeted with the stack of business cards beside the register, unable to commiserate. I'd been dating Adam St. James, one of my roommates, for a little over a month, so I wasn't in a position to complain about Beechwood Harbor's sparse dating scene. After shuffling the cards back into a neat pile, I glanced over at Cassie. Her top knot was frazzled and off-center. Her cheeks were flushed from running around all day, and I figured she hadn't taken a break since she'd started her shift at 4 a.m. Hey, tell you what, I'll cover you for a break. You've been at it all day. Did you even take a lunch? Cassie dropped a guilty look down at her ballet flats. Cassie? I spun her by the shoulders and marched her to her office. Break time. I don't want to see you for half an hour. She started to protest, but I shot her a death glare, and she backed down, her words dissolving into giggles. All right. Half an hour. Got it. She gave me a mock salute before retreating into the small space. I sauntered back to the front of the shop and started reorganizing the display case, condensing the assorted pastries from 5 trays down to 2 in order to make things easier when we closed in another hour or so. Thank goodness. I was more than ready to go home and relax with boots, a lemon cloud pastry, and some mindless TV. Anything but the Wednesday Witch. When the front case was sorted, the empty trays repapered for the morning, and the floor swept free of crumbs, I rounded the counter and made my way through the main dining room to straighten chairs and wipe down empty tables. I shot a few dirty looks at Evangeline's werewolf and wizard fanboys as I went. Cassie would be scandalized, but I wanted them well on their way by the time I turned off the open sign. It was best to get a jump start on the evacuation process because they moved about as quickly as a herd of undead turtles. As I neared Evangeline's table, she looked up from her 3 paranormal amigos and smiled at me. Finally, noticing my scowl, they mumbled their goodbyes and took off for the front door. Evangeline didn't appear to notice. Holly, what can you tell me about starfire spells? I whipped around, reflexively checking the rest of the room for potential eavesdroppers. That was another problem with Evangeline hanging out in the coffee shop all day. She was so used to living inside the Los Angeles Haven that she didn't think twice before blurting out spell names or potion questions, like she was asking for directions to the local laundromat. 2 weeks ago, I'd caught her practicing shrinking spells right there at her table, reducing a coffee mug to a dollhouse-sized replica, while other patrons, human ones, were only steps away. Luckily, no one else had seen her with her wand out, but if they had, I shook my head, refusing to even let myself consider the consequences. It would have spelled disaster for us all. Pardon the pun. Evangeline, you can't ask about spells here, I hissed, leaning in close so she was the only one who could hear my admonishment. Oh, stars, Evangeline cringed. I'm so sorry, Holly. I keep forgetting where I am. I flexed my jaw and made a conscious effort to uncurl my fists. At least she didn't have her wand out on display this time. It's all right, but please, Evangeline, try to be more careful. Of course. She nodded fervently and then turned her attention back to her spell book. It was charmed to look like a chemistry textbook to the non-magical. To them, Evangeline looked like a normal college student. Granted, she was nearer to her 30s than the age of a recent high school graduate, but that wasn't that uncommon. Lots of people went back to school later in life. I started to walk away, but then stopped for a moment to peer over her shoulder, waiting for the true text to be revealed. Sure enough, after a moment, the letters and images changed, showing the concealed words and images. Starfire spells were intensely complicated and required harnessing energy from the stars to produce powerful and often dark magic. I narrowed my eyes. What was she up to? I leaned in a little closer to study the particulars of the spell she was reading about. "Hey, gorgeous," came a buttery voice from behind me. A hand flew to clutch my chest as I jumped a foot off the ground. A chuckle followed the greeting, and I whipped around to see Adam sauntering into the coffee shop. "I didn't mean to scare you," he grinned, showing off those amazing dimples. That made my heart race even faster, but in a good way. "You didn't." "Uh-huh." He folded his arms over his broad chest, and my eyes took a quick tour of the muscles in his flexed arms. "What was that jump, then? You trying out for a cheerleading team?" I laughed and rolled my eyes. "No." "Pity." My cheeks flushed, and he bit his lip to keep from laughing again. He loved throwing me off balance. Evangeline turned in her seat and offered a sultry smile to my boyfriend. "Hello, Adam." The smile slid off my lips, and I scowled at her. Not that she noticed. I wasn't 100% sure, but sometimes it felt like Evangeline was a little too interested in Adam. We all lived together at the Beechwood Manor, a halfway house for supernaturals. As roommates, it was easier if we were also friends, but her interest in him pushed right up against the boundary between friendly and friendly. I tried to ignore it, reminding myself that I was more than a little rusty in the dating department and was potentially being extra possessive because I was scared of something going wrong. But as time went on, it got harder to rationalize her behavior. "Hey, Evie." That was what he called her, Evie. Adam had a thing for nicknames. Evangeline looked away when Adam planted a kiss on my cheek. "You ready to get out of here?" he asked me. I worked my lower lip between my teeth as I glanced over my shoulder at the large copper-plated clock on the wall. Adam groaned. "I know what that look means." "I'm sorry, Adam." I caught a glance back to Evangeline, and then grabbed his arm and dragged him away from her table. I didn't need to give her any ammunition. "Did you forget?" he asked. I cringed, not wanting to cop to it. What kind of girlfriend forgets a date? Things have been hectic all day, mostly thanks to Evangeline and her posse of wannabe boyfriends. Cassie hasn't taken a break, so I just told her to take half an hour. Then we'll need to close and get some cleaning done. "Ollie," he groaned, raking a hand through his thick, dark hair. I forced myself to meet his dark eyes and saw embers of frustration glowing behind them. It wasn't the first time I'd had to bail on a date to stay at the shop and help Cassie. We were down an employee since Frankie had taken a job at the lumber mill in the next town over. Paisley and Kira were only able to work part-time hours, which left Cassie and me with the bulk of the work. And we had officially cruised into tourist season, which was just as crazy as everyone had warned me it would be. "I'm really sorry, Adam, but I can't leave her. She's working herself to death as it is." "It's fine. I get it." He flexed his jaw, but his frustration passed quickly, and he relaxed again. His smile slipped back into place as he reached for me and ran his hands down my arms. "You're a good friend. We can see the movie tomorrow night instead." "Well," he cringed. "No?" I sighed. "I have to work on some—" I paused and glanced around. "Potions. I'm running low on everything, and I have people coming in this weekend to pick up orders." Adam scrubbed a hand along his scruffy jaw. I hated making him so anxious and agitated. Adam was normally the epitome of cool, but now that we were dating, my unavailability was a sore spot between us. "Adam, it's not that I don't want to." Adam's eyes drifted past my shoulder. Following his glance, I rolled my eyes and pivoted around as Evangeline wandered across the cafe to join us. She had her forest green purse slung over her shoulder and her textbooks back under her opposite arm like she was on her way out. "What are you two doing tonight?" "I was just thinking about getting some dinner." She smiled at Adam. Sure, now she was leaving. We were going to get something for dinner over at McNally's, Adam replied, his tone still terse. Evangeline lit up like a Christmas tree. That sounds great. Would you mind if I tagged along? Not at all. Adam glanced over at me. Holly? My heart sank to my toes, but I forced a smile. I can't. But you guys go ahead. Evangeline's eyes sparkled as she looked up at Adam, and the room seemed to spin around them. Adam looked back at me one last time before leading the way to the front door. See you at home, Holly. I nodded, unable to speak, and watched as Adam held the door open for Evangeline. The smile slipped from my lips as I watched them set off towards the center of town, smiling and laughing about something without me. I forced my hands into action, straightening and restocking the long table at the front of the shop. But my eyes weren't focused on the task. A twinge of jealousy welled up inside me, but I quickly stuffed it down and got back to work. You're just being paranoid, I whispered to myself. Evangeline isn't into dark magic, and Adam isn't into Evangeline. There. End of story. Chapter 2. Phew. Cassie collapsed against the counter once the out-the-door line was finally cleared. A few patrons were seated inside, but most of them had moved on or were outside on the back patio, watching the sun set over the Pacific. She heaved a deep sigh and then adjusted her top knot, recentering it on her head. All I can say is thank goodness I have 2 interviews next week to replace Frankie. I gave a dry laugh. No kidding. When you guys told me that the summer gets busy around here, I have to say I did not expect this. It's pure chaos. Cassie giggled. Preaching to the choir, girl. I'll get someone hired soon, although we'll still have to train them. But Kira has her last final early next week, and then she'll be here full-time, too. I nodded. Thank the stars. Cassie flashed me a smile, not even questioning my catchphrase. She'd grown used to my strange expressions. Thanks for hanging in there with me, Holly. I seriously don't know what I would do without you. I returned her warm smile. Of course, Cass. You're doing an amazing job. I'm sure adjusting to being the manager is overwhelming. She nodded. Yeah. Philip calls every week to ask about things, and I do my best to put on a brave face, but man, it's not easy. That's for sure. Philip Tanner was the new owner of Siren Song. The previous owner, Peg Holloway, had been brutally murdered a little over a month before. By some odd set of circumstances, I'd ended up getting tangled in the investigation, and had wheedled the confession out of her killer. After the case was resolved, Philip had gone back to Idaho and left Cassie in charge of the coffee shop. I'm sure he's just happy that he doesn't have to come back into town and babysit us all. He trusts you, Cass. Cassie moved to the cash register and started a preliminary count of the till, as the shop would only be open for another 20 minutes. He's not a bad guy, but I'd be lying if I said he didn't intimidate me. I laughed and patted her shoulder on my way to the pastry case. Right there with ya. I still remember the first time he came to the shop. You mean you still have nightmares about it? Cassie teased. Philip was a hard-looking man, and for a while he'd topped my suspects list as I tried to solve Peg's murder before they arrested Cassie for it. So, finding out he was going to be my boss had been a shock. In the end, he had nothing to do with Peg's murder, but he still gave me the heebie-jeebies. Cassie and I worked our way through the closing checklist. She finished counting up the till and divvied out the tip jar into 2 piles, while I went to the back room and started sweeping. When I finished, I took the large broom to the front and started working around the 2 tables with lingering customers, stacking chairs onto the empty tables. As I worked, the 2 customers, both tourists, got the hint that we were closing and packed up their belongings. Cassie and I waved goodnight to them as they left, and then breathed a collective sigh of relief at the quiet and finally empty shop. One good thing about summertime, the tips. Almost $50 a piece. Cassie pushed a stack of worn bills to the edge of the counter in front of me. Not too shabby for a day's work. Seriously? My eyes bugged out of my head. Cassie giggled at my stunned expression. Yup. People get pretty generous around here. Well, except for Evangeline's crowd, I grumbled, sweeping under the last table now that it was vacant. Yeah, that's true. Cassie sighed as she crossed the shop and pulled the cord on the small open sign that hung to the right of the front door. She didn't lock the door just yet, as we technically had a few minutes left until closing. She was a rule follower through and through. Instead, she went to the coffee bar, a long, narrow table built from pieces of driftwood. What's she like? Cassie asked, her back to me as she straightened and organized the caddies that held sugar packets, stirring sticks, and coffee cup sleeves. Evangeline? Yeah. Do you guys get along? I paused, leaning against my broom. I guess. I mean, we don't not get along, but it's not like we're best friends. She and Lacey do the BFF thing. Oh, I still haven't met her. I smiled and went back to sweeping. Lacey was a vampiress and only came out at night after the coffee shop was already closed. Cassie had been to Beechwood Manor on a handful of occasions, but so far hadn't experienced Lacey firsthand. She's pretty busy these days. Cassie went back to the counter. Must be. But she and Evangeline are close? I nodded as I squatted down beside the dustpan to sweep up the small pile of crumbs, dirt, and crumpled paper straw wrappers. Yeah, I'm not really into their hair and makeup tutorials or the endless talk about clothes, so I'm not part of their club. A smile tugged at my lips as I finished sweeping the pile into the dustpan. They drive Adam crazy. He calls it sleepover talk. It drives him batty since he's the only guy in the house now. Cassie laughed. I would think he'd like that. Works with his whole Casanova persona. Cassie stopped short and shot me a worried look. Not that I think he's looking for someone else. I mean, not now that you two are together. I grinned and boosted myself back up to standing. I know what you meant, Cass. It's okay. I'm not worried about him. Well, at least I hadn't been until he and Evangeline waltzed out of the shop together. I knew he was irritated because I'd forgotten our movie date. Was it possible he would want to break up and pursue Evangeline instead? The stars knew she was always available, but I shook my head, dismissing the idea. Cassie fussed with a wet rag, wiping down the counter. How's that going anyway? You and Adam. I shrugged and rounded the counter to put the broom away. I don't know. Good, I guess. I leaned against the archway that separated the front of the shop from the back room where we kept cleaning products and extra stock. You guess? Cassie turned and smirked at me over her shoulder. That's it? That's all you're going to tell me? Your very best friend? I laughed and pushed off the wall. I'm just not sure how to gauge it, I guess. It's not a measurable thing in my eyes. Are you happy? Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of fun together and he gets me? Cassie grinned. Well, for what it's worth, I think you two are adorable together. My stomach swirled. Thinking about Adam and me together as a couple was still new enough that I got butterflies thinking about him. All at once, I felt a rush of urgency to get back to the manor and steal his attention away from Evangeline. It was close enough to closing that I could probably slip out. We weren't likely to have any more customers, and Cassie usually stayed late to do paperwork anyway. I was about to ask her if she'd mind if I ducked out when the small bell on the front door tinkled. We grimaced at each other before turning to greet our last-minute customer, then heaved identical sighs of relief when Nick Rivers walked inside. Hey, ladies, he said, flashing a wide smile. Told you we should have locked up, I deadpanned to Cassie, smiling at Nick. He chuckled and strode up to the counter, unfazed by my comment. Espresso machine still turned on? Cassie laughed. For you? Of course. I rolled my eyes. Cassie had a little crush on our resident private investigator. "Hey, Nick," I said. "Hey, Holly. How's life treating you?" "Good. How about you? How's business?" Nick smiled, making his blue eyes even brighter. "Great. I just got a new case, so I'm headed out for the night to do a little observation." "Putting those stalking skills to good use, huh?" I asked playfully. The first time I met Nick, I'd caught him skulking in my rose bushes in the middle of the night because he'd heard rumors that the house might be haunted. We ended up working together to solve Peg's murder, and we'd formed a good friendship since then. Mostly because he was no longer trying to weasel his way into ghost hunting at the Beechwood Manor. Nick laughed at my assessment. "Something like that. It's a pretty typical case. Woman thinks her husband is stepping out on her, so I'm following him around a little to see if I can catch him with anyone." "Sounds like a party," I said, leaning against the counter as Cassie hurried to make Nick's drink. He shrugged. "Keeps the lights on. As a fringe benefit, I get to dress like James Bond." I considered Nick's all-black outfit, recognizing it from the first time we'd met. "You're missing the hat." "It's in the car." "Of course." I pursed my lips. "I think I like James Bond more when he's wearing a suit. Maybe you should try that next time." Nick laughed. "Noted." "Here you go," Cassie said, coming to join us with a steaming mocha in one hand. Nick took the cup from her and breathed in the decadent chocolate scent as he raised it to his lips. He took his mochas very seriously. Cassie cocked her head at him. "Doesn't that feel weird, prodding into other people's lives like that?" Nick shrugged as he took a long, lingering sip. "Not really. I guess I look past the fact that I'm following someone around and focus on the part where I'm helping someone else. In this case, the woman who hired me. Trust me, adultery cases are by far my least favorite. I'd rather be looking for long-lost siblings or parents and instigating a reunion or something happy." I smiled at him. "You're such a marshmallow, Nick." He chuckled and set the cup down on the counter long enough to fish his wallet from the back pocket of his relaxed-fit jeans. "Let me settle up my tab and I'll get out of your hair." Cassie opened the drawer under the register and pulled out a small binder where we kept track of ongoing tabs for our best customers. She consulted the record and rattled off the total for the week. Nick pulled some bills from his wallet and handed them over. In addition to being a marshmallow, he was also old-fashioned and seemed to like the tactile quality of having cash on him instead of using his bank card like most people I knew. Then again, that might have had more to do with the fact that cash was harder to track. He was a PI, after all. Cassie made his change and tried to hand it to him, but he shook his head. "You guys keep it." "Nick," she protested, glancing down at the leftovers in her hand. From my vantage point, it looked like it was close to $10. "Take it." "Nope." He flashed another smile, picked up his cup, and backed away. "See you ladies tomorrow." Cassie huffed and tucked the bills into the small ceramic jar beside the register. "At least take a muffin or something." Nick laughed and pushed out the front door. "He's impossible," Cassie said, shaking her head. "You like him," I replied, elbowing her in the ribs. She turned away and went back to counting the till, but her red cheeks gave her away. I grabbed her arm, shaking it just enough to throw off her counting. "Cassie, I'm your best friend. Wasn't that the line you just used on me?" She giggled and set aside the stack of bills in her hand. "What do you want me to say?" I grinned at her. "That you're using cookies and mochas to make Nick fall head over heels in love with you." "That's ridiculous." Cassie rolled her eyes. "You make it sound like I'm bribing him." I propped my hip against the counter and looked at her intently. "Cass, you would never have to bribe anyone to like you. Nick would be a lucky duck to get your attention." Cassie's lips quirked into a small smile. "Well, he already has that." "I knew it!" I pumped my fist. Cassie rounded on me, her smile gone. You're not going to say anything, are you? I placed a hand on each of her shoulders and looked her in the eye. No, of course not, Cass. I wouldn't have to say anything to Nick. There were far more effective ways to get the ball rolling. Step aside cookies and mochas. This was a job for a batch of fated flirt. After all, what damage could a little love potion do? Chapter 3. Thoughts of whipping up a kettle of fated flirt still occupied my mind when I returned to the manor later that night. As soon as I stepped over the threshold, a hard, furry head rammed into my legs, nearly taking them out from underneath me. I smirked down at the oversized orange tabby weaving around my legs. Bat wings, I wasn't ready for that one, Bootsy. Where were you hiding? I squatted down beside him, and he rubbed his fluffy face along the side of my hand. So, while I'm off slaving away at work, you're here practicing the art of being a kitty ninja. Is that it? He blinked slowly, neither confirming nor denying my accusation. Fine. Keep your secrets. I smiled at him. What else did you get up to today? Let me guess. A few naps, some sunning in the kitchen, and begging Adam for tuna? Does that about sum it up? Boots cocked his head as though he knew he was being mocked. I scratched his ears, and then popped back up to my feet. Come on, let's go get you some dinner. He didn't need to be told twice. I followed him, shaking my head at the sound of his little paws sliding on the wood plank floors as he hurried toward the kitchen. The house was quiet. Night had fallen, so there was a good chance that Lacey was out with her undead gal pals. Posey, my ghostly landlord, refused to go out after dark, so I knew she'd be hanging around somewhere. Likely the attic, her favorite haunt. Literally. As for Adam and Evangeline, I didn't have the faintest idea where they were, and part of me didn't want to know. It was jarring enough to replay the image of them walking away into the sunset together. The thought of them having dinner in some dark corner of McNally's was unbearable. I wasn't sure what I wanted with Adam. The last month had been a careful dance for me to find a way to take our relationship to the next level without overcommitting myself. I was still figuring things out and didn't want to end up hurting anyone. Life in Beechwood Harbor was turning out to be better than I'd ever imagined. It was a far cry from the nightmare I'd pictured when my Supernatural Protection Agency, SPA, agent, Harvey, first handed me a one-way ticket and gave the order that I was never to return to the Seattle Haven. I was happy with my life as it was, but I had no idea what I really wanted for the future. I was approaching 30, and somehow felt like I was running out of time. After leaving the Haven Academy, I'd set off with the goal of becoming a potions master and having my own shop. Now, living in a human society, that was impossible. Instead, I'd satisfied my ambitions by running an independent, not to mention slightly illegal, potion business on the side. I sold potions to local supernaturals, and while word was spreading about the quality of my custom concoctions, I knew it was only a matter of time before my local market was saturated and I would need to figure out new methods of distribution if I wanted to grow. And with growth, there would be more risk of the SPA finding out and shutting me down. Or worse, throwing me into an SPA-sanctioned prison without hope of escape. It wasn't an ideal way to live my life. But after being banished from the Haven system, I wasn't sure what choice I had left. My resume was spotty at best. Mostly because the places I'd worked before were all potions shops, the names of which human HR managers wouldn't recognize. And I didn't want to work at Siren Song for the rest of my life. So I continued to quietly grow my business, hoping no one at the SPA would find out. Boots yowled and dragged me back to the present. Yeah, we're going. With a sigh, I pushed the swinging door to the kitchen open for him. Boots raced ahead, and I followed behind, shaking my head and smiling at his utter lack of patience when it came to getting his dinner. From behind me, the sound of the front door opening, followed by a soft giggle, caught my attention. With one hand still holding the kitchen door open, I craned around and saw Adam and Evangeline tumble inside, both of them doubled over with laughter. A flash of heat exploded in my stomach, and I scowled in their direction before pushing into the kitchen. I let the solid wood door slap shut behind me, wishing the swinging door had more of an effect when it slammed. Boots was mid-tuna feast by the time Adam walked into the kitchen. His dark hair was ruffled from the evening breeze, and I wondered if they'd been down walking along the ocean. "Hey, gorgeous," he greeted. "You about to start working on some potions?" "No," I replied, dropping a gaze to Boots, who obliviously continued stuffing his face. "I'm just waiting on the fur ball." Adam gave a knowing nod, and then pocketed his hands. "Holly, what's going on with us?" I crossed my arms and cocked my hip, leaning against the counter. "I was about to ask you." Adam dragged in a heavy sigh. "Are you mad at me? For going out with Evie?" "Do you have to call her that?" The sound of it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. He shot me a bewildered look. "What? What's wrong with using a nickname? I have one for everyone." "You don't have one for Lacey. Unless you're counting Princess of the Night or Fanger." Holly, this isn't about Lacey or Evangeline. This is about you and me." I scowled. He was right. Bat wings. With a huff, I pushed away from the counter and paced the large kitchen. After a few laps back and forth, I stopped in front of him. Boots had finished his meal and was lying at Adam's feet, looking up at me with indignation. Even the cat thought I was being impossible. Great. "Holly, I don't want to fight with you, but I don't know what else to do to get your attention. You're so busy, you never slow down. And it seems that I've slid down your list of priorities. Sometimes I think—" He drifted and glanced at a spot on the wall behind me. "Sometimes you think what?" He flicked his dark eyes back to mine, and I sucked in a silent breath, holding it as I waited for him to finish his thought. "Sometimes I think that you don't actually want to be in a relationship. Like you make yourself busy so that you can avoid me." All the air left my lungs in a rush, like a balloon deflating. "What? How could you think that? We always have a good time when we hang out. Don't we?" Adam nodded. "We do. But I think that maybe I rushed things with you. You weren't looking for a relationship. You flat out told me that. But I kept at it, and then when Evangeline moved in, you suddenly changed your mind." Was I really that transparent? How pathetic. "Adam, there are parts of my life that you don't know about yet. Things that happened in my past that I haven't been ready to share with you. But maybe that was my mistake. I should have explained it all before we got to this point." "Well, I'm right here, gorgeous. You can tell me anything. You know that by now." I tucked my chin and stared at my hands as my fingers nervously interlocked with one another. "I know." Adam stepped closer and ran his fingers along my jawline. When he reached my chin, he tipped it up so that our eyes met. All the heat and anger had faded from his eyes, leaving the soft chocolate pools that always made my heart jump. "I'm sorry I was frustrated with you at Siren Song. I know you're just helping Cass out as much as you can, and it wasn't your fault you couldn't come out tonight. I miss you. That's all." I swallowed the lump in my throat and offered him a soft smile. "Thank you for saying that. I don't want to argue with you either." "We'll figure it out tomorrow," Adam said. He wrapped his arms around me, and I melted against his chest, wishing it could really be that simple. "I'll stay out of your way while you make potions, and then once you're done, we'll go take a long walk in the woods away from everyone, and you can tell me the whole story. okay?" I nodded against his solid chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart while my own raced with panicked thumps. What Adam didn't know was that the truth could change everything between us. The looming conversation with Adam was heavy on my mind at work the next afternoon. I kept making silly mistakes and stumbling through each drink like I'd never steamed milk or poured a shot of espresso before. Paisley and Cassie were working with me, and while neither of them said anything, I'd caught them exchanging a few glances, enough to know that they'd noticed my clumsiness. Eventually, Cassie put me out of my misery and sent me to lunch early. I grabbed a sandwich and a huge glass of iced tea from the back fridge and made my way to the patio overlooking the Pacific. The bluff where the Old Town Harbor shops were perched was the perfect vantage point to take in the full majesty of the ocean. Tourists were out in full force, and I ended up sitting in the grass a few feet away from the patio instead of waiting for a table to clear. The sun was shining through a few white, puffy clouds, and the sea breeze was a soothing relief from its warm rays. It was only June, so the coast was just starting to get into a summer frame of mind, but the tourists around me dressed like they were expecting Huntington Beach perfection. Everyone was wearing shorts, flip-flops, and tank tops. A few girls were even wearing bikini tops with their cut-off shorts. Personally, I was dressed a little more appropriately for the weather in a pair of denim capri pants, a lightweight long-sleeved shirt with the Siren Song logo on it, and a pair of ballet flats. Even with the sun out, the temperature was only hovering in the upper 60s. A little too chilly for me to bust out my bathing suit and floppy sun hat quite yet. Still, I smiled to myself as I observed the crowd, and my foul mood started to melt away. I knew what was driving me crazy. It was the impending date with Adam. My distracted mind had been busy rehearsing the best way to open the conversation. So far, nothing had passed my mental test. My past wasn't something that I liked to talk about, especially when it came to what had happened with my last, well, technically only, boyfriend, Gabriel. But Adam needed to know. It would help him understand where I was coming from, and explain why I was so guarded. What if he decided I was too high risk? If my drama was a little too much for him? I was still turning it all over in my mind as I nibbled at my sandwich, when the side door of the cafe burst open and Paisley darted out and made a beeline for the alley between Siren Song and the abandoned shop next door. I hated going into the alley because it was where the previous owner had been murdered. But there was something about her hasty exit that pulled my nerves tight. I couldn't go on eating my lunch as though nothing had happened. I pushed up from the ground, dropped the last of my sandwich into the trash bin at the corner of the patio, and took my iced tea with me toward the alley. As I got closer, Paisley's voice carried to me. I peered around the corner and saw that she had her back to me. "I don't understand what you expect me to do about it, Auntie. I haven't spoken to Katerina in weeks. We had an argument the last time we talked." Her voice was strained and frantic. "I'll try to call her, okay? But you know how she is, Auntie. If she doesn't want to be found—" Paisley threw her hand up in the air and pivoted on her heel, obviously not happy with the response on the other end of the line. I tried to duck out of the way before she completed her turn, but was a moment too late and her bright eyes locked onto me. "Auntie, I'll call you later, okay?" She squeezed her eyes closed for a moment and nodded. Apparently her aunt wasn't ready to say goodbye. After another minute, she dragged the phone away from her ear, jabbed a finger at the touch screen, and stuffed the sleek device into the pocket of her shorts. "Did you need something, Holly?" She raked a hand through her honey-blonde pixie cut, teasing the spiked ends. "No, I just wanted to make sure you were all right. I saw you fly out of the shop and thought maybe you were sick or something." My cheeks flushed as I stumbled through my explanation. I should have just stayed put. Now she probably thought I'd been eavesdropping on her. Paisley and I worked together 2 days a week and had always gotten along, though we weren't terribly close. I didn't really know that much about her, besides the fact that she worked at Thistle, the natural food store, during the week and supplemented her income with a few weekly shifts at Siren Song. She was a sweet, soft-spoken girl who kept to herself. "Paisley, I wasn't trying to spy on you or anything. I hope you don't think—" She held up a hand. "No, Holly, I don't. It's fine. It's just... my Aunt Pearl has been calling me endlessly all day, and I figured it was some kind of emergency and ran out to answer it. I don't know why she didn't just leave a message." Paisley shook her head, looking puzzled. "Is everything okay? I can cover for you tonight if you need to go." "Oh, yeah, Adam would love that." She shook her head again. "No, I'm good. Thanks, though. It's just my cousin, Katerina. She's missing. Or at least my aunt thinks she's missing." "You don't think so?" She was surprisingly calm about it. Paisley dragged her hand back through her cropped locks and sighed. "No, I don't think so. Katerina is a year younger than me and has always been a bit of a wild card. She's my Aunt Pearl's only child, though, so she worries. Endlessly." I smiled. "Sounds like it. Does Katerina live with her?" "No. That's the problem. She moved out about 6 months ago to live with her boyfriend, Bobby. He's a real piece of work." Paisley's nose turned up as though she'd caught a whiff from the dumpsters behind her. "They go on again, off again every few weeks. It's hard to keep up. At the moment, I think they're off. Last thing I heard, she was staying with one of her co-workers from the bar she tends. In any case, Katerina knows that I don't like Bobby, and I think that's why she's been avoiding me. She knows I don't want to hear her complain about how much she misses him when I know and constantly tell her that she's way out of his league anyway." That must be rough." Paisley nodded. "She's like a sister to me. But just like sisters, we don't always see eye to eye. Eventually, I stopped trying to contact her. But for whatever reason, my Aunt Pearl still thinks we text every day. That's how it used to be, but not so much lately." She paused for a long moment, staring at the stone wall to her right. "Anyway, I'm sure she's fine." I nodded, but there was something about her story that tickled my senses. "Well, if you want, you can give your Aunt Nick Rivers' contact information." Paisley's eyes brightened, and she snapped her fingers. "That's a great idea, if for no other reason than to get her off my plate and onto his." I laughed. "I have some of his cards in my wallet." "Thanks, Holly. I'll take the card and pass the info to Aunt Pearl." "No problem. I'm sure he can track her down." We went back into the coffee shop, and I smiled to myself, wondering what I should ask Nick for in exchange for the referral. Maybe a driving lesson. I still hadn't gotten around to learning how to drive, and Nick had a brand new and very shiny sedan. Chapter 4. Beechwood Harbor was at its most magical in the twilight hours. Whenever possible, I liked to wander around and take a few minutes to unwind from the day. Walking was always a good way for me to clear my mind and settle my nerves. So when my shift ended, I headed out just as the sun started to set. As it dipped lower over the ocean, it splattered the sky with orange and pink flares of light. It was breathtaking, and made me even more reluctant to turn and go up the hill toward the manor. Most of the town shops stayed open later during tourist season, and the streets buzzed with energy and chatter. It was happy hour, and the people were crowded around the tables of the outdoor seating areas of the restaurants and taverns. Laughter spilled out into the street, and mingled with the squeals of a herd of happy children running along the sidewalk ahead of their exhausted-looking parents. They'd likely spent the entire day on the beach, and the kids were ready for their next adventure. Their parents looked more like they were ready for bed. The people I passed offered friendly smiles, and some waved hello even though we were strangers. The scent of popcorn, saltwater taffy, and the sea filled the air, and I breathed it all in deeply. I loved living by the ocean. There was just something about it that filled me with a calm, contented peace. Something that I desperately needed tonight. Eventually, I turned around and started home. As I walked, I tried to keep my mind occupied by making a mental list of potions that I needed to whip up in order to get restocked for the weekend. But it was a little like trying to steer Boots into his cat carrier before a trip to the vet. I couldn't keep my thoughts on track. Instead, they zigzagged all over the place, and I ended up right back where I started, trying to figure out how I was supposed to explain everything to Adam. My mind replayed memories from the past as though they were pictures in a flip book, moving too fast to pick out the details, but the emotions came through all the same. "Holly!" I was jolted from my dark thoughts and turned around, nearly bumping into a woman with a chubby baby on her hip. Nick was flagging me down from the other side of the street, just outside the office he rented for his PI business. "Hey!" I waved at him, then shifted from foot to foot, debating whether or not to keep walking. Nick looked both ways and waited for a car to pass before he jogged over to join me. "Just getting off work?" "Yeah. You heading over?" I smiled, knowing that Cassie would love it if he did. The fated flirt was on my mental to-do list for that night's potion-making session. I wasn't 100% sure that I'd use it, but figured it couldn't hurt to keep a vial on hand if the opportunity to use it cropped up. It was a fairly harmless potion. It wouldn't make Cassie and Nick fall head over heels in love or rush into anything stupid. It was more of a relaxing potion that would enable them to connect with a fresh perspective. It wasn't far-fetched to think that Nick might have a little crush on Cassie, too. If so, the fated flirt would give him the courage to act. Nick pocketed his hands, and I noticed for the first time during my walk that there was a slight chill in the air. "Sure am," he grinned. "It looks like I might have another long night ahead of me." "More stalking? Oh, I mean staking, cheating exes?" I asked. He chuckled. "No, that case is a wrap. Got the pics I needed to satisfy the client. Turned out the husband was seeing a therapist, not a lover." "Plot twist." Nick laughed and waved a hand, dismissing the topic. "Actually, there was something I wanted to thank you for." "Oh?" "Your friend Paisley called me. She said you gave her one of my cards. I told you they'd come in handy." He waggled his dark brows, and I groaned. He was having way too much fun with this. Yeah. Next you'll want me to wear a company t-shirt or something." Nick chuckled, his blue eyes sparkling. "I was thinking something more like a sandwich board. You could wear it around town." "How flattering." He dropped a quick glance down at his shiny loafers. "Seriously, though, Holly, I appreciate it." I gave a casual shrug. "Sure, not a big deal." Nick held my gaze for another beat before he turned toward Siren's song. "Well, thanks again, Holly. I'll make sure she's my top priority." We waved goodbye, and I whipped around, suddenly in a hurry to get back to the manor, back to Adam. As soon as I stepped through the front door, Boots came shooting down the hallway, his presence loud and clear this time. How could one cat manage to sound like a herd of thundering elephants? I stooped over and grabbed him around the middle, carting him to my bedroom while asking him about his day. He craned his neck around, looking longingly at the path to the kitchen. "Bootsy, you'll get your dinner in a minute. You're more single-minded than a leprechaun on St. Patty's Day." Once inside my room, I changed into a pair of soft cotton pajama pants and a knit sweatshirt, and pulled my hair up into a knot on the top of my head. After changing, I summoned my potion kit from under my bed and retrieved the supplies that I would need, along with my dog-eared potion handbook. When I had everything I needed, I snapped my fingers at Boots, and he followed me from the room, racing ahead when he realized I was headed to the kitchen. Evangeline, Lacey, and Adam were already inside, and I cringed as soon as the door swung open. I couldn't make potions with all of them standing over my shoulder. It was more of a solitary art. With her crystal goblet in hand, Lacey was sitting on the counter nearest the fridge, looking like she'd only made it halfway through her nightly cocktail of synthetic blood. Evangeline was sitting beside Adam, dunking a biscotti that she'd bought at Siren's Song in a large mug of coffee. Adam caught my flicker of a frown and hurried to hop up from his seat at the head of the large farm-style table. "All right, ladies. A deal is a deal." I arched an eyebrow at him. Lacey grumbled and lowered herself from the counter. She threw back the rest of her ruby-red beverage and stalked from the kitchen. "Fine, but you'd better hold up your end of the bargain, Fleabag." Evangeline stifled a giggle. "Wow, she really doesn't like you, does she?" Adam shrugged, a half-cocked smile on his lips. "She's one of the rare ones, completely immune to my charms." I rolled my eyes and made a gagging sound. Evangeline's eyes darted to me. "You okay, Holly?" I pretended to clear my throat. "I'm fine." Adam smirked at me. "We're gonna go grab a bite while you work. You want me to pick up anything for you?" "No, thanks. I usually can't eat while I work. Somewhere between mincing night crawlers and boiling sulfur, I lose my appetite." Adam pulled a face and gave an exaggerated shiver. "You better hope Posey doesn't hear you talking like that. If she knew you were mincing overgrown worms in her kitchen, she might go full-on ghost postal." "You're making potions tonight?" Evangeline had the look of a toddler about to be turned loose in the toy store. Oh, no. I knew where this was going. "Would you mind if I stay to watch? I promise that I won't get in your way." She pressed the palms of her hands together, imploring me. On the one hand, if I agreed, she wouldn't be out to dinner with Adam for the second night in a row. But on the other, I had no interest in babysitting an overenthusiastic witch around a lot of pricey potion ingredients. Since Evangeline's arrival at the manor, I'd gathered that she wasn't even fractionally as talented as Cora, the character she played on TV. Cora was always using her extreme magical powers to get out of sticky situations. However, in life, Evangeline was more of a show woman than anything else. She could perform simple spells with her wand, but that was about it. Some of the questions she'd asked me were on par with first or second year academy students, and it was enough to make me wonder if she'd even attended academy, or if she'd gone straight into show business. Either way, her story about being at the manor to study spellcrafting, an advanced form of magic, was starting to feel thinner and thinner. Adam glanced at Evangeline as she waited for my answer. "Wait, let me get this straight. You're telling me that watching night crawlers get decapitated sounds more fun than dinner with me? I'm wounded." I smiled at his attempt to distract her. He knew I didn't like to be disturbed while I worked. Evangeline laughed at his jest and stood up from her place at the table. "Holly, if you prefer to work alone, I completely understand." My eyes darted between the two of them, trying to discern which outcome frustrated me less. Adam and Evangeline together, or Evangeline hovering over my shoulder? I forced a smile onto my face and shrugged. "No, it's okay. I don't mind." Adam's eyebrows shot halfway up his forehead. "You can stay if you want, but I need to focus, so it would be best if you didn't talk." Evangeline nodded, her expression solemn, like she was taking a deathly serious oath. "Of course." Adam heaved his shoulders. "All right, ladies. Well, I'm more in the mood for a basket of fish and chips than headless worm and sulfur soup, so you'll have to excuse me." I set my potions handbook on the counter and smiled as Evangeline's eyes went wide as saucers at the sight of the impressive tome. I could tell she was itching to get her fingers on it. "Bye, Adam," I called as he exited the kitchen. Evangeline hardly noticed that he was gone. "Holly, that book is amazing. Has it been in your family forever?" I nodded. "Close enough to forever. It's been passed down for countless generations." "Wow." She studied it reverently. I eyed her, making sure she didn't try to touch it. "What about you? I see you studying at Siren's Song all the time." I paused, leaving out the part where she was mostly studying Beechwood Harbor's most eligible supernatural bachelors. "What are you working on?" "Spellcrafting, mostly." She studied her fingernail as she tapped it gently on the counter. I can't say a lot, no spoilers, but the next season of my show is going to require some more advanced magic, and the director wanted to make sure I was able to do it authentically. He thinks it will make me a better actress if I understand what Cora is trying to do. I nodded like I understood. But in reality, her statement confused me. After all, how hard was it to point a wand and deliver the right spell names on cue? Surely if humans could make magic behind the scenes, then paranormals could too. No one really thought that Evangeline was doing all the magic her character was portrayed as doing on the show. Did they? Evangeline sighed. It's not really going all that well. No? I flipped open the handbook and got to the page that contained the recipe for my first batch of the night, the ever-popular perky potion. Why not? I don't feel like I'm making much progress. Well, I'm sure you'll figure it out. I crossed the kitchen, lit a fire under the kettle on the stove with a flick of my hand, and then wiggled my fingers at the radio sitting near the deep two-basin sink to kick on some tunes. I like to work with music. Hope that's all right. Of course. Evangeline held up her hands. I'm just here to observe. Thanks. She inclined her head, and then dropped her hands palms down on the counter. I studied her for a long moment. Everything about her was Hollywood perfection. Her sleek raven hair fell nearly to her waist, and never looked tangled or frizzy. She usually wore it in a braid, tossed casually over one shoulder. Tonight she had it braided, with 3 strands of purple ribbon woven into the intricate design, giving her an even more exotic flair. Her skin was a light mocha color, which made her sapphire blue eyes pop all the more. Generally, I wasn't an insecure person, but staring at Evangeline made it hard, if not impossible, not to compare and find flaws with myself. I pushed aside the thoughts and went to work. I had a lot of potions to whip up and couldn't afford to waste time wishing for impossible things. At first, I was hyper-aware that I was being watched and nervously began to narrate everything I did. It was a little like hosting a cooking show on TV, except I was cutting up worms instead of whipping up gourmet delicacies. Evangeline honored her side of the deal, and while she listened intently, she didn't ask any questions. After a few minutes, I got lost in the work itself and hummed along with the radio as though I were alone in the kitchen. When I had the first potion brewing, I leaned against the counter, stirring the contents every few minutes, and turned my attention back to Evangeline. I notice you don't refer to the handbook all that often, she commented, sensing an opportunity to interject. I nodded, glancing at the old book that was open before me on the counter. Absently, I ran a finger down the pages. It was more of a comfort thing, having it near while I worked. Most of the potions I make are of my own invention and kind of live in my head these days. My Aunt Bethany taught me almost everything I know about potion making. She's a genius. Where does she live? In the New York Haven. She married an SPA bigwig and moved out there after I turned 19. I haven't seen her for years. Evangeline frowned. That's too bad. What about your parents? Do they live nearby? A familiar jolt of pain ripped through me. I shook my head and flipped a few pages, though I wasn't focused on the words or images. No, actually, I lost both of my parents. Evangeline covered her mouth, masking a gasp. She quickly dropped it and shook her head. Holly, I'm so sorry. I had no idea. It's okay. I met her gaze and tried to smile, but it felt strangled. It was a long time ago. Like that meant anything. The pain was just as real and raw as it had been the day the team of SPA agents had shown up to deliver the horrific news. I tugged the elastic band from my hair and readjusted my ponytail, still keeping my gaze off of Evangeline. I didn't want to see the pity in her eyes. I knew the expression well. What about you? Do your parents live in L.A.? No, they ended up moving abroad after I left home. We see each other a few times a year when my schedule allows for it. The perky potion started bubbling, and I was grateful for the distraction. I plunged back into my work, abandoning the somber conversation. When the final potion, the fated flirt, was simmering nicely, I cleaned up my workstation and prepared to call it a night. Adam wasn't kidding, she said, smiling up at me, a cat-like quality shimmering in her eyes. What do you mean? Evangeline laughed softly, the sound like a tinkling wind chime in a summer breeze. He told me you were a prodigy. Adam said that? I arched a brow as a smile tugged at the corner of my lips. She smiled too, and tapped her long nails on the counter. They were painted a glossy onyx black. He talks about you endlessly. He does? My heart twisted in my chest as a flash of guilt hit me in the stomach like a boxer's glove. Here I'd been worried about Adam having second thoughts about choosing me over Evangeline, and he'd been thinking of me the entire time. Evangeline nodded and pushed up from her place at the counter. Thanks for letting me sit in, Holly. It means a lot. Maybe we can work on something together one of these days. Sure, I replied automatically, my mind still locked on thoughts of Adam. Evangeline said goodnight and left the kitchen. Boots meowed sleepily from his cat bed in the corner, and I glanced up at the clock above the kitchen door. It was nearly midnight. With a start, I hurried to bottle the fated flirt, carefully labeling the set of vials, and finished clearing the kitchen. Time had a way of flying when I was working on potions, but I hadn't meant to go so long, especially not when I knew Adam was waiting for me to finish. I'd screwed up with him. Again. When I finished cleaning up, I pushed out to the formal sitting room off the kitchen and spotted Adam's socked feet propped up on the arm of the couch. Posey would murder him if she floated by and saw. Couches were for sitting, not lounging. A smile twitched at my lips, and I opened my mouth, about to comment, when I heard his soft snoring. Adam was out cold. I covered him with the knitted blanket from the basket by the fireplace, and then went off to bed. Our talk would have to wait for another day. Chapter 5. The clock had barely crept past 6 a.m. when the door to Siren Song burst open, and Cassie came striding in, not wearing her usual work attire. Instead of jeans, a company t-shirt, and flats, she was decked out in a hot pink one-piece bathing suit, an electric blue sarong, and a floppy black hat. Once inside, she removed a pair of large shades and tucked one stem into the top of her suit, grinning at me as my mouth flopped open. I have a surprise for you, she said. Gee, my favorite words at 6 a.m. Cass, what's going on? She giggled. We're taking the day off. We are? The door opened behind her, and she stepped to the left as her younger sister, Kara, came inside. Her demeanor was the polar opposite of Cassie's, and I rushed to get her a huge cup of coffee. It was obviously a caffeine deprivation emergency. Kara grumbled something indiscernible as she took the cup from my hands and slouched over to lean against the counter. I turned my attention back to my colorful friend. Seriously, Cass, what's going on? Did I miss a memo about Hula Day? Cassie laughed. No, I'm serious, Holly. We've both been here all day, every day, for over a month. We need a little break, and I think a day at the beach is just what the doctor ordered. It's going to be in the mid-70s today. It's perfect. She's serious? I asked, spinning around to look at Kara. Kara nodded. Would I be here at this indecent hour if she wasn't? She had a point. Kara and Cassie ran on completely opposite internal clocks. I just finished my last final yesterday. I was supposed to be poolside all day, but Cass said the tips would blow my mind, so here I am. Ta-da! I sucked in my lower lip, stifling a laugh, and glanced back at Cassie. You're really okay with taking a day off? More than okay. Now go home and get changed, and meet me back here, stat. I'll grab some goodies to take with us." I gave her a mock salute and scrambled for the door. I needed to hurry back before she could find something to clean or organize. Luckily, everyone at the manor was still sleeping, so I was able to slip in and out without disturbing anyone. Even Boots slept through my quick visit. Within 15 minutes, I was back at Siren Song, wearing a bathing suit under my denim shorts and a baggy t-shirt that I'd knotted in the front. The parking lot in front of the coffee shop held a few cars, and I knew the morning rush would pick up soon. The locals would be heading to work, and not too long after that, the early bird beachcombers would be up and ready for breakfast before heading to the shore. When I pushed back through the doors, Cassie was behind the counter making a drink, while Kira fielded the short line clustered around the register. I groaned and adjusted my bathing suit top. Great, now I get to work a shift in a bikini. Hey, maybe it would help with tips. I went to join my coworkers behind the counter, and the three of us got through the line within a few minutes. Kira's coffee had kicked in, and she was turning back into her normal, bubbly self. "I got it, guys. Scoot!" Cassie swept a glance over the shop. I could almost see her checking things off her mental list. I tugged at her arm, but stopped when the bell on the front door jingled and Nick walked into the shop. Cassie straightened, and a hand went to one of the 2 pigtail braids she had over her bared shoulders. "Morning, Nick." I bit back a laugh and stepped to the register. "Little early for you, isn't it?" He smiled at the three of us. "Morning, ladies." Cassie turned back to the espresso machine and went to work making Nick's standard order, a large mocha with extra chocolate sprinkles. Nick drummed his fingers on the counter and glanced around. "I'm actually here in a semi-official capacity. Does that make your mocha tax-deductible?" I deadpanned. Nick chuckled and shrugged. "Something like that. Is Paisley in yet?" "Not yet. She's probably at Thistle for the morning shift. She usually doesn't come here until the afternoon," I answered. "Oh, actually, she's coming in early today," Cassie corrected, dumping a hearty spoonful of sprinkles on the whipped cream mountain peak atop Nick's drink. "Holly and I are going to the beach," she explained, handing over the drink. "Nice." He glanced at each of us like suddenly our cruise ship attire made sense. "I don't know if Paisley told you, but her aunt hired me to locate her missing daughter, Katerina. Paisley said she'd bring some pictures with her today for me to use when asking around. Her aunt couldn't figure out how to work her fax machine or scanner." He winced as though he'd personally tried to walk the woman through the process. Cassie nodded, and I wondered if she already knew about Paisley's cousin. "I told her to come in at 7, so—" She paused to look up at the clock. "Not too long." "Okay, great. Thanks, Cass." Cassie's cheeks tinged pink, and I turned away to keep her from catching my grin. For her benefit, I shifted the conversation. "What do you think happened? Paisley and I talked about it a little yesterday. How long has she been missing?" "She's been gone for 2 weeks. No one has seen or heard from her, or at least no one that her mother can contact. From the sounds of it, things are a little tense between them. I'm not sure if the girl is just putting some space between them or if something really happened. Either way, I promised I would find out. Paisley's aunt is pretty hysterical about the whole thing." Cassie sighed. "That's so sad." Nick nodded. He looked like he might add something, but the bell on the front door chimed. It was Paisley. Her hair wasn't styled. Instead, it lay flat against her head, where it must have been pressed against the pillow while she slept. Her face was free of makeup, and her eyes were rimmed with red. "Paisley, are you all right?" Cassie's voice was thick with concern. Paisley nodded miserably. "I'm all right. I just didn't get a lot of sleep last night. I kept thinking about Katerina and the last argument that we had. What if something happened to her? I tried calling her half a dozen times last night, and every single time it went straight to voicemail." We all turned to look at Nick, gauging his reaction. Unfortunately, he had an excellent poker face. "It'll be all right, Paisley. Don't get ahead of yourself," Did you bring the pictures?" She nodded and dug in her purse for an envelope. She slipped it open and produced a stack of 3 glossy pictures. We all crowded around as Nick fanned them out on the counter. Katerina looked to be in her early 20s, with blonde hair, brown eyes, and a wide smile. A dimple showed on each cheek. "She's so pretty," Cassie said, reaching up to rub Paisley's shoulder. She nodded, her expression distant, and I wondered if she'd even heard Cassie. She tore her eyes from the pictures of her cousin and pleaded with Nick. "Please, Nick, you have to find her and bring her home." He gave a solemn nod, pocketed the photos, and grabbed his mocha. "I'll do everything I can. I'm headed to the office now, and I'll call as soon as I come up with something." "Thank you, Nick," Paisley said, as the door swung shut behind him. Once Kara and Paisley were situated, Cassie and I made our getaway. I felt bad for leaving with such a dark cloud hanging over the 2 girls, but knowing them, they'd rally and be back to normal in no time. If anything, it was probably good for Paisley to have something to take her mind off the worst-case scenarios that were likely running through her head. Down by the ocean, a chilly wind bit into our skin, and we stopped at a large piece of driftwood to bundle into the sweatshirts we'd each packed in our tote bags. The sun was up, and the morning cloud cover was quickly burning off. We'd be stripping away the extra layers in no time. "Gosh, this is nice," Cassie said, sighing contentedly as we started off down the beach, keeping about a foot between us and the edge of the tide. I smiled over at my friend. "Agreed. You needed a day off." "You did too." I laughed. "I guess so. It has been a little crazy." Cassie nodded and pulled a stray strand of hair off her lips as a sudden flurry of wind whipped it against her face. "I guess we should have waited until later in the day. This isn't exactly bathing suit weather." I shrugged. "It's not so bad. Besides, this way we get the whole place to ourselves." I pointed ahead of us at the mile or so stretch of untouched sand. "At least for a little while." Cassie nodded, and then tipped her head back to let the sun shine down on her face, completely defeating the purpose of her floppy sun hat. I smiled over at her, happy to see her relaxed for the first time in recent memory. "How are you holding up, anyway?" "I'm good. I know you worry about me working too many hours, and I appreciate that, but actually, I'm really happy. There's something really cool about having a sense of ownership about the place. It's just nice. And the money's been great. Philip gave me a generous salary, mostly so he doesn't have to come back here. And with the extra tip money, I think my dad will be able to pay off some debt that we've been carrying around since his accident." A swell of emotion bloomed in my chest, and tears pricked at the corners of my eyes, hidden behind my sunglasses. I wrapped an arm around Cassie's shoulders. "I'm so happy for you, Cass. You're the most deserving person I know." "Thanks, Holly. I couldn't do it without you. I hope you're not planning on running away with Adam and leaving me all alone." I dropped my head back and laughed. "No, not at all." "Good." She flashed me a smile. "Do you think Nick's planning to stay in town?" I shrugged. "I'd say so. He has a nice office, and every time I talk to him, he says business is good. From what I know about him, he's a dedicated guy." A few seagulls flew overhead, circling the shore in search of breakfast. The sand was littered with shells and stones brought in with the tide. By the afternoon, they would all be gone, picked up by visitors or broken by kids and dogs running around. I breathed deeply of the salty air and realized how long it had been since I'd had a day off to relax and let my mind meander. Since the murder investigation, things had kicked into high gear, and I really hadn't had a chance to breathe. No wonder Adam was upset. As soon as we started dating, I'd gone MIA. We continued walking, each relishing the peaceful sounds of the ocean and sea life. I pushed thoughts of Adam to the back of my mind. Tonight, we'd get a chance to talk, and things could get back on track. For now, it was time to be with Cassie and enjoy a girls' day. And what would a girls' day be without some boy talk? My eyes slid over to Cassie, and I grinned. "You sure you don't want me to talk to Nick?" "I'm sure." Cassie sighed. "I mean, what if he's not interested? That could make things really awkward. In case you haven't noticed, it's hard to keep from running into people in this town." I laughed. "Oh, believe me, I've noticed. If he wants to ask me out, he will. Besides, right now, I'm not sure when I'd have the time anyway. I'm at siren song 60-plus hours a week, and by the time I get home and get my dad something for dinner, I'm so zonked that most nights I fall asleep on the couch." "Cass," I said, worry pinching my voice, "that's not good for you. I didn't realize you were going home and essentially working a second job." My heart twisted. Her dad was disabled due to a work-related injury and needed help around the house, which was why Cassie and Kira still lived at home. They'd lost their mother years ago. They were all their dad had left. Cassie shrugged. "I guess I don't think of it that way. It's just life. I cook a bunch of meals at once and stash them in the freezer, so it's usually just warming things up and making sure he's okay. He can do most things for himself, but he appreciates a good meal, and I feel better knowing he's not living on takeout." I nodded. "Well, let me know if you ever want help cooking." "Thanks, Holly." Ironically, I wasn't much of a cook. My potion-making skills didn't translate over to cooking or baking. But for Cassie, I would do my best if she needed help. "I'm actually looking into hiring a caregiver to stay with him during the day. Keep him company and maybe do a little cleaning." "That sounds good." She pointed out a large piece of driftwood poking out of the sand that was flattened on top from years of weathering. "This looks like a good place to park it." We'd walked quite a way, and the clouds above us were now completely gone, leaving behind a crystal-clear sky, and the sun was warming things up fast. I shrugged out of my sweatshirt and tucked it back into my beach bag. Cassie did the same, and then we each laid out a large towel. Cassie had brought water bottles and pastries from the coffee shop, so we got comfortable and snacked away. The hours flew by as we sat in the sand, getting some sun and not doing much of anything for once. When we decided it was lunchtime, we repacked our belongings and started back for town, plotting to go to the local pizza place and hit the buffet hard. Halfway back to where we'd entered the beach, Cassie's cell phone rang. She groaned when she glanced at the caller ID. "It's Kara." She answered, and from what I could hear of the conversation, there was some kind of emergency with the espresso machine and they needed Cassie back at the shop to fix it. When she hung up, she looked like she was suddenly carrying 20 pounds across her shoulders. "Well, so much for a day off." I frowned. "I'm sorry, Cass. You want me to come with you?" Magic wasn't always the best solution when it came to complicated mechanical problems, but if something was stuck or jammed, a little magic might just do the trick. Cassie shook her head. "No, not at all. Take the day, and I'll call as soon as I get things back together. We can meet up for an ice cream or something." Even as she said it, we both knew there was no way she would be able to leave the shop. Once she got the espresso machine fixed, she'd hop right into working the afternoon rush, and it would be closing time in the blink of an eye. But I smiled and nodded like it was a real possibility. "Okay, Cass. Good luck. I'll stop by later." She nodded, and then veered off, walking up the sand to a set of concrete steps that led to the shops and houses above the beach. The stairs weren't the closest ones to the coffee shop, but she'd move faster once on solid ground. I watched her scurry up and out of sight before I continued walking down the beach. Over the course of the morning, a trickle of visitors made their way down to the beach. As I walked, I observed. There were young families with children playing at the water's edge, and dogs were running up and down the beach, spraying sand in their wake as they raced to retrieve tennis balls and sticks. An elderly couple in matching tracksuits made their way over the sand, holding hands and talking to one another with comfortable smiles on their faces. I dragged in a deep breath and wondered where life would take me. Would I ever be one of the couples in beach chairs watching their little ones play in the ocean for the first time? Would I ever know what it was like to be in love and have someone by my side even when I was old and gray? It felt so far away, out of reach. But maybe. Hello! Can someone help me? Please help! I snapped around at the frantic shouts and spotted a young woman up on the hillside, jumping and waving her hands over her head. It took me a moment to wonder why no one else was responding to her. People walked down the stairs just feet away, but didn't look her way. The sun hit her arm at a certain angle, and I realized why no one could see her. She was a ghost. I hurried up the sand and stopped in front of her. "Hey," I said, keeping my voice low so as not to attract the attention of the other visitors. To them, it would look like I was talking to myself. "Finally! Why are the people here so rude?" She gave a miffed pout. I smiled over at a pair of tourists walking down the stairs and waited until they passed. I cast another glance over my shoulder, confirming we were at least 20 yards from the other beachgoers. When I was sure no one would hear me, I grabbed my cell phone from my pocket and held it to my ear, acting like I was talking on the phone while keeping my eyes trained on the ghost. "They can't see you, but I'm a witch and—" "A witch?" She took a step back as though afraid. "What does that mean? Why do you have your cell phone out?" I cringed. Oh, bat wings. She doesn't know she's a ghost. The girl didn't wait for my answer. A barrage of questions flew from her lips. "Can you tell me what happened? Why am I here? Why won't anyone help me? I've been screaming all morning, but no one has even noticed before you came along." I held up my hands, slowing the monsoon of questions. "Okay, hold on. I'll explain everything, but not here. Come with me." She considered me for a long moment, as though not sure if she could trust me. "Trust me, Cupcake, I can't hurt you. You're already dead." As I waited for her to decide whether or not to follow me, I studied her face. There was something familiar about her. All at once, I was struck with a sudden realization, and I sucked in a sharp breath. I remembered where I'd seen the girl before. She was Katerina Barkley, Paisley's missing cousin. Chapter 6. My lips twitched downward as I watched the ghost in front of me. Finally, I ventured, "Is your name Katerina?" The girl's eyes went wide. "Yes. How did you know that? Have we met?" I shook my head. Before I could offer an explanation, another group of tourists made their way to the stairs that ran beside us. "Please, come with me. I promise I'll help you." Katerina nodded, and I dropped my cell phone into my tote bag. I waited for the tourists to pass and then ambled over to the stairs. They were much easier to climb than the hill, which was made of shifting sand and tall beach grass. Katerina followed me, and I wondered how she hadn't noticed that she wasn't touching the ground. She moved her legs as though she were still a human. Posey, my landlord at the manor, floated over the ground as though she was bound to the floor, but she didn't move her legs in a walking motion. As Katerina moved, she became more transparent, and I also wondered how she didn't notice that. Did ghosts see themselves as solid? I didn't have the answers, but I knew who would. The set of concrete steps took me to a side street that cut through a small, quiet neighborhood of quaint cottages and bungalows. Katerina started to ask questions again. "You said you're a witch? What does that mean, like you practice Wicca?" I gave her a polite smile. "No, I mean I'm a witch. I'm not human, and neither are you. At least, not anymore." "What do you mean?" She pursed her lips and gave me an indignant expression. I stopped walking and turned to face her. Katerina, you're a ghost. A ghost? Katerina laughed. You're crazy. I'm going back to the beach to look for someone else who can help me figure out what's going on. She turned away, making to leave and go back to the staircase. I dragged in a sigh. I know it's hard to believe, but trust me, I know ghosts. I live with one, actually. Tell me, what's the last thing you remember? At my question, she stopped, frozen in place. Her head started to shake, and then she whipped around. She held her arms up in front of her and stared at them. A ghost? I'm sorry. Stars help me. Why wasn't there some kind of service for this? Shouldn't the SPA have agents to go out and help new ghosts acclimate? It wasn't something I'd ever thought about before. I guess I always just assumed that ghosts woke up from death and knew that they were, well, dead. Why can't I remember anything? I know my name, but that's it. I don't know anything else. It's like someone took an eraser to my brain and scrubbed it all away. She ran her fingers through her hair, but they passed through without making contact. I gave her a pitying smile. Come on. I know someone who can help you remember. Katerina walked, floated, beside me as we wound through town. I didn't risk talking to her anymore, and she seemed to be too stunned to speak anyway. When I glanced over at her, she was still marveling at her arms and hands, not even paying attention to where she was walking. Not that it mattered. Anyone she encountered passed through her without incident. She walked right through a parking meter and didn't even flinch. Could she not see the obstacles? Or was she so distracted by what I'd told her that she didn't care? When we reached the manor, I walked her into the sitting room and told her to wait there. I doubled back to the grand staircase and took them two at a time to the upper level of the old house. Posy, I called, going for the latch that led to the attic. It was her favorite hangout. Posy, can you come down, please? I need your help. I jumped up to grab the latch and missed on my first attempt. I tried a second time and nabbed it. Behind me, a door flew open. Do you mind? An ice-cold voice hissed into the hallway. I squeezed my eyes closed for a moment. Sorry, Lacey, I forgot you'd be asleep. I craned around to look at Lacey, the resident vampiress, and winced at the harsh expression on her beautiful face. She snarled at me, her fangs on display. Of course I'd be asleep. It's not even noon. The next door down opened, and Adam appeared in the hallway, a black t-shirt pulled across his broad chest. Despite Lacey's icy glare, my heart warmed. What's going on? He asked, glancing between me and Lacey. Your little girlfriend woke me up, Lacey sneered. She hated that Adam and I were dating, although I had no idea why. For a little while, we'd all formed a truce, but it had disappeared quickly. Adam smiled at me. Good going. You know how the Princess of the Night gets when she's dragged out of her bat cave too early. Careful, Fleabag! Lacey flashed her fangs in his direction, but he just laughed her off. He smirked. You're gonna have to try a little harder than that. Guys, stop. Lacey, I'm sorry I woke you. I need to speak with Posy. Lacey rolled her eyes and tossed her long bottle-blonde hair over her shoulder. And just what in the other world is so important? I found a ghost on the beach. She's in the sitting room. Lacey growled. What? That mangy cat of yours isn't enough of a pet? You had to drag home a stray ghost now? He's not mangy. Magic pulsed along my palm, but I took in a deep breath and released it. She didn't know that she's a ghost, and now that she does, she has a lot of questions. Obviously. And I don't really feel equipped to explain it all to her. Adam chuckled and scratched at his jaw. Holly, how do you always get yourself into these situations? I sighed. I have no idea. He sauntered over toward me and wrapped an arm around my shoulders.
Come on, gorgeous. I think Posy's in the kitchen with Gwen.
Oh, that's actually perfect. Gwen was another ghost. 2 would be better than 1. Adam guided me toward the stairs, and Lacey's door slammed shut as we hit the top step.
You know she's not going to let this go.
I know, I grumbled. In the kitchen, we found the 2 ghostly gal pals, as well as Boots, who was looking longingly between them and the cupboard where his food was stashed away. He didn't realize that neither of the women could actually feed him. I smiled as he raced over to me, complaining loudly about his predicament.
Good afternoon, you 2,
Gwen said, smiling broadly as Adam and I walked into the kitchen.
I understand congratulations are in order. Posy told me you're dating now. Not that I can say it was much of a surprise. The entire town has been buzzing about you 2 for months.
I cringed. Super. Gwen laughed, her feather earrings swinging with her long layered hair. She died in the 70s, after a tragic stage diving incident, and would be forever immortalized as a flower child. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with sun-bleached hair, a dark tan, a line of freckles over the bridge of her nose, and a bright floral print romper that showed off her shapely, mile-long legs.
There was actually a pool going for a while to see if you were going to go for our darling Adam or that handsome new PI in town.
I bit my tongue to keep from doling out a tart reply. Gwen was only the messenger, after all. Posy hovered beside Gwen, both of them looking as though they were actually sitting at the kitchen table. Gwen smiled up at me and Adam.
I told Posy she should have you 2 move into the master suite, so she could rent out Holly's room.
Posy gave a distasteful look that exposed how she felt about this idea. Posy was old-fashioned, and for her, even having men and women under the same roof was a little outside the lines. My cheeks warmed at Gwen's suggestion, and I felt Adam shifting his weight uncomfortably from foot to foot. Ladies, listen, I need your help with something.
What kind of help?
Gwen asked. I found a ghost on the beach. She was screaming for help. She didn't know that she was dead, or a ghost for that matter. I told her the truth, and I don't think she took it very well. I was hoping you 2 could answer her questions and help her get situated.
Oh, dear, Posy said, frowning. Does she remember anything? Oftentimes new ghosts have memory loss.
Her name, I sighed. That's where things get sticky.
What do you mean?
Adam asked. Well, I know her. At least I know of her. She's Paisley's cousin. Her aunt reported her missing, and Nick is working the case. Adam slapped a hand over his face.
Gorgeous, really?
What? He chuckled as he gave me a lopsided smile.
Nothing. You just keep life interesting.
I frowned at him, and then glanced back at Posy and Gwen. Can you help? They rose in unison.
Of course, dear,
Posy answered.
Where is she?
The sitting room. The 2 ladies floated for the door, and Adam and I jumped apart to let them pass so they wouldn't run through us. The result was unpleasant, to say the least. Humans didn't notice it, but paranormal certainly did. It felt like doing a polar swim at the crack of dawn. Freezing and exhausting. A terrible combination. Once they passed, Adam and I followed them through the house to the sitting room.
So, you're a new ghost,
Gwen said, spreading her arms wide.
Miss Posy and I are here to teach you the basics of ghost life, and we'll make sure you transition effortlessly to your new life. Technically, your new afterlife,
Posy added. Adam shot me a look, and we both tried to suppress our laughter.
They should teach seminars, he whispered.
I pressed a hand over my mouth to keep my giggles contained.
So, dear, tell us, what do you remember?
Katerina looked between the 2 ghosts, her eyes wide, like a deer caught in headlights. I don't understand. What's happening? She stammered. She glanced past them and stared at Adam and me as we lurked in the doorway. What happened to me? I stepped into the room and stood off to the side of Posey and Gwen. I don't know, Katerina. But you know my name. How do you know my name? I work with your cousin, Paisley. We're both baristas at the local coffee shop. She got a call from your mother. She's worried about you. Paisley? My mother? Katerina pinched her eyes closed and violently shook her head. I don't remember anything. Her eyes popped open. If I'm a ghost, then where's my body? I sighed. I was hoping you could tell me. Posey raised a hand, drawing the attention back to her.
Dear, it's best not to struggle. The memories will come back to you. Sometimes it just takes a little while.
Katerina paced back and forth, kicking her silvery legs with each step. Her ghostly form was still clinging to her humanity. I don't understand. How could I be dead? How could I have not known something like that? I was standing on that hill, screaming for help all day, until... She spun around to face me. You came along to help me. I had no idea that no one else could see me. I thought maybe I was having a nightmare or something. Posey nodded.
That's fairly common, dear. There is an adjustment process that takes place. Your body is gone, but your spirit will ease you into your new form. That's why you didn't realize you look different, or that you've likely been walking through solid objects. For a little while, your spirit will shield you from the changes. Otherwise, all ghosts would probably go mad.
Gwen nodded.
Same reason why your ghost form doesn't look like, well, the condition of your physical body at the moment of death. You won't find ghosts wandering around with missing limbs, bullet holes, or gaping wounds. If I looked like my body, I would have a face more like one of those little pug dogs. She mimicked squishing her face. I jumped off the stage at an outdoor music festival. Hit the pavement head first.
Katerina winced. I absently rubbed my nose, thinking of the impact. So, you're saying that I'll remember? Posey and Gwen nodded.
Eventually.
I glanced around the room. Posey, any idea on how long it will take? After all, Nick is looking for her as we speak. Posey shrugged.
There's no way to know. But I'll tell you what.
She turned back to Katerina.
Dear, you can stay here with us for as long as you need. There's plenty of room in the manor, and you'll be surrounded by friends.
My heart warmed at the relieved look on Katerina's face. Posey could be strict and uptight, but she had a kind soul, and her moments of sweetness melted me. Thank you, Katerina said, smiling for the first time. And everyone that lives here is...
Special?
Adam offered, grinning. I laughed. That's a way of putting it. This home is only for supernaturals. Supers for short. Right now there's Posey, ghost, Lacey, vampiress, Adam, shifter, and as we've already established, I'm a witch. Adam cleared his throat.
Ollie.
What? He gave me a pointed look.
Aren't you missing someone?
I smacked myself in the forehead with the palm of my hand. Wow, yeah. Evangeline. She's a witch, too. Sorry, she's new.
Ish,
Adam added. I shot him a dirty look. Of course he would remind me that I'd forgotten her. Katerina cocked her head at Adam. What's a shifter?
I turned into a dog,
he replied, unblinking. To him, it was the most natural thing in the world. Katerina's mouth dropped open for a moment, but she forced a smile. Oh, that's nice. I couldn't help but smile, even as I pitied the poor girl. It was quite a lot to take in over the course of an afternoon. Not only would she have to come to grips with the fact that she was no longer alive, but now she was being thrust into the entire supernatural world. I'd grown up inside the Haven system, constantly surrounded by supers. In fact, I hadn't even met a human until after my 5th birthday. My parents had both worked inside the San Francisco Haven, and we never had the need to leave. When they decided I was old enough, they took me through the portal into the human world, and we explored the city as a little family of 3. My education on humans had been the mirror image of the experience for Katerina as she learned about supernaturals.
"Welcome to the manor,"
Posey said to Katerina. Gwen pouted.
"Now I'm jealous. It's going to be like a ghost sleepover here every night."
"Oh, boy," Adam grumbled.
"Lacey's gonna love this."
Chapter 7. A couple of hours passed, but Katerina still had no idea who she really was, or what had caused her premature death. Posey and Gwen shooed me and Adam away. Gwen said my energy was aggressive and counterproductive to Katerina recalling her memories. Adam dragged me away before I could throw a fit, and we went outside for a walk. For the first few blocks, I fussed at being called aggressive, but Adam diffused the situation, and we walked for a while in silence. As we turned onto Zinnia, the main road through town, I pocketed my hands and looked up at Adam. It's gotta be so weird to wake up and suddenly you're not alive anymore. And then you find out that all the creatures and beings from your childhood storybooks aren't just fairy tales and make-believe. What do you think that would be like? He rubbed his jaw thoughtfully.
"I don't really know. Probably pretty scary. It's a good thing you found her. She could have spent the entire night just floating through town, trying to get someone's attention."
I shuddered. What a sad thought. "Are both of your parents shifters?" He nodded.
"Yeah. Mom's a rabbit and my dad's a wolf."
I arched an eyebrow at him, and he laughed.
"I know. It's ironic."
"How does something like that even happen?" Adam chuckled.
"Well, they didn't meet in beast form. Thankfully. I probably wouldn't be sitting here if they had. They met at a grocery store, of all places."
He pointed ahead, and we took a left, veering off the main street and going down a side street that I knew led to Adam's favorite bakery. I smirked at his choice, but followed his direction. "So she was shopping for carrots, he for steak, and they thought they should get together for dinner?" Adam laughed.
"Something like that."
"And they're still together?"
"Yeah, 30-something years."
"Wow." I turned it over in my mind, suddenly wondering if that was what Adam imagined for his own life. A long marriage and a quiet life inside the Haven system. Considering the fact that he was walking beside me in our tiny little town 3 hours away from the nearest Haven, I doubted it. But then what did he want? "When did you first learn to shift?"
I guess I was 4 or 5. It was right before Academy started. When I was that age, I didn't shift into the form you've seen. It takes a few years to settle on your form. Those initial shifts were to smaller creatures. Rabbits, badgers, even a bird one time. That was fun.
I smiled as Adam took me on a tour through his memories. It wasn't something we normally talked about, but it made me want to get lost inside of his mind and relive those days through his eyes. Adam was a handful as an adult. I could only imagine the antics he'd gotten into during his youth. His poor parents. We were light years away from even considering the possibility, but if things continued and we ended up getting married, I wondered if our children would be half shifters and half witches or wizards, or if they would settle on one or the other. I couldn't imagine a mini Adam that had access to blasting and stunning spells. We'd need to buy a fortress or a castle to live in. There were some things that homeowners insurance just wouldn't cover. I smiled at the thought, but quickly tucked it away in the very back of my mind. We stopped in front of the bakery, and I laughed. You're getting predictable. Adam held the bubblegum pink door open and ushered me forward.
Come on, like you don't want something.
I scurried into the shop, not wanting to miss out. Matilda and Penny, a sweet lady, and her grown daughter ran the shop. The bakery was decorated with soft pink and ivory tones and had an old-fashioned feeling to it. My favorite part was the smell. The flour and sugar and chocolate all melded together and filled the space with air that felt like it should be edible. "Afternoon, Adam," Penny said, popping up from her seat behind the counter. Penny straightened her cinnamon-colored ponytail and adjusted the eggplant frames of her glasses. "Holly, it's nice to see you." I automatically smiled, though it was sometimes still unnerving that people knew me everywhere I went. Even though I'd been living in Beechwood Harbor for 7, almost 8 months, I was just starting to get used to the familiarity of life in a small town. And after cracking Peg's murder investigation nearly single-handedly, I was even more notorious. Apparently, according to Gwen, my love life was a hot topic too. Adam leaned over the case, carefully considering the array of sugary treats, even though all three of us knew he'd end up walking out with a box that contained one of each item listed on the chalkboard menu above the register. Penny watched him, a faraway, dazed look in her eyes. I smirked to myself. Adam had a fan club wherever he went. How he'd managed to be a notorious flirt and yet not make anyone angry at him was beyond me. Usually, shameless flirts had a following of jilted exes on their tail. But not Adam. Everyone loved him. Well, except for Lacey. As I watched Penny stare at Adam, I was struck by the irony that if it was Evangeline in her place, I wouldn't be nearly so cool-headed about the attention. What was it about her that got me so riled up? The answer came to me half a heartbeat later, and I sighed. Was I really that shallow? Was it just because she was so perfect? Adam straightened and flashed a grin over the top of the display case.
"Lucky Penny, I think I'm going to have to do my usual and order one of everything. I can't decide."
Penny giggled and went to retrieve a large bubblegum pink box. "I had a feeling." I laughed and rested a hand on Adam's arm. "What did I say? Predictable." He planted a peck on my cheek while we waited for Penny to load up the box of goodies. When she was done, she passed the box over the counter and Adam fished out his wallet to pay. Once we left the bakery, Adam started on the road that would lead back to the manor.
"I still have some work to do, but you can hover over my shoulder if you want," he offered.
Adam did freelance tech support for a couple software companies. Sometimes he had to go into Seattle for work, but most of his daily routine could be done remotely. He occupied the master suite at the manor, and half of the large space was dedicated to his desk, multiple computers, and other techie gadgets that I didn't know the names of. Technology and I had never really gotten along. I preferred magic. Magic was simple. I would, but I'll have to take a rain check. I promised Cassie that I'd stop in at the shop. She was having issues with the espresso machine. Besides, if I go back now, I'll just get another lecture from the ghost whisperers. Adam smirked.
"All right."
We came to a stop at the intersection, and I reached over with a wide grin to grab for the bakery box. Before I go... Minutes later, with a bear claw in hand, I pushed into Siren Song. When I stepped inside the air-conditioned coffee shop, the sweet smell of freshly pulled espresso shots hit me in the face. Cassie had the defunct machine back up and running, which was good news since I desperately needed a caffeine hit. I got in line behind 3 other patrons and scanned the shop while I nibbled on the pastry in my hand. As usual, every table was occupied. Most people were there in small groups, talking and laughing over steaming cups of coffee, fresh muffins, and the other goodies we stocked, most of which came directly from the bakery that Adam and I just left. However, Siren Song didn't sell their bear claws, and they were a particular weakness of mine. They were almost as good as a fresh lemon cloud from the Seattle Haven. Behind the counter, Kira and Cassie were taking turns working the espresso machine, while Paisley manned the cash register. A pang shot through me as I stared at Paisley. She was smiling at the woman on the other side of the register, waiting for her to produce the exact change for her order, but I noticed a hint of sadness in her eyes. Was she worrying about her cousin? My stomach twisted at my next thought. Katerina wasn't coming back. Paisley would never see her again. Hadn't she also said that their last conversation had been a heated argument? My heart broke for her. I knew what that kind of loss felt like. I knew the only way I could help Paisley and the rest of her family was to get them some closure over what happened to Katerina. But that was a lot easier said than done. How could they find closure when they didn't even know that she had passed away? With Nick investigating her disappearance, it would probably be best to have him find out what happened and then break the news to the family. But he didn't know he was looking for a body. It's not like I could walk up to him and say something like, "Hey, you know that girl you're looking for? I can't tell you how I know this, but she's dead now." Nick had no idea I was a witch, and while he was open to the paranormal and considered paranormal investigations a secondary career, I wasn't sure how I could explain that I'd met Katerina's ghost without opening a Pandora's box. So, the next best option would be to lead Nick to Katerina's body. But how could I do that when even Katerina didn't know where it was? At the moment, she couldn't remember anything that would help lead me to her body. So it was up to me to figure out the places she would most likely be, then work from there. Once I found her remains, I would hand the investigation over to Nick. "Holly!" Paisley called out, snapping me back to attention. I'd gotten so wrapped up in thinking about Katerina and the investigation that I hadn't realized the 3 people in line ahead of me had been served. I stumbled forward. "Sorry about that. You okay? You looked pretty lost there for a minute." "I'm good. I came by to make sure you guys were okay. But it looks like Cassie already got the machine back up." Paisley smiled. "Yeah, she's a whiz. What can I get you?" "A large black coffee. I think my cup's under the cupboard over there," I said, pointing at a tall, narrow set of cupboards between the front of the shop and the back. The staff used it for holding personal belongings while on the clock. "Got it." Paisley went over to the cupboard, grabbed my travel mug, and filled it from the carafe. She popped the lid in place and handed it over. "Put it on your tab?" I laughed. "Sure." With the employee discount, it came out to less than $1. Paisley marked it down. "Hey, Holly." Cassie came over, and I noticed her bathing suit strap peeking out from the large scoop neck t-shirt she'd slipped on. The shirt looked like it was 2 sizes too big. She glanced down and tucked the strap away. "It was the best I could find. I think they were old tees left over from before we changed the logo a couple of years ago." I frowned at her. "Cass, you should go home and shower and change. I can stay here if you need extra hands." Paisley laughed. "Good luck, Holly. I've been trying to tell her that since she got here." Cassie rolled her eyes. "I'm fine. I'll go home as soon as it dies down a little." I made a pointed glance behind me, silently highlighting the fact that there was no longer a line. The dining area and patio were still full, but all needs had been met, and there was no way Kira, Paisley, and I couldn't hold down the fort for the rest of the shift. Paisley laughed under her breath and turned away to go clean down the machine and wipe the counters. All right, Cassie said, throwing up her hands in surrender. "Holly, you don't have to stay if you don't want to." "I don't mind. There are only a few hours left till closing anyway." Kira came up to the front, carrying 2 bottles of flavored syrup, one in each hand. I noticed one was peppermint and winced. I still wasn't over that smell. But most of the residents in Beechwood Harbor didn't know that a bottle of peppermint syrup had been the murder weapon in Peg Holloway's death. They were just as hooked on the stuff as ever. "You trying to kick her out?" she asked, glancing at me with a quirked smile. "Yes. Help, please?" Kira laughed and placed the 2 bottles on the counter. "Sis, I love ya, but get out of here. Cassie groaned and tugged her apron strings loose. I'm going. It's a miracle, Kira said, raising her hands to the sky. I stifled another laugh by stuffing the last bite of bear claw into my mouth. When it was down, I brushed my fingertips off on my jean shorts and went for my own apron, which I pulled on and tied loosely. Cassie left the shop a few minutes later, and Kira, Paisley, and I all cheered as she went. She scowled at us from the other side of the large windows along the front of the shop, but she was smiling by the time she reached the end. She's something else, I said, shaking my head. You have no idea, Kira said. She's even worse at home. On more than a few occasions, I've come home from school and caught her there doing laundry on her lunch break. What? I rounded to face Kira, my jaw slack. Are you serious? Kira nodded. Mm-hmm. That's gotta be a particular breed of sickness, Paisley chimed in. If anyone needed magic powers, it was Cassie. She was bound and determined to be Superwoman. Chapter 8. After Siren Song closed up for the night, I said goodbye to Kira and Paisley and headed back through town to the manor. As I passed Nick's office building, an old log cabin that had been converted into a series of small commercial spaces, I noticed his car parked out front. On a whim, I went inside and made my way down the hall to his office in the back corner of the building. Sure enough, the door was propped open, and Nick was bent over his desk, an intense look of concentration on his face. Knock, knock, I said, rapping my knuckles lightly on the doorframe. Nick bolted upright. Oh, hey, Holly. I smiled and stepped into the room. If I'd known you were working late, I would have brought you a mocha. I could use one. He chuckled and leaned back in his sleek office chair. As he arched back, he brought his arms up over his head and stretched. I glanced away, focusing on the pictures and notes spread out across his desk. I recognized the photos as the ones that Paisley had handed him at the shop earlier that morning. How's it going? Any leads? I asked, settling into one of the visitor chairs on the opposite side of his desk. I perched on the edge and leaned over the desk to get a closer look. It was the same girl. There was no question that the ghost at the manor was Katerina. Nick shook his head and then scrubbed a hand down his face. He was exhausted. When he had a case, he poured his heart into it. I had a feeling this case was going to be particularly rough on him, and there was nothing I could do to insulate him from the inevitable outcome of his investigation. Nothing just yet. I tried calling the boyfriend, Bobby, to see what he could tell me, but I didn't get an answer. He lives just outside of town. Looks like he rents a house on the back acreage of a ranch. I'll try going by tomorrow and see what he has to say. If they live together, like Pearl says, then he's probably the best person to start with. I concealed a cringe. He was talking about her as though she was still alive. Patwings, this was going to be tricky. I forced a smile. Sounds like a solid plan. If I hear anything, I'll let you know. You angling for a job? Junior partner or something? I laughed. Not at all. I'm perfectly happy making coffee. And potions. Mostly the potions. You sure? You were incredible with the last investigation you stumbled into. You might just have a knack for this kind of work. It was eerily similar to something Adam had said. How did I always get myself into these messes? It didn't matter. I'd learned my lesson. Thanks, but no, I'm good. I pushed up from the chair and went back to the door. See you at Siren Song tomorrow? You know it. He flashed a broad smile that set off the sparkle in his cobalt eyes. I returned his smile and set out. Night, Nick. Night, Holly. Back at the manor, Adam was still upstairs working on his computer, so after popping my head in to say hello, I went back downstairs to the kitchen, looking for Boots. He normally bull-rushed me at the front door, so his absence was strange. It didn't take me long to find the oversized puffball. Gwen, Posey, Katerina, and Lacey were all gathered in the kitchen, and Boots was sitting near his food cupboard, looking around to see if anyone would notice him. I smiled at his pitiful little face, surprised he wasn't yowling his kitty lungs out.
"Your cat is half a minute away from becoming my after-dinner snack,"
Lacey growled, flashing Boots an icy stare.
"He's been begging for over an hour."
Boots blinked at her, clearly not threatened. Ever since his part in taking down Gary the gargoyle, he'd been infused with a new sense of bravery. "Back off, Lacey. He just wants dinner. All you had to do was pop the top on a can and he would have left you alone." I didn't bother to point out that they also could have gone to a different room in the house if they didn't want to listen to him fussing. I sighed and stooped down to pull out a can of tuna. Boots circled me, ramming his head into my sides and arms as I worked to get his dinner. "Any luck on the memory retrieval?" I asked, craning around to glance at the ghostly trio. Posy shook her head.
"Not yet."
Gwen shrugged.
"It just takes time."
"Yeah, you mentioned that part already," I muttered. When Boots had his food, I pushed up from the floor, closed the cabinet, and crossed to the sink to rinse out the can. When both the can and my hands were clean, I joined the ghosts, turning my back on Lacey, who was standing near the fridge swirling her fake blood cocktail like it was a fine wine. "Well, I spoke with Nick. He's been trying to track down your boyfriend, Bobby." "Does that name ring any bells?" I asked, bracing my hands on the counter behind me. I hoped to get in a few questions before Posy and Gwen shooed me off again.
"Bobby?"
Katerina wrinkled her pert, ski-slope nose. After a few moments, she shook her head.
"No, I'm sorry. It doesn't click."
She gave a frustrated sigh, and Gwen patted her on the shoulder. Gwen shot me an uncharacteristically dark look.
"Holly, what did we tell you? You have to let it come out naturally."
I pushed off the counter, ready to leave. "All I'm trying to do is get some answers, to help give her family and friends some closure." Gwen's face softened.
"I know your heart is in the right place, Holly, but I assure you, this can't be rushed."
Posy nodded her agreement.
"Gwen's right, dear. If you try to force it, Katerina could lose those memories for good."
"Really?" Katerina and I asked at the same time. Katerina's face fell into an even deeper look of despair. Gwen tried to pat her shoulder again.
"Don't worry, doll. We won't let that happen. I met a ghost once who didn't know anything about his past life," Posy said. "He'd been a ghost for 20-something years and had no idea. He said that when he first woke up as a ghost, he found a pair of wizards who tried to help him using magic. Eventually, after their experiments to retrieve his memories concluded, he lost any hope of getting it back."
"That's so sad." A pang of guilt swept through my stomach. "I'm sorry, Katerina. I'll try to be more patient. In the meantime, Nick is going to keep looking for answers on this side of the other world." The three women nodded.
"Thank you, Holly. And thank you to your friend, too," Katerina replied. "I just wish I could—"
Her words cut off as her eyes flew open wide. She jerked like she was trying to grip the tabletop, and her eyes rolled back. "Can ghosts have seizures?" I cried out, wildly glancing between Posy and Gwen. They both shook their heads as Posy answered.
"Not that I know of. We don't have physical brains or muscles."
Katerina shook. And then suddenly, like the blink of an eye, she was normal again.
"I remember a cliff."
"A cliff?"
"Yes, a cliff. Over the ocean. There were a lot of green trees. They were so tall, I remember wondering how old they were, how many rings were on their trunks. Then he said—"
"He?" I repeated, almost shouting. "He who?" Katerina shook her head.
"I can't see him. I hear his voice. It's deep and stern. He told me it was a stupid thing to wonder about."
We all hung onto the silence after her last statement, desperately waiting for more. But Katerina shook her head. That's it. That's all I remember. She buried her face in her hands. That's not good enough, is it? No, Katerina, it's good. You did really good. I reached out as though to pat her hand, before realizing that would be in vain. She sighed. But there are lots of cliffs around here. I saw them when I was on my way to the beach.
Wait. You didn't wake up on the beach?
Posey said, her eyebrows raised. Katerina shook her head again. No. I remember seeing the ocean from up high, and then I walked and walked, trying to call for help, but there was no one around. When I saw the beach with all the people, I hurried down to get someone to help me. I didn't know that they couldn't see me. Posey, didn't you tell me that the reason you're bound to the manor is because you died nearby? Posey nodded.
That, and the fact that this was the home I shared with my husband. I don't think I know your death story, Gwen said, leaning back in her chair. This was quite the revelation, as Gwen knew everything about everyone. She spent most days floating around town, capturing gossip like butterflies in a net and storing it away in her mind. 40+ years of gossip in a small town is a lot of information to retain. Posey looked uncomfortable, glancing around at each of us in turn. This is such a morbid conversation. Why would you all want to sit around talking about death all night?
Lacey stalked from the kitchen, taking her crystal goblet with her. Isn't she a vampire? Katerina asked once the door flapped shut. Doesn't that make her dead too, technically? I nodded. Ironic, isn't it? A small smile flickered over Katerina's lips. Posey, can you share? It might help me remember. It seems like talking about something other than my memories helps to clear my mind. Posey considered us again, but then finally agreed with a slight nod.
All right. After my husband passed away, I sunk into a deep depression, and I couldn't move on. Everyone told me to live life, go out and have an adventure. They told me to leave the manor and all the memories behind. But I couldn't go anywhere. It would have felt like leaving him, my Earl. Eventually it got to be too much, and I decided to join him.
The room fell silent as Posey's meaning sunk in. The most tragic part of the story was that Posey hadn't found her beloved Earl. If he was a ghost too, he was off somewhere else. I'd never asked, but I had a feeling she waited around, haunting the manor because she hoped someday he would make his way back too. After a long moment, Gwen spoke.
I'm so sorry, Posey.
Katerina and I echoed her sentiments. I just have one more question, Katerina said, looking nervously at Gwen and Posey, as though she already knew the answer and didn't like it. What happens next? I mean, is this all there is? I'm stuck as a ghost forever? Posey smiled.
No, of course not, dear.
Gwen shook her head.
I've had a lot of friends that passed on to the other world. It's a personal choice.
This new tidbit of information shocked me. I'd never really known how ghosting worked. Gwen was perfectly content being a ghost. She loved being able to fly from house to house and glean gossip and stories every day. I understood that she wasn't in a hurry to move on from this world. But Posey? I would have expected that if Posey had the choice to move on, she would have done it already. Unless, as I thought, she was waiting to see if Earl was still on this side of the other world. So, why do you stay? Katerina asked, voicing my own silent question.
I like being a ghost,
Gwen said, her chest puffed out with pride.
This is the most fun I've ever had. Maybe someday I'll get bored and move on, but for now I'm perfectly happy staying here in Beechwood Harbor. What about you, Posey?
Posy's lip quivered, and I gripped the edge of the table. When Posy got off balance, things went haywire around the house. Her last meltdown had made the entire house rebel, and I'd been blasted right off the front porch steps. I glanced up at the ceiling, halfway expecting water to start seeping through it, or a crack to appear.
I don't know how to move on,
Posy confessed, her voice small and quiet. Gwen's eyebrows hiked up her permanently wrinkle-free forehead.
What do you mean? I've tried. I want to see my husband again, but I can't figure it out. A long time ago, I even traveled to the Seattle Haven to see a ghost doctor. He couldn't help me either.
A ghost doctor? I used to live in the Seattle Haven and had never heard of such a thing. Posy nodded.
He said it might be because of the manner of my death.
Katerina looked between Posy and Gwen. What do you mean, the manner? Is there a wrong way to die?
Because it was my choice. I didn't wait for death to find me. I jumped off the cliff right out the front door, down into the harbor. Sometimes I wonder if Earl was a ghost, too. If he was there that night. If he watched me.
Posy's voice evaporated into thin air, and the house started to shake, as though sobbing on her behalf. Bat wings, I gasped, clinging to the table. From out in the hall, Lacey screamed and then ran back into the kitchen. Posy, it's okay. Take a deep... I cringed, and Gwen shot me a dirty look. I wanted to disappear under the table. Lacey snapped her fingers in front of Posy.
Posy, snap out of it!
I groaned. Helpful, Lacey. Lacey's icy stare landed on me.
Says the one who just told a ghost to take a deep breath.
Posy wiped at her invisible tears, and then started to float up through the table and toward the ceiling. We watched as she disappeared through the solid surface. I knew exactly where she was going. The attic. Gwen glared at me and Lacey before beckoning for Katerina.
Come on, doll. We'll go comfort her.
Before I could sputter an apology, they were floating up just as Posy had and disappeared through the ceiling. Great, I muttered, staring at the ceiling as the walls trembled again. Now Beechwood Manor was on the verge of falling down, and I still had no idea where to find Katerina's body. Chapter 9. On my way out of the kitchen, I pushed the door open just as another shudder went through the house. The tremor sent me lurching forward, and I nearly crashed into Adam on the other side. He grabbed my shoulders to steady me.
Whoa! Are you okay?
I was on the phone with a client when all of a sudden the house went crazy. I'm fine, I said, stepping into his arms. He wrapped them around me and I melted against his solid chest. It's Posy that's upset.
You don't say,
Adam snorted.
What happened this time?
She was talking about her death story and her late husband.
Normal Friday night around here,
he said, groaning. It's just so sad. Adam nodded, his chin brushing the top of my head. He waited out another tremor before asking,
should we go talk to her before the pipes break?
I smiled softly and looked up at him. Gwen and Katerina are on it. He ran a finger down the side of my face as we broke apart.
Good. Where did you disappear to tonight?
I stayed to help at work and then stopped at Nick's.
Uh-huh.
He nodded, but there was a curtness to it that rattled me.
Well, you're here now. So what do you say? You ready to go take that walk in the woods? Get out of here for a little while?
I nibbled my lower lip. Actually, I wanted to look something up.
What?
Before Posy's ghost breakdown, Katerina remembered that she woke up on a cliff and walked to the beach when she spotted people. At that time, she didn't know she was a ghost and thought she could get their help. But according to Posy and Gwen, you wake up close to where you die. So to me, that means Katerina's body is on a hiking trail or at the bottom of one. So I thought I would print off a map of the nearby hiking trails and see which ones overlook the beach I found her on. Adam's eyebrows creased together.
Why do you need to worry about it? Isn't finding her kind of Nick's job?
Well, considering that right now Nick thinks she's just off on a vacation or a bender or something, I'd say he needs a little help.
And that has to come from you.
I sighed and pinched my eyes closed. Adam, why does it always have to be a battle? Nick is my friend.
And Evangeline is mine.
Ugh! I tossed my hands up in the air. That's completely different.
How so?
He retorted, crossing his arms. For starters, Evangeline looks at you the same way that Boots looks at a fresh bowl of tuna. Adam wrinkled his nose.
Bad analogy.
Well, it's the truth. She doesn't want to just be your friend, and you know it.
And what if I told you that Nick looks at you the exact same way?
My heart flew up into my throat like a puck hitting the bell in one of those strongman carnival games. What are you talking about? That's insane. Adam hitched his broad shoulders, his expression unchanged.
You might not see it, but I do.
I shook my head. No, he likes Cassie and she likes him. Adam unfolded his arms.
Holly, please, let's just go outside, walk around, and forget all this.
I don't feel like it right now. You can go by yourself. He set his jaw, and I could see the muscles tensing.
Fine.
The front door opened, and we both whirled around to see Evangeline striding inside. Even when dressed for sub-freezing temperatures, she managed to look fashionable. The only thing not runway ready was the pair of thick leather gloves she wore up to her elbows. She smiled at us. Hi, guys. I was just out playing with Flurry. Flurry was her familiar, a large golden hawk. How she played with the massive hawk was beyond my imagination.
Nice night for it,
Adam replied, slapping that stupid smile back on his face, as though Evangeline were a welcome presence in the middle of our argument. At least the house had stopped shaking. That would be hard to explain to Evangeline. Yeah, your landlord occasionally goes berserk and causes location-specific natural disasters, among other tricks.
In fact, I was just going out for a run myself,
he said, giving me a pointed stare.
Holly?
I glanced between him and Evangeline, before locking on to his dark eyes. I'm fine here, Adam. Thanks anyway. His nostrils flared, but he said out of the manner without another word. Evangeline watched him go, and then looked back at me. Is he all right? I nodded. Yeah, he's fine. What are you up to tonight? She asked, closing the door behind Adam's haughty exit. Potions? I smiled at the hopeful tone to her question, but shook my head. No, I'm working on something else. She nodded and started to peel off her gloves. As I watched her unbuckle the straps that wound around her forearms to keep the thick gloves in place, an idea hit me. Evangeline? She looked up, her fingers frozen on a buckle. With Flurry. Do you communicate with him? Sometimes. She tugged off the glove and went to work on the second one. It's more of a sensory thing. I can feel his emotions. What about you and Boots? I nodded. Same. There's a connection, but it's not like I can read his mind. I'm not sure I'd want to anyway. He'd probably ramble on endlessly about tuna. Evangeline laughed, and a tightness inside of me relaxed. I hadn't even realized I'd been holding in a tense breath before I let it go. I hear ya. Flurry's would probably be even worse. I don't even want to know the kind of stuff he eats. I happen to like cute little bunny rabbits and chipmunks. I don't like to think of my familiar turning them into a lunch buffet. I smiled to myself. He probably loves it out here, away from the city. Boots is too lazy, but I'm sure there are plenty of mice and rodents out in the woods. She took off the second glove and clasped them together in one hand. He's definitely happier here. I pocketed my hands and shifted back and forth. So, this is kind of off the wall, But if you were looking for something and Fleury found it, would he be able to tell you? Evangeline considered the question for a long moment, before nodding.
I think so. Why?
A smile spread across my face. Do you think I could borrow Fleury? Early the next morning, before the sun was fully in the sky, Fleury soared down the coastline, his wings wide open to cruise on the gentle breeze.
This is so exciting,
Evangeline exclaimed, as we climbed the hiking trail, watching Fleury ahead of us. I caught a sidelong glance at her. Looking for a dead body? She winced.
Okay, not that part, but just being out on a mission. It just feels good.
Well, I definitely appreciate it, and I know Katerina will too if this ends up working. Evangeline and I had set off while it was still dark outside. Luckily, she had a car, so we were able to drive to the trailhead while Fleury followed us from the air. We'd only been walking for a little while, but Fleury was keeping us moving at a fast clip, so we'd made good progress. Prior to setting out, Evangeline had told him who we were looking for before setting him loose. The trail was steep at the beginning, and we'd both been breathing too hard to keep a conversation going. But once we got to a place where it leveled out, Evangeline had started chattering away.
My life back in LA was so boring compared to living here, she said.
I snorted. There's no way that can be possible. LA is one of the largest havens. There must be an endless amount of interesting things going on. Evangeline shrugged.
I guess, but I was always too busy working on the show to really go out and enjoy any of it. I like the pace a lot better here. There's a lot to do, but time moves slower, it seems.
I still find that hard to believe. I mean, in the month that you've been here, what's really happened? You're at Siren Song most of the time. How can sitting in a coffee shop be better than being a celebrity?
Well, for one, the people here are a lot nicer. I don't have people chasing me down trying to get my agent's phone number or an audition with the studio next door. Here, hardly anyone even knows that I'm an actress. I mean, some of them have heard other supers talking about me, but they probably figure I'm some Z-list girl from a cult classic 20 years ago. I laughed. That's true, I guess. What exactly are you studying, anyway? You asked me about starfire spells the other day. That's pretty advanced stuff. Evangeline didn't answer the question. Instead, she looked away, staring out at the ocean below the trail for a long moment. Did Fleury find something? I asked, frantically scanning the sky above. She turned back to look at me and shook her head. No, I was just admiring the view.
Oh. Okay. I glanced at her out of the corner of my eye. Something seemed off. So, starfire spells? Evangeline sighed and pushed her long ponytail over her shoulder. Even with a sheen of sweat, she looked like she'd just walked out of a magazine photo shoot.
It was just part of my curriculum.
I nodded. And what school are you going to? I don't think you've mentioned the name. I didn't want to sound like some kind of interrogation officer, but there was a certain shroud of mystery to Evangeline that I was desperate to remove. The longer she was in town, the more her story fell apart. I was starting to suspect that she wasn't here learning magic for her job as a paranormal soap opera star.
It's kind of a, study at your own pace program.
Okay. I cocked an eyebrow at her, but she ignored it, looking out over the ocean again. Sorry, I shouldn't have pried. Evangeline turned on her best TV star smile and brushed it off with an elegant wave of her hand.
Don't mention it.
Okay, I won't. But I couldn't drop it entirely. The last time I'd been around a shifty, secretive wizard, he'd turned out to be a dark wizard, partnered with an extremist group set on overthrowing the SPA. Who could blame me for having trust issues? We walked a little farther in silence, until Evangeline turned to me.
I did want to ask you about that last potion you brewed the other day. The fated flirt.
Was that a love potion? I nodded, confirming what could easily be found in any potion's handbook.
Does it really work?
Love potions have varying degrees. Fated flirt is true to its name. It's more of a spark. It's essentially like bottling up that initial flurry of butterflies and excitement when two people meet. Evangeline's eyes went wide.
What are the other kinds?
Well, there's Heart's Fire, and that one is like a megadose of Fated Flirt, where the effect lasts for a week as opposed to a day or two. Then there's Cupid's Arrow. That one's banned by the SBA because people were using it for, well, let's just say, less than honorable reasons. Evangeline wrinkled her nose as she caught my meaning.
That's deplorable.
There's always someone who has to ruin a good thing. I glanced over at her. It's not as if someone like you needs to worry about love potions. You could have your pick of the guys at Siren Song. I'm sure it's the same way back in the LA Haven. Right?
AKA, you don't need my boyfriend. Let's put it this way. I'd need to drink a gallon of Cupid's Arrow in order for any of those guys to have a chance.
I blinked, surprised by her answer. Wow. She laughed softly.
I'm picky.
Nothing wrong with that. Flurry let out an ear-piercing shriek that cut through the sky like a crack of lightning. Beside me, Evangeline cringed, her happy-go-lucky smile gone. A sick feeling curled around my stomach. He found her? Evangeline nodded. It was odd, being so overwhelmed with grief for a woman we already knew to be dead. But it was like my mind hadn't fully made the connection between Katerina, the ghost, and the limp body Flurry found, sprawled across the boulders at the bottom of the drop-off, her limbs all at odd angles. Flurry circled the spot once more before coming to rest on Evangeline's outstretched arm, sinking his long talons into the thick glove.
Thank you, Flurry.
I gave a respectful nod to the majestic bird, and could have sworn he nodded back. I guess it's time to get Nick and Chief Lincoln up here, I whispered. Evangeline nodded, as we stared down at Katerina's broken body for another long moment. Neither of us spoke another word. We silently turned away and headed back down the hillside. Chapter 10. Within 20 minutes, a full rescue team had arrived and hoofed it up the steep hillside to retrieve Katerina's body. Several police officers accompanied them, led by Jeffrey Lincoln, Beechwood Harbor's chief of police. Evangeline and I led the way, and when we reached the site, they all jumped in to work out a system of ropes to lower 2 paramedics and a stretcher down to the girl below. As they worked, they all spoke in terms of finding her alive, and it made my heart ache to know that she was already gone. As we waited for them to recover Katerina's broken body, Chief Lincoln sidled up to us. I gestured over at Evangeline. Chief Lincoln, this is Evangeline. I don't believe you've met her. She's staying at the manor for the summer. Chief Lincoln ducked his head respectfully. It's nice to meet you. Granted, the circumstances could be better. He cast a grim look past us to where the rescue team was preparing to rappel down the cliff to retrieve the body. We haven't had an accident on this trail before. At least not that I know of. I glanced over my shoulder, watching a harnessed man step off the cliff with his back to the ocean. He worked his way down the side slowly but efficiently, and within a few moments his head disappeared from sight. It's such a tragedy. It felt like a glib thing to say, but neither Evangeline nor Chief Lincoln noticed. They nodded in agreement, muttering their own sentiments. A screech pierced the air, and Evangeline's eyes snapped up to the sky. Whoa! What on earth is that? Chief Lincoln declared, holding his hands over his eyes like a sun visor. Eagle? Evangeline shook her head. That's Flurry. He's my pet, I burst out, cutting her off before she could say familiar. Evangeline glanced at me, a look of confusion quickly shifting to realization at her near mistake. Chief Lincoln dropped his hand and stared at Evangeline.
You have a pet eagle?
No, Flurry is a hawk.
I gave a nervous laugh.
He's quite the specimen, huh? Lincoln was still gawking at Evangeline, like she might sprout horns or wings of her own at any given moment. It was understandable, I supposed. A large bird of prey wasn't the type of pet one would expect a petite movie star pretty woman to have by her side. Evangeline was smiling up at her familiar as he circled overhead. I've had him since he was a baby, hand-trained him myself, and now he follows me pretty much anywhere I go.
Interesting,
Chief Lincoln said, tamping down the surprised look on his face.
All right, I won't take up too much time, but I do need an official statement from each of you.
Of course, I replied. Anything we can do to help. Chief Lincoln took out his small notebook and flipped to a fresh page.
Holly, how about you start? Just tell me everything that happened, if you saw or heard anything.
Without the body, Chief Lincoln had no way of knowing that the girl at the bottom of the cliff had been dead for close to 2 days, and I had to be careful not to say something that would reveal how much information I actually knew about the poor girl. Evangeline and I decided to go out for an early hike. We stopped here to get a drink of water. I held up my iridescent purple water bottle for emphasis. I walked to the edge, just taking in the view, and when I looked down, I saw the body. Girl. Evangeline nodded and quickly added, That's when I ran down the hill to a spot with cell phone service and placed the 911 call. I suppressed a small smile, remembering the utter confusion written on her face when I told her to dial 911 on her phone. The Haven system had a different way of contacting the authorities, and Evangeline was still learning the ways of the human world.
Okay. During the hike, before that point, did you hear or see anything or anyone?
We shook our heads. Chief Lincoln finished his last note before snapping the small book shut. He looked at each of us.
Thank you both.
Without another word, he strode to the cliff's edge to check in with the rescue workers. And from their hushed tones, I assumed they realized that Katerina was no longer alive. Evangeline and I stood off to the side, waiting, as they brought her up the cliff on a stretcher attached to a series of ropes that the workers used as a pulley system. The looks on their faces confirmed what Evangeline and I already knew. Flurry continued to circle the scene until Evangeline caught his attention and waved him off. He screeched his understanding and took off down the coastline, probably in search of his breakfast. Flurry spent most of his time outside and only returned to the manor at dusk to take his place on the large perch in Evangeline's room. "Should we stay?" she asked me once Flurry was out of sight. The rescue crew had Katerina on solid ground and was preparing to take her remains back down the hill. I didn't want to see her in such a state, so I nodded, and we hurried down the hill ahead of the team. When we were a few feet away from the bustle, Evangeline looked over at me. "What do you think she was doing up here all alone?" I shrugged. "Just hiking, I guess." "Maybe I'm being overly cautious, but I don't think I would go hiking in the woods, out of cell phone range, all by myself. And I'm a witch. I can't imagine a human wanting to go alone. What if an animal came, or she fell and twisted her ankle? Who would be there to help?" I shook my head. "I don't know. I mean, if anyone was with her, they didn't come forward and report the accident." A chill crept up my spine. What if it wasn't an accident? One look at Evangeline told me she had the same thought. If Katerina had been hiking with someone else, maybe she hadn't fallen after all. Maybe she'd been pushed. I shook my shoulders, willing the dark thought away, and Evangeline appeared to do the same thing. At the bottom of the trail, Nick was reaching into the trunk of his car to retrieve a large silver case. I wasn't surprised to see him. He'd already confessed to keeping a police scanner in his car and one at home, too. After years of working as a reporter for a newspaper in Los Angeles, it was an old habit that served him well in his new line of work as a private eye. He'd no doubt heard the emergency call go out between the police on their way to the scene.
"Hello, Nick,"
Evangeline called, as we took the final steps down the trail, trotting into the small parking lot. Most of the spaces were taken up by the rescue vehicles, a fire truck, 2 squad cars, and an ambulance. They'd come prepared to find a victim that might still be alive. Unfortunately, it was too late. Her ghost was probably sitting at my kitchen table, chatting with Adam, Posey, and Gwen. Nick glanced up as he shut the trunk. "Morning, ladies." He looked like he'd just rolled out of bed. His dark hair was sticking out in all different directions, and his t-shirt was on inside out, evidenced by the small white tag at the base of his neck flapping in the wind. I smiled, knowing that he hadn't been able to get one of his beloved mochas. "What's with the luggage, Rivers?" He glanced down at the case. "This is my investigator's kit. It's got my camera with all my different lenses, a flashlight with a blacklight attachment, fingerprint collection tools, a measuring tape, disposable gloves, and a bunch of plastic bags and containers for collecting evidence. I thought I would see if Chief Lincoln needed an extra pair of boots on the ground." I didn't point out that he was wearing sneakers. I frowned at him. "And you need this for a fallen hiker?" Nick's face twisted into a grimace. "Ollie, this is a murder investigation." "What?" Evangeline and I both gasped. "How do they know?" I asked. "I don't know the specifics yet, but they just called for a medical examiner and a forensic team. This is now officially a crime scene." I whipped around, looking up the steep hill. I hadn't been close enough to see her body. Was there an obvious sign of death? How could they have determined it wasn't a hiking accident? Katerina had remembered a man's voice. Someone had been with her on the hike. But who? Was he the killer? And why would someone want to kill the young woman? The questions jumbled together in my mind, but I didn't vocalize any of them. "How awful!" Nick nodded and glanced down at his sneakers. Another wave of nausea rolled through my stomach when I realized Nick was not only going to have to tell his client that her daughter was dead, but also that she'd been murdered. I took a deep breath of the crisp morning air and forced back the tears that pooled in the corners of my eyes. "I should get going. I have to go and open the shop with Cassie." Nick glanced up and gave a slight nod. "All right." I started past him, brushing a hand along his arm as I went. "Stop in this afternoon and give me an update, will you? I had an antsy ghost at home that would want the answers." Chapter 11. The only good thing about Siren's song being stuffed to the rafters every day was that it left little opportunity to think or dwell on things. While Cassie and I prepared the shop for opening, I gave her the basic rundown on what was happening just a few miles away, but then pushed it aside to focus on the hustle of the morning rush. It was nearly 3 o'clock before Nick walked through the doors, and it all flooded back to the surface. He came to the counter. His shoulders drooped. "Nick?" Cassie said, her tone heavy with concern. "Are you all right?" Nick glanced up and sagged against the counter. "Not really." Cassie looked ready to cry, and she didn't even know the worst part, who the girl was. I braced myself, knowing what was coming next. Cassie blinked. "What happened? Holly told me about the girl they found up in the hills." Nick nodded slowly before meeting her gaze. "The police found an ID card and a small card holder in her back pocket. It's not public yet. But the girl they found was Katerina, Paisley's cousin." Cassie pressed both hands against her mouth to muffle a gasp. A low moaning sound followed, and tears slipped past her dark lashes. "Oh my gosh! That's awful!" I wrapped an arm around her, and she leaned into me, still crying for her friend's loss. "Does the family know? Does Paisley?" Nick swallowed hard. "Yes. I accompanied Chief Lincoln to Paisley's aunt's house, and we told her in person. Paisley was there visiting, so she knows too." Nick shifted his weight from one foot to the other.
She's still there, as far as I know.
Cassie straightened with a sniffle. Holly, can you watch the front? I'm going to go call her.
Of course.
Cassie thanked Nick for stopping by, and then scurried off to the back room to make the phone call. Bat wings, I sighed. Do they know how it happened?
They still need to do an autopsy, but...
Nick stopped and glanced around, making sure no one could overhear us, and then leaned in closer.
But it looks like she was pushed off the cliff. There were broken branches just off the trail. The footprints need to be processed to rule out those from the rescue crew, but there are a few fresh ones past the spot where she fell. They might indicate that Katerina was there with someone else. It also looked like she had defensive wounds on her hands and scratches on her arms that looked like they were made from fingernails, not tree branches or rocks. Stars.
I shook my head slowly, the horror fully sinking in. Who would do such a thing?
I don't know, but I plan to find out, starting with her live-in boyfriend who hasn't even filed a missing person report.
My eyebrows shot halfway up my forehead. Oh?
Yeah, a little sketchy if you ask me. If my girlfriend didn't show up and was missing for a few days, I'd be frantic, running all over town, calling the police, the whole 9 yards.
I bet you're a great boyfriend, I said, the thought passing from my mind to my lips before I could rein it back in. Nick quirked a brow at me.
Well, I suppose so. I mean, that's just what you do.
I pushed away from the counter, suddenly needing to be away from him and the smell of his cologne and the way it mixed with the scent of pine tree and earth that he'd picked up from working the crime scene along the hiking trail all day. Mocha? Nick gave me a strange look, but blinked it away and nodded.
Yeah, and something to snack on, too. I haven't eaten all day.
I glanced over at him as he zeroed in on a veggie wrap.
Let me get one of those, too. I don't have any cash on me, though. Can you add it to my tab?
I smiled and passed the hot drink across the counter, sure to whip my fingers back before he reached for it. I grabbed the wrap and placed it into a takeout box. I'll add it. Not a problem.
Thanks, Ollie.
Sure. I wiped my hands off on my apron. So what's the plan? You going to go talk to the boyfriend?
Yeah. I need to go home and shower first. I figured I'd drive out to his place after that. He's a little ways outside town.
I nodded. Do you want someone to go with you? Nick laughed.
You are angling for a job. I knew it.
I rolled my eyes. Actually, I was thinking that it might not be smart to go accuse a guy of murder without backup.
So, you'd be the muscle in this scenario?
Nick sputtered, still laughing. Hey, I'll have you know that I recently joined a gym and have very good intentions of going sometime. Soon. He only laughed harder, while I scowled. Eventually, it melted away, and I laughed with him. He had one of those contagious laughs, and I couldn't help myself from joining in. Fine. You don't want backup? That's on you, Rivers. Nick collected himself.
All right, you've got a point. I can wait for you to get done here before going. What time are you done?
We close at 7 instead of 6 because of all the late business, but I could probably leave right at closing if I get the cleaning done ahead of time. Nick nodded.
Tell you what, I'll swing back by at 6:30 and help you guys clean up, and we can leave as soon as everything is done.
You're a saint.
Saint Nick? I think that one's already taken, he teased,
his blue eyes twinkling. I laughed. You're right. You don't really have the beard for that one.
Or the belly, I might add,
he said, running a palm over his flat stomach. Keep it up with the daily mocha, and you'll be on your way. He chuckled and sipped at his drink anyway.
Don't let your boss hear you saying that. Bad for business.
I waved a hand. Nah, I'm not worried. She needs me. Nick smiled.
See you in a few hours, he said,
making his way out the door. I watched him go, catching myself when my staring had gone on for a beat too long. What is wrong with me? I whispered, pushing away from the counter. I had to clean something. I grabbed the broom and started sweeping the front, mumbling to myself with each swing. "You have a boyfriend, Halls. Remember him? Tall, dark, ridiculously handsome? Yeah, that one." "Holly?" I whipped around so fast I lost control of the broom, and it smacked me in the shin. "Bat wings!" Cassie was staring at me wide-eyed. "You okay?" Yeah, fine. I just wasn't..." Cassie smiled sadly, and I stopped. "How's Paisley?" Cassie's smile fell away. "She's devastated. I told her not to worry about coming in until she's ready. But you know how she is, stubborn to a fault. She said she'll be in tomorrow for her normal shift." I'm always terrible in these situations. I never know what to say. Me either. I nibbled on my lower lip for a moment. "We could get her a card, at least." Cassie brightened. "That's a good idea. I'll run out and grab one when Nick comes back." "Back? He's gonna come by and help us close up." Cassie blinked twice. Her brows knit together. "Why?" "So that I can go with him when he questions Katerina's boyfriend. I'm the muscle." Cassie's lips twitched into a smile, but the puzzlement remained. After a moment, she waved her hand. "All right." She dropped the issue and started rattling off a list of ideas for the big summer bash we were planning to hold at the shop. I listened, mostly, as I continued to sweep. Somewhere in the middle of Cassie's list, an idea had popped into my head, and I knew exactly what to do to get Nick out of my head. Tonight, when he came back, I could dose him and Cassie with the fated flirt and then leave them alone while I went to get the card for Paisley. By the time I got back to the shop, they'd be consumed with each other. Then Adam couldn't complain about the way Nick looked at me, and I could stop worrying that it was true. During my afternoon break, I went to the employee cupboard and retrieved my purse. I wanted to have the vial of fated flirt in my pocket. The potion only worked once each party had taken a sip. I didn't want to be fumbling around in my purse when the right moment presented itself. I would distract them, put a drop in each cup, and then watch the sparks fly. Metaphorically, of course. In reality, the potion was less of a love potion and more of an obsession potion. Once dosed, Nick and Cassie would be unable to think of anything but each other for an extended period of time. Hopefully, just long enough for one of them, pay attention, Mr. Smooth, to make a move. Expectation rushed through me, my smile growing wider, until it stopped, frozen in place. I scratched around in the bottom of my purse like a deep-sea trawler, fishing back and forth, trying to locate the smooth glass vial. When I came up empty for the third time, I resorted to going into Cassie's office and dumping the contents out onto her desk. Everything else was there. Wallet, house key, lip gloss, 1,000 hair elastics, and a pair of socks. Don't ask me why. But that was it. The vial of fated flirt was gone. At 6:30 on the dot, Nick strolled back into the coffee shop. After asking Cassie how Paisley was holding up, he dove right into work. He helped take out garbage bags, stock sugar packets, and fill napkin containers. He even cleaned the small bathroom. Cassie finished with the last customer, and her attention drifted to Nick as he started mopping in the far corner of the shop after checking with the tables of lingering patrons to make sure that they didn't need anything else. I shot her a sideways smile. "You over there mentally planning your guy's wedding?" Cassie giggled and smacked my arm. "I don't know about marrying him, but I'm thinking we should at least get him on the payroll. Except that if he was here all day, you'd probably never get anything done." She smacked me again, harder, and stalked off to collect the 2 pitchers of ice water from the front table. "What's he doing here again?" "I'm going with him to talk to Katerina's boyfriend." "Why?" Cassie wrinkled her nose. "Apparently they lived together, but he hasn't filed a missing person report or even called the police to see if they could track his girlfriend down. It just seems off, so Nick wants to start there." She dumped the leftover water down the sink beside the espresso machine. That does seem odd. But I don't understand why you two have to go talk to him. Isn't that kind of the police's job? I'm sure he would be more willing to talk to one of us instead of the police. We're less threatening. Besides, Nick is still technically working for Katerina's mother. He wants to see the investigation through. What does Jeffrey think of that? She was on a first-name basis with the police chief, as they'd known each other since elementary school. Nick and Chief Lincoln get along these days. You heard him say that they went together to inform Pearl and Paisley about Katerina's death. That's true. Still, I'm not sure he would be happy if he found Nick investigating leads. You remember how he got when you two were poking around in Peg's murder? I shrugged. He wasn't so bad. Cassie shot me a look, and I laughed, holding up my hands. Okay, so he was about as friendly as an angry porcupine. But it all worked out in the end, didn't it? She sighed. For everyone except Peg. Okay, morbid. Sorry. She sighed. I still can't believe Paisley lost her cousin. I mean, I'd never met Katerina, but she was just a few years younger than us. It's just hitting me a little hard, that's all. I hear you, Cass. I gave her a solemn nod. That's why Nick and I want to find out what happened, so that Paisley and her whole family can have some closure and move on as best as they can. Cassie gave me a small smile. You're not going to leave me here alone and go work for Nick, are you? I laughed and shook my head. Not a chance. I like coffee. Coffee is simple. Cheers to that, she said, holding up her own cup that she'd had stashed behind the counter most of the night. I didn't want to think about the reason why she was dosing herself with caffeine. According to Kara, she needed sleep. But I wasn't going to nag her about it. At least not tonight. As Nick finished mopping, the last group of customers left, waving their thanks as they went. Nick returned the mop to the back room and came out to the dining room, spinning around to consider all his work. Looking good, ladies. You're a lifesaver, Nick. I needed to get out of here on time tonight. I shot her a look. Please tell me it's because you have something better to do than a mountain of laundry. She laughed, and a tinge of pink flooded her cheeks. I have a date. Cassie? My heart jumped, and I lunged for her arm. What? Who with? Jeffrey. Oh, my stars, Cassie! I shot her a dirty look. How long has this been in the works? Why am I just hearing about this? She laughed as I shook her arm. It just happened today. He stopped in while you were on your way out for your break and asked what I was doing for dinner. It's so not a big deal, so please, contain yourself. She pawed my hands off of her and started counting the till, the final task on the list. We will talk about this tomorrow. In detail, woman. Cassie laughed and waved us off. Go! Have fun playing detective. Don't get into trouble. Nick went to the door and held it open for me. Have a good night, Cassie. Chief Lincoln's a lucky guy. I caught a look back at Cassie and noticed her smile falter a fraction of an inch. She put it back in place and waved goodbye. Thanks, Nick. As Nick and I set out into the parking lot, I breathed a sigh of relief that I hadn't actually been able to dose Cassie and Nick with the fated flirt. That would have been an epic disaster, sending her on a date with Chief Lincoln with Nick swimming around in her thoughts. Though it still raised the question as to who had run off with the vial of love potion. I had a pretty good idea, but proving it would be difficult without ruffling some feathers and fur around the manor. Chapter 12. I did a little more digging into Bobby, Nick announced as we got into his silver sedan. It was some foreign brand that I knew nothing about. I didn't have a car, and didn't bother to keep track of the different brands or features. All I knew was that Nick kept his shiny, and the interior smelled like citrus, courtesy of a small orange cardboard tree that hung from the rearview mirror. Anything juicy? I asked, buckling up. Nick pulled out onto the main road that would eventually lead us out of town.
His full name is Robert Price. He and Katerina were sharing a home that's situated on the back acreage of a ranch. Robert, or Bobby, works the land in exchange for the house and a small salary.
What about Katerina? Where was she working?
She worked at a bar just down the county road from the ranch, Lou's Whiskey Well. She tended bar in the evenings and on weekends.
I nodded, adding it to the pile of facts in the back of my mind. I planned to check with Gwen and Posey first, but figured that it might help jog Katerina's memory if I could start filling in some of the blanks about her life. Okay, we know that she and her mother were estranged. Did Pearl give you any insight into that relationship?
She said the two of them had an argument a while back in regards to her relationship with Bobby. Pearl wasn't a fan, although I wasn't able to get the specific reasons why. All she would tell me was that he wasn't good enough for Katerina.
I wonder why. Sounds like a hard-working guy. I mean, being a ranch hand isn't a walk in the park.
No, there has to be another reason.
Maybe he cheated on her? I suggested.
Nick shrugged. We might never know. If we can get Bobby to talk to us, my biggest question will be why he didn't report her missing.
Okay. And what if he won't talk to us?
We'll go down to Lou's and see if her coworkers can give us the scoop. You gotta figure that they know something. It's pretty hard keeping secrets working in a little place like that.
I laughed nervously. Siren Song wasn't a bar, but it was a small, tight-knit staff. My walls were starting to come down, but I had to carefully maneuver and phrase things to make sure none of my secrets leaked out. I glanced over at Nick, smiling. Is that why you work alone? Keeping those secrets to yourself? Nick laughed.
You caught me.
Seriously, don't you get lonely? I don't know if I could work all by myself. Granted, potion making was usually a solitary profession, but that wasn't the same as having 4 office walls to stare at all day.
It doesn't bother me. I'm used to working on my own. Lone wolf, I guess.
I relaxed back into the soft, upholstered seat, enjoying the cool air piping in from the vents ahead of me. Night was falling, and while the temperature was dropping, it was still fairly warm outside. I hadn't gone home to change out of the jeans and sneakers I'd worn up the hill with Evangeline that morning. Well, if you want my advice, it's nice to have friends, I said, rolling my head against the seat to look at Nick's profile. His jaw was strong, but not too angular. It was a lot like his personality. Solid. He looked freshly shaven compared to his slightly scruffy look that morning at the crime scene. Had he cleaned up on my behalf? And if so, why? And more importantly, why was I even wondering about it? I couldn't figure Nick out. When we'd first met, we couldn't have been on more opposite sides. But as we'd worked together to solve Peg's murder, things shifted, and we became friends. We never spent time alone, other than when investigating, but we saw each other most every day, at Siren Song or around town, in the grocery store or outside the bank. Lately, though, I'd been thinking about him more often, and noticing him. I wanted to chalk it up to our friendship growing, but there was a nagging thought in the back of my mind that told me it was something else, that there was more to it. Maybe it was just because things with Adam had been topsy-turvy lately. But what did it mean? Did I see myself with Nick instead of Adam? Or was I just getting cold feet and looking for an excuse to bolt?
I still talk to my friends back in California, he said, bringing me back to the conversation. And I have you and Cassie. I like to think we're all friends by now.
He glanced over at me, and our eyes met. A flurry of emotion swirled around my stomach. I nodded. Of course we are. He smiled, and my stomach flip-flopped in the other direction.
Good.
I dragged my eyes away as he turned his attention back to the road. I stared out the passenger side window, wondering what in the other world was wrong with me. After a few minutes of silence with nothing but the soft sound of a country song playing in the background, Nick asked me,
"What do you think about Cassie and Chief Lincoln?" That was kind of left field, wasn't it? A laugh slipped past my lips. Trust me, I'm just as shocked as you are, and she's my best friend. I can't believe she didn't tell me about the date as soon as he asked. Nick laughed along. Okay, glad it wasn't just me. They went to school together. Chief, or Jeffrey, as she calls him, was only a couple of years ahead of her. He asked her to prom when they were in high school and she turned him down. Ouch. Yeah, so I guess he's finally getting his chance. Nick shook his head. Crazy. What about you? You go to prom and all that back in your day? Yeah, I went with the same girl both years. Clarissa Dunham. She was my high school sweetheart. College, too. At least for part of it. Oh? What happened? Nick glanced at me and laughed. You investigating the investigator? I guess so. He chuckled and nodded. All right. Fair enough. We dated in high school, decided to go on to the same college so we could stay together. But after 2 years at school, she decided she wanted someone else. Yikes. I'm sorry, Nick. It's ancient history, really. Something about his tensed grip on the steering wheel told a different story. What about you? You and Adam together? I drew in a deep breath. Yeah, it's new. Nick smirked at me. Don't sound too excited over there. I laughed and brushed my hair away from my face, carefully tucking a strand behind either ear. I'm awkward with stuff like that. That didn't stop you from asking me, he pointed out, still grinning. Let's just say my past relationships haven't gone well. My last boyfriend got tangled up with the wrong people. Horrible people, actually. He ended up in prison, and I nearly got dragged down with him. Wow. Are you serious? Sadly, yes. I'm sorry, Holly, I had no idea. It worried me that I hadn't found a way to tell Adam about my ex-boyfriend, but with Nick it came out easily. Of course, Nick couldn't know that the bad guys Gabriel had been involved with were black magic-wielding wizards, but the bare bones of the story remained the same. Like you said, ancient history. Except it wasn't really. Gabriel and all the trouble he had caused were the reason that I was in Beechwood Harbor to begin with. The reason I was banned from going to any haven. And the reason my Aunt Bethany had all but abandoned me. She couldn't risk being associated with me after what Gabriel had done to my reputation. Not when her husband was a big SPA leader. I sighed, once again trying to release the tension in my chest. Adam's not like that. He's a good guy. Yeah, he seems nice. I laughed. The few occasions when Adam and Nick had come face to face had been tense, to say the least. I had a feeling that if Nick was a shifter, they would both shift to their beast forms and have an all-out brawl. I cocked my head at Nick, wondering what kind of animal he would be if he was a shifter. It was a stupid question. Shifters were born, not made, like werewolves. A polar bear, I muttered to myself. Excuse me? Oh, nothing, I replied, waving it off. Nick turned onto a gravel driveway and we lumbered forward cautiously. 100 feet down the path, it split into two. Nick took the one on the left, and half a minute later we arrived at a quaint cottage. It couldn't have been more than 1,000 square feet. A single level that looked more like a gingerbread house than a home on a horse ranch. This is cute, I said, peering out the front windshield. The lights were on, and right as we parked, a shadow flickered in the front window. Aha! He's home. Nick threw the car into park and fumbled to unbuckle his belt as quickly as possible. We got out of the car and walked up the drive, only pausing for a moment at the bottom steps of the small porch. What do we do now? Nick smiled at me. We knock. I rolled my eyes and marched past him up the 3 steps to the front door. I meant, who's doing the talking? That's a ridiculous question. I'm the PI. You're the muscle, remember? He bopped me on the nose as he moved past to get to the door. So try and look fierce.
He knocked before I could argue, and the door cracked open, a sliver of light spilling onto the wooden planks under our feet.
"Who are you? Mr. Price?"
The door opened wider, and the beefy man rose up to his full standing height. He was a good 6 inches taller than Nick, leaving me nearly a foot shorter, and at least half as wide. I swallowed hard, my mouth suddenly dry. Magic pulsed on my palm, and I bit the inside of my cheek to keep myself in check. Nick better not piss this guy off.
"Who's asking?"
Nick flashed a brief smile and extended his hand.
"My name is Nick Rivers. I'm a private investigator, employed by Pearl Barkley to investigate the disappearance of her daughter, Katerina."
Recognition flickered in the giant's cold eyes, but the rest of his face remained frozen, as if etched in stone. He reminded me vaguely of Gary, the violent gargoyle who had briefly lived at the manor, and exemplified the fact that while supernaturals had created a civilization, that didn't make them all civilized. I sincerely hoped Katerina's boyfriend didn't have fangs.
"You find her?"
he asked suspiciously, ignoring Nick's hand. Nick dropped his hand and raked it through his hair instead.
"Mind if we come inside?" "Who's the girl?"
I stepped forward into the light. "Holly Bolt. I'm Nick's partner. If we could come inside, we could explain everything and maybe ask a few questions. We won't take up much of your time." The man glanced between us, his jaw working.
"Fine. Come in."
Nick ushered me forward. "Sure, make me go in first." Once inside, Bobby led us to a small living room. It was decorated with comfortable, second-hand-looking furniture. The wallpaper border along the walls was peeling and faded. The windows were open, letting in the soft early summer breeze that was rapidly growing colder as night fell. I shivered, but it had more to do with the look in Bobby's eyes than the temperature of the room.
"You can sit if you want to,"
he said, gesturing at the threadbare love seat. Nick and I each took a cushion and leaned forward in unison as Bobby situated himself on the couch across from us.
"I'm sorry to have to say this, but Katerina was located earlier today, and I'm afraid that she was involved in an accident."
Bobby frowned.
"What kind of accident?" "She was found at the bottom of a cliff overlooking Beechwood Harbor."
Bobby's expression didn't change. He looked expectantly at Nick, then me, and back again before asking,
"And? Is she at the hospital or something?"
Nick glanced down at his folded hands, his discomfort palpable in the small space. I placed a hand on his, feeling them shake ever so slightly. "Bobby, Katerina didn't make it. I'm so sorry. She was already gone by the time the rescue team reached her." Bobby cursed under his breath.
"I knew something like that would happen. I told her so, too."
Nick glanced at me out of the corner of his eye. It was clear he was just as startled by Bobby's response as I was.
I'm sorry. I'm not following,"
he said, redirecting his attention to the hulking man across from us.
"You thought she might end up dead?" "Yeah."
Nick sputtered.
"Why's that?" "She went crazy. She was running with a rough crowd from that damned bar she worked at. Katerina grew up sheltered. She didn't know what she was getting into, and I knew it was only a matter of time before she got in too deep."
"Is that why you didn't report her missing? You figured she was with her new friends?"
"I didn't report her missing because I didn't know she was."
Bobby reclined back. His calm demeanor was unnerving.
"Listen, Katerina and I broke up a couple of weeks ago. She took all her crap and moved in with one of her friends. This girl, Jess. She's the leader of the troublemakers. They work together at Lou's. Ever since the two of them became friends, it was like Katerina was a different person. The day she left, I told her that she was headed down a dangerous path. She told me I was being a control freak and that I was suffocating her. So I said whatever and let her go. Haven't talked to her since.
He paused a moment, reflecting, and then added,
Guess I never will now.
He was holding something back. I could see it in his eyes. I wished I had a vial of the loose lips potion I'd used the last time I'd questioned a suspect in a murder investigation. The stuff came in handy.
There's one more thing I'd like to ask you,
Nick said, looking over at me for a beat.
If there is foul play involved, who would you recommend we look into?
He shrugged his meaty shoulders.
How should I know? That's your job, isn't it? You said you were a spy, right?
Private investigator.
Same diff.
Actually, I held up a finger, cutting Nick off. You said that you told her she'd end up getting into trouble. Obviously, you had someone or something in mind.
Look, she and Jess work in a bar. They drink, party, probably go home with the wrong guys. It's a ticking time bomb, if you ask me. Me and Katerina had a good life here, but it was too simple for her, too small. She didn't want to stay in. She always wanted to go out, wearing these itty-bitty dresses that attracted all kinds of attention. It was a constant argument with her. I'm sorry that she's dead, but I can't say that I'll miss her. The girl I knew was gone a long time ago.
The force of his statement hit me in the gut like a sucker punch. How could they have fallen so far from the happy, in-love couple they must have been when they first moved in together? Nick gave a curt nod as he rose from the love seat. I quickly followed his lead.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Price.
Bobby didn't bother standing, and only offered a grunt as we shuffled for the front door. Only when we were safely ensconced in Nick's car did we let out a collective shudder. That was weird, I said, rubbing the chill off my arms. Nick was still staring up at the house. I followed his eyes and noticed that Bobby Price's hulking form was staring out the window. He spotted us looking up at him, and the lights died, plunging the house and driveway into darkness. Chapter 13. Nick hurried to flick on the headlights and turned over the engine before even bothering to buckle up. He threw it in reverse and backed down the driveway, spraying gravel as he gunned the gas. When we reached the road, he flipped around and we sped away from the small cottage. The fact that Nick was spooked startled me even more than the odd encounter with Bobby. Neither of us said a thing until we got back on the main road and were safely racing away from the ranch.
That's officially the weirdest interview I've ever done,
Nick announced, finally starting to relax in the driver's seat. I nodded vigorously. You think he's our guy? Nick shrugged.
I don't know, but he knows more than what he's saying, that's for sure. My gut feeling is he already knew Katerina was dead.
I agree. His reaction was almost rehearsed.
That's what I thought, too.
I sighed. So what now? What's the next move?
I'll check in with Chief Lincoln tomorrow. By then, they'll have had a chance to examine the body and might be able to determine how and when she was killed. That will help build a framework. We can only hope that there were more clues on her body.
I think we should go to Lou's and see if this Jess girl can tell us anything about Bobby. If they were good friends, she has to know all the secrets behind their recent breakup.
Nick nodded. Good plan. Let's wait until tomorrow. Like I said, by then we'll know more about what happened and can get more specific with our questions. You working?
Always, I replied, sighing. Nick chuckled.
Yeah, you're kind of like me in that regard.
I glanced across the console at him and studied the lines of his face. I decided I liked the quirky way he smiled when he was amused by something. Guess so. But I'll get to leave a little earlier than today. I don't have to stay until closing time because Kira and Paisley will work the closing shift. I mean, unless you wanted to get your sweep on again. Nick laughed.
Nah, I'm good. But I can pick you up from the shop when your shift ends and we can go to Lou's. You think your boyfriend'll go berserk?
I grinned. Apparently, he'd picked up on Adam's not-so-secret hostility. He'll get over it.
All right.
He pulled onto Zinnia, the main road through town, and slowed. The streets were still fairly busy. The local pub, McNally's, was lit up, and a crowd of people were out on the front patio. The smell of food piped in through the air vents, and my stomach rumbled. For a fleeting moment, I considered asking Nick if he wanted to stop and get a bite. But that probably would set Adam off. Not that he hadn't done the exact same thing with Evangeline. Having dinner with Nick would be playing with fire, and I knew it. Nick dropped me off a few minutes later, and we said goodbye at the curb in front of the manor. I watched from the porch as he turned around in the cul-de-sac and drove off, throwing me a quick wave. I breathed deeply, drinking in the night air, before marching myself up the stairs. Boots was going to be cranky that his dinner was late, and my stomach was reminding me that I hadn't had anything to eat for nearly 6 hours. As soon as I walked into the manor, all hopes of having a peaceful dinner for two went up in flames.
"This is the last straw, Fleabag,"
Lacey bellowed from her place at the top of the grand staircase. I winced, and closed the door slowly behind me. Adam glanced over at me and flashed a smirk.
"Hey, gorgeous. You're just in time for the main event."
Groaning, I brought my fingers up to my temples and rubbed away the dull pounding that was sure to lead to a massive headache. A common side effect of living with Adam and Lacey.
"You want the main event, you mangy—"
With a snap of my fingers, a loud rumble like thunder filled the foyer. I flashed an angry glare at Lacey, silencing her next tirade, and then pointed my glare toward Adam. "Guys, I don't know what in the other world I just walked into, but I want it to stop. Now!" Lacey flew down the stairs. Literally. She didn't have wings, contrary to some vampire legends, but she could move fast enough that she levitated slightly off the ground.
"Do you see what that mongrel did to my dress?"
she screeched, her eyes so black they looked like pools of pitch. At her icy tone, I took a half step back and bumped into the doorknob. I'd never seen her so angry before. She was terrifying. I caught a glance to Adam, silently questioning him. What had he done now? Lacey answered for him. She spun to the side, revealing streaks of brown liquid down the side of the silver sequin-heavy gown she was wearing. I recognized it as the one she was planning to wear for her final interview in the Ms. Undead, or whatever it was called, pageant.
"I need to wear this tonight for the dress rehearsal."
"What is that stuff?" I leaned over, daring her wrath to get a closer look.
"You should ask your mangy boyfriend."
"Lacey," she growled.
"He says it's barbecue sauce."
I pulled a face. "Do you have another dress you can wear instead?" The flash in her eyes answered that question. Okay. Before you two go off and kill each other, let me think of something. There's gotta be a spell for this." Evangeline came in from the kitchen and glanced around the room at all three of us, her blue eyes open wide. "What's going on? Is everyone okay?" I nodded. "We're fine. The thunder was mine," I replied, assuming that's what got her attention. Then again, it could have been Adam and Lacey screaming at one another. We were all just lucky that Posey hadn't stumbled into the argument. If there was one surefire way to make her lose her patience, it would be Adam and Lacey arguing. I was usually the one sent in to break it up, like a rodeo clown. Life at the manor was oftentimes like being an unpaid paranormal babysitter. I really should ask Posey for a break in my rent. Maybe a flat fee for every argument I had to settle. Evangeline's eyes landed on Lacey, and she gasped.
"What happened to your dress?"
I rolled my eyes when Lacey turned toward her sympathetic friend.
"That beast sprayed it all over me."
"Sprayed?" I repeated, shooting a confused look at Adam. He grinned.
"I was down at McNally's."
I grimaced, filling in the blanks. Occasionally, when Adam shifted into his beast form, a large black dog more in line with a grizzly bear than a canine, He wound up dumpster diving in the alley behind the popular pub. And you rolled in barbecue sauce, I dared to venture. Adam laughed.
No, but some people spotted me and threw their leftovers my way, taking pity on a poor old stray.
I scoffed. A stray that weighs 200 pounds.
Hey, who am I to question the generosity of strangers? Anyway, one of them had terrible aim, and I took a pelican burger to the flank.
I buried my face in my hands. Yep, that's my boyfriend, folks. That doesn't explain how it got onto Lacey's gown, Evangeline pointed out. I peeked between my fingers. The scene before me would probably be hilarious if it weren't so infuriating. Adam was lounging casually against one banister, while Evangeline and Lacey were stationed at the other, hands on their hips. Identical pictures of righteous indignation.
I didn't realize it was on me. I thought well, never mind. I got home, Lacey was doing her princess parade down the front walk, and I decided to, say hello before I transformed again.
Hello? Lacey shrieked, her voice reaching new heights.
You jumped up behind me and barked. It was a friendly bark.
Adam laughed.
In any case, Lacey didn't appreciate the greeting and pinned me down on the ground so she could do her scary princess vampire routine. And the sauce transferred. So technically, this is not even my fault.
Oh, Adam, I groaned. That's possibly a new low for you.
Thanks for the support, gorgeous.
Sorry, but you're on your own this time. I'm taking Lacey's side. Adam frowned at me.
How touching. That still doesn't fix my dress,
Lacey shrieked. I'm thinking, Lacey. Batwings.
Do we have any colt's foot?
Evangeline chimed in, her tone cool and calm, soothing, like a heavy rain tamping down a raging wildfire. I do, out in the greenhouse, I replied, arching an eyebrow. She nodded, an idea clearly forming in her mind.
There's a paste you can use, mixing crushed colt's foot, baking soda, and vinegar. It can get rid of any stain imaginable.
Really? I gawked. I had no idea.
Just go get it,
Lacey screamed, balling her fists together tightly.
You can discuss the wonder of it all later after I leave for my pageant. I'm already late as it is.
Every fiber in my being wanted to backhand her. But I stuffed that rage down and took off for the kitchen and headed out to my greenhouse. I conjured a ball of light as I stepped inside the dark greenhouse. The soft blue orb floated to the glass ceiling, and I went to the containers that had my coltsfoot plants. It was a fairly common ingredient, useful for all kinds of potions, so I had a healthy supply. I didn't know how much Evangeline needed, so I clipped off a handful of sprigs from one lush plant and then marched back into the manor. Evangeline was already in the kitchen, mixing the vinegar and baking soda in a small plastic bowl. Here, is this going to be enough? I set the clippings on the counter. Evangeline glanced over and gave a nod.
Yeah, thanks.
Great. It's all yours.
Can you mince it up?
Evangeline asked. I nodded and sprang into action. It was odd, suddenly being the one in the apprentice role when just a couple of days ago she was the one on the opposite side of the counter, studying with wonder in her eyes as I worked. Granted, a stain remover wasn't exactly magical. Although if it could keep Lacey from killing Adam, it would be pretty darn close. The door slapped open as I was mid-chop, and Lacey strode in, having changed into a pair of jeans and a simple t-shirt. She was carrying the dress as though it were a beloved child, instead of a sequin-covered fashion don't.
Can you get it out? This dress cost over $1,000, she said, gently laying it on the kitchen table.
My mouth dropped open. Evangeline didn't even bat an eye. Of course, in L.A., that was probably a bargain basement price.
It will work. Trust me.
Evangeline's tone was soothing and soft, and Lacey relaxed slightly. She lowered into the chair and stared longingly at the lifeless garment. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. Within a few minutes, Evangeline had a green paste mixed together. She carried it to the dress and ladled it out with a spoon, applying a thin layer over the entire stain. Lacey nibbled on her nails. At first, I was just as nervous as Lacey looked, but then all at once, the solution seeped into the dress and disappeared. When it was gone, so was the stain. I reached forward and brushed a finger along the fabric where the stain had been, and gasped. Not only was the stain completely gone, but the garment was dry. Whoa! How did you do that? Evangeline smirked. Magic. I figured this was some kind of old wives' tale. I laughed. I certainly wasn't expecting that. Lacey jumped up and clutched Evangeline in what sounded like a bone-crunching embrace, and my mouth fell open for a second time. I'd never seen Lacey so much as give someone a handshake. She spouted a million thank yous on her way out the door, holding the restored dress over her head like an Olympic flag. When she was gone, I released a sigh of relief. Thanks, Evangeline. That was quick thinking. She beamed at me. You forget that I was an actress. You wouldn't believe how many costumes my assistant had to clean. I smiled, but then paused. Wait, was? I circled my fingers through the air, rewinding the memory. A second ago, you said I was an actress. Oh. Her skin tone was dark enough to hide a blush, but she had that same caught-in-the-cookie-jar look on her face. I meant am. It's just 'cause I'm on a break, out of the routine. Right. I nodded slowly, but couldn't quite dismiss it as a slip. Well, anyway, thank you. Sometimes Lacey and Adam can get a little... Evangeline smiled. Crazy? I laughed. Crazy is good. I was going to say unwieldy, impossible, downright childish. Any of those would work. Evangeline tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, still smiling. In that case, I'll keep the cleaning remedies at the ready. Not a bad idea. I laughed and sagged against the counter. My stomach rumbled to life, and I glanced around the kitchen. Where's Boots? Normally, he'd be in here 2 seconds away from disowning me for being so late with dinner. Evangeline straightened. Oh, he was in here earlier, before I went outside. He was pawing at that cupboard, so I went ahead and fed him. I hope that's okay. Oh? Yeah, no, that's great. Thank you. He can be a little monster when he doesn't get his dinner on time. You're lucky with Flurry. He's self-sufficient. Evangeline laughed. I suppose that's true, although sometimes it would be nice to have a familiar capable of snuggling. Hawks aren't good for that. I think it's the talons. I never thought about it before, but yeah, that would deter me from trying too. I smiled and started for the refrigerator, mentally trying to piece together a meal from the groceries that were stashed inside my drawer. I hadn't been to Thistle for a while, and my food stores were running low. And for some inexplicable reason, a pelican burger, which for the record was only a name, not the source of the meat, sounded good. With my head still buried in the fridge, I called out to Evangeline. Did you already eat? I don't have much here. McNally's is open late, though, if you want to go with me. Oh, thanks, Holly. I actually ate. Besides, I have a lot of studying to do, so I should get going. I was just out mapping the constellations. Oh, astrology? She smiled. Something like that. Before I could ask any follow-up questions, the back door shut. I craned around to peer over my shoulder. She was gone. Chapter 14.
Did Princess Lacey get off to the ball before she turned into a pumpkin?
I huffed a sigh and turned toward Adam's casual drawl. He was propped up against the arm of the couch in the living area off the kitchen. She did. No thanks to you. Seriously, Adam. Barbecue sauce? He grimaced.
It wasn't intentional, I swear, Holly.
I squared off with him and folded my arms, not daring to get too close. Adam had a way of distracting me with his dark eyes and wicked smile. I wasn't going to let him wiggle and flirt his way out this time. Either way, you could have been a little nicer about the whole thing. At least offered to pay for the dry cleaning bill.
I did.
He sighed and flopped back against the couch.
I told her I was sorry right when it happened, but she just wanted to scream.
I nibbled on my lower lip, considering his statement. Lacey did have a certain flair for the dramatic. It wasn't that far-fetched to think that she'd bulldozed right over his concern and apologies in order to play up the incident. Especially when she could get all the women in the house ganged up against Adam, her least favorite person, ever. I forced out an exhale, sending all the stress of the night out with it. Well, she's gone now, but I'd suggest getting her something for a peace offering. You know how nasty she can get.
Luckily, she can't do a lot of damage to me. No such thing as a shifter vamp.
I laughed and flicked my eyes up to the ceiling. The stars help us all if that ever became a thing. You'd be inconsolable without being able to eat food.
I don't even want to think about that.
Adam shuddered at the suggestion.
So, gorgeous, what's on your agenda for the rest of the night? You got time for your favorite boyfriend?
I laughed and dropped my arms. Favorite? I wasn't aware you had competition. An odd silence stretched between us, and for a moment I thought Adam was going to say something. But with a flicker of a smile, he dismissed it.
Did you eat?
I shook my head. No, I need to. My stomach rumbled at the suggestion, as though reminding me that I'd been saying that for a while.
I'm always up for a late-night dinner.
News flash. I grinned at him. We can go out, but I need to talk to Katerina first. There's some news about her death I need to share with her.
All right. Last I saw, she and Posey were in the study.
I arched an eyebrow. Any idea what they're doing? Adam shrugged.
Not a one. Meet you out front when you're ready?
All right, I won't be long. Adam nodded his head and then backtracked to the grand staircase. I veered to the right, down the second, narrower hallway that led to my bedroom, bathroom, and a small study that no one besides Posey really used. The door of the study was closed, and before raising a hand to knock, I pressed my ear to the thick wood, wondering if I could get some idea as to what the two ghosts were doing inside. It was silent. I rapped my knuckles against the door and waited.
Come in.
I twisted the handle and slowly pushed the door open. The study was dark, except for the faint moonlight streaming through the windows. Posey and Katerina were hovering above the two wingback chairs, set at angles on opposite sides of the large fireplace. They turned as I entered. I flicked my hand and sent an orb of light into the center of the space, casting a blue glow through the room. Neither of the ghosts seemed to mind. "Hello, ladies," I greeted, my voice as soft as my footsteps as I tiptoed into the quiet room. I hadn't heard their voices from the hall, but I couldn't help but feel as though I'd interrupted something.
"Evening, Holly,"
Posey replied. Her expression was solemn and downcast as she eyed her companion. Katerina was slunk back in her chair, making her look even more delicate than before. She was a tiny, waifish thing, and in ghost form, with no matter to give her substance, she seemed even smaller. Inside my chest, my heart hammered away, willing me to turn and leave. I didn't want to be the one to deliver the terrible news to the frail-looking girl. I swallowed hard and laced my hands together in front of me. "Katerina, this isn't going to be easy, but I have something to tell you." Katerina barely looked up at me. Her eyes flicked toward me and then just as quickly went back to rest on the small table between the two formal chairs. "Okay," she whispered. Posey gave her a look that could only be described as pitying.
"Katerina, would you like me to leave?"
She shook her head. "No, please stay." Posey nodded slightly, and then turned her glossy eyes over to me.
"What is it, Holly?"
"Katerina, your body was discovered early this morning." She didn't look up at the announcement, and I gave Posey a quizzical glance, unsure if I should continue. Posey gave me a nod, and I swallowed hard.
Evangeline and I went up to the hiking trail nearest the beach I met you at. Her hawk circled the area and located your body. A rescue team was called in, but as we already knew, it was too late. My fingers knotted and twisted together as my eyes bounced between the two women.
That's good news,
Posey offered, smiling slightly. Katerina's eyes snapped up, blazing. Good news? How can that be good news? I'm dead. Dead? There's nothing I can do to get back to my old life. Instead, I'm stuck here. She jerked her hands through the air, gesturing at her new silvery, not quite there form. I don't care what happens to my body, unless there's a way for me to get back into it. Her voice broke off, and my heart twisted inside my chest. Posey looked about ready to cry herself.
Dear.
I dragged in a sigh and tried to rally. Katerina? I know. Well, I don't know, but I can imagine this is difficult, and that there is a lot to process. I would leave you alone, but I need your help with something. Posey glanced at me, her eyebrows knit together.
What do you mean?
Katerina, you were found at the bottom of a hiking cliff. But from the evidence at the scene and on your body, it doesn't look like your death was an accident. Katerina jolted up from the chair she'd been occupying and spun to face me. The anger was gone from her eyes, immediately replaced with horror, giving them a dark and bottomless look. I was murdered? I paused for a moment, but then nodded. I'm so sorry. Who? How? What did they do to me? Posey rose from her seat, too, and took her place beside Katerina.
Are the police sure?
I nodded again. There were signs of a scuffle, and there are defensive marks on your body. It's possible there was a fight and you slipped, but it looks more like someone pushed you from that cliff. Either way, someone else was with you and saw you fall. Katerina began floating back and forth across the room, with no regard for the furniture, just passing through it as it appeared. Someone did this to me? She cried. On purpose? Have you had any more breakthroughs in getting your memory back? She paused in mid-pace and turned to look at me. No. I can't remember anything except you and the beach and the strange faceless man telling me I was stupid for thinking about the age of the trees. My heart sank. I'd been hoping that the full day would have given her a chance to dig up more memories that might be helpful to the case. All right. I'm sure it goes without saying, but keep trying. The police are investigating. What about the PI? Katerina asked, her eyes wide and hopeful. Nick and I went to talk to your boyfriend. Well, technically your ex-boyfriend. He told us you two broke up a couple of weeks ago. Posey straightened.
Is he a suspect?
I don't know. There was something off about him, but he claimed to know nothing about your death and said that he hadn't seen you since the breakup. You moved in with your friend Jess. Does that name ring a bell? Katerina paused and glanced around the room as she searched her own memories, or whatever shards of memory she had left. My heart quickened as her expression shifted, as though maybe she was zeroing in on something. But it vanished just as quickly, and the blank look returned. I don't remember Jess, or even having a boyfriend. What's he like? I suppressed a shudder, thinking of Bobby Price. Honestly, he gave me a creepy feeling. I think, and Nick agrees, that he knows more than what he's telling us. Posey gave Katerina a concerned glance, and then cut back to me.
I think that's enough for one night, she said.
An argument welled up from my gut, but I stuffed it back down and dismissed the rest of my questions without a fight. Posey knew more about ghosts than I did. I couldn't risk Katerina losing her memories altogether. If Posey told me to back off, then I would respect her opinion.
Nick and I will go and talk to Jess tomorrow. I'm sure Nick will speak with Chief Lincoln and let him know our suspicions about Bobby." Katerina nodded, her eyes still unfixed as she glanced around the room. I gave them each a polite nod and turned to leave the study when she burst out. "Bobby!" I whipped around. "His name was Bobby?" she asked. "Yes, Bobby Price." I held my breath, hoping for another revelation like the one in the kitchen the day before. Katerina shuddered. "I can't see him, but that name—" Posey floated closer to her and met her eyes, forcing her to focus.
"What do you see?"
"Darkness. And—" She paused, moving her fingers over her arms as though they were covered in goosebumps. Ghost bumps? "I don't know why, but when you said that name, I got cold. What does that mean?" She stared at Posey, her sage in this new adventure. But Posey shook her head.
"I don't know. It could be that you blocked out the memory of him altogether. Maybe all that remains of him is the echo of the memories."
"Dark memories?" I added. Posey stared at Katerina for another lingering moment, and then tore her eyes away and looked back at me.
"I'd keep an eye on him, Holly."
I nodded, Posey's words making goosebumps rise along my own arms. "We will." After another long moment waiting for Katerina to remember anything, I gave up and excused myself, wishing the ladies good night before hurrying to meet Adam on the front porch. If there was anyone who could chase away the creeping feeling on the back of my neck, it was him. Chapter 15. "All right, Cass, I want all the details, and I want them now," I announced, marching into siren song the following morning. I'd let myself in the back, expecting to find Cassie humming away on the other side. However, after a quick sweep of the back room, I realized I'd beat her to work. It was odd to be there first, but I shrugged it off and went to work, starting with the most important task, getting myself a massive cup of coffee. After the unsettling conversation with Katerina and Posey, Adam had taken me out for dinner at a small diner on the outskirts of town. We'd noshed on huge stacks of pancakes until I was convinced the top button on my jeans was about to pop off. We walked back to the manor, debating movie options the entire way, and spent the rest of the night crashed out on the couch, watching a spy thriller in between pancake-induced naps. What can I say? We're a very romantic couple. When the movie ended, we'd said goodnight at the base of the stairs, and I started toward my room to snuggle up with the other guy in my life, Boots. However, halfway there, I backtracked to the kitchen for a glass of water. The layout of the kitchen was familiar enough to me that I hadn't bothered to turn on the lights or summon an orb. I'd made my way by feel, and as I stopped at the sink to fill up my glass, I saw Evangeline out in the backyard, shooting sparks up into the night sky from the tip of her wand. Her face was masked by darkness, but when the sparks flew above, I could see the look of intense concentration on her face. There were 2 well-worn spell books on the ground at her feet, but they were too far away for me to see the titles along the spines. I thought about going out to see what she was doing, but quickly decided against it and hurried back to my room before she could see me watching her from the window. I went to bed, but sleep eluded me. Instead, I ended up wrestling with theories about Evangeline for most of the night. And as I stood at the espresso machine warming up some milk, I started sifting through it all over again. The one thing that continued to reappear in my mind was her interest in starfire spells. It could be entirely harmless, an advanced interest in spellcrafting like she claimed. But there was also the chance that she needed to harness the power of the stars for an entirely different purpose. A dark purpose. "Holly?" Cassie's voice cut into my musing, and I jolted upright so fast I slopped scalding milk over the back of my hand. "Bat wings, Cass!" I griped under my breath as I hurried to rinse my burnt skin off with cool water. "You okay?" Cassie asked, breezing into the front room. I glanced over at her as I turned off the tap. "Spilled some milk. I'm fine." She made a sympathetic face, but a smile broke through, like she just couldn't help it. I straightened and wiped the back of my hand on my apron. A grin tugged at my own lips. "You look like you've been up to no good," I teased. "I need the details. Now." "Coffee first," she insisted. She giggled to herself as she crossed to the espresso machine and started to pull 2 shots. She kept her back to me as she worked on preparing a vanilla latte, and with each passing second my excitement curled up tighter in my belly, like a spring trap about to release. Her damp lock swung about her shoulders as she worked, and it struck me as odd that her hair was still wet. That was the thing about Cassie. She was the first one to the shop, but also managed to be the most put together. She always showed up in full makeup, hair tucked up into a perfect bun or twisted into an elegant braid. "Cassie, you're killing me." She laughed and turned back to me as she capped her paper cup. "What do you want to know?" Everything." She grinned and took a slow sip off the top of her drink. "We had a lovely night." I groaned. "Cass!" All right. She laughed and set her drink to the side of the machine and went about tucking her thick brown hair up into a top knot. "Jeffrey picked me up, not in the squad car before you ask, and he took me up the highway to this adorable little seaside town, and we had dinner out on the deck of this super cute restaurant. Afterward, we walked down on the beach, barefoot, under the stars." She paused and sucked in a deep sigh. I laughed. "Chief Lincoln is a romantic?" "Apparently. It was very sweet. We had the best time, but I didn't get home until after midnight, so excuse me if I go a little zombie on you today." "Hey, as long as you don't try to eat my face off, we're cool." Cassie laughed and picked up her coffee again once her elastic band was secured in place. "Deal." I stared at her rosy cheeks and the sparkle in her eye. "I'm so happy for you, Cass. I gotta say, I didn't see this coming, but if you're happy, then I am too." "Thanks, Holly. That really means a lot. I know you were kind of—" Her words trailed off as she glanced down at the polished floors. "A little hesitant about me and Jeffrey." "Well, he did come a little too close to accusing you of murder," I reminded her. Cassie laughed and rolled her eyes. "We actually talked about that last night." I snorted. "Interesting dinner conversation. I hope no one overheard you." Cassie just smiled and started on the morning checklist. I jumped in to help her, and as we worked, I made a mental note to track down the love potion I'd mixed up for her and Nick. I no longer needed it to spark something between them, but generally speaking, missing love potions were not a good thing. Toward the end of another bustling day, Nick showed up, and I hurried to work through the line that backed up to the doors. When the line cleared and Nick sauntered up to the counter, I noticed that Cassie wasn't by my side, ready to hand off a large mocha. In fact, she wasn't anywhere in sight. "Mocha?" I asked him as I took a large sidestep to the espresso machine. Nick grinned and leaned down, bracing his elbows on the edge of the counter. "Sure. You got any of those chocolate chip cookies in the back?" he asked, after giving the front case an appraising glance. I laughed and started to pull the shots of espresso. "I think so. I'll go check before we leave." "Thanks." "Did you find out anything today?" I asked, glancing over at him before pouring milk into a stainless steel pitcher. Nick straightened and pocketed his hands in his dark-washed jeans. He was wearing a button-up shirt with the sleeves cuffed to his elbows, displaying his sinewy forearms. He wasn't as broad as Adam, but it was clear that Nick logged some hours in his condo building's gym. "I spoke with Chief Lincoln about Mr. Price. I didn't tell him that we went and saw him. I just passed the information along that Aunt Pearl had him at the top of her list as far as suspects go. Chief said he'd look into it." "Well, good luck to the chief," I muttered, shuddering slightly at the creeping memories of our chat with the cold man the night before. Nick chuckled. "Yeah." I squirted chocolate sauce into a tall paper cup, swirling a little extra on the sides, before dumping in the milk to blend with the shots of rich espresso. The chocolate and coffee smell wafted up to me, and I smiled. Maybe I needed one for the road, too. I sprayed whipped cream on top, shook out some chocolate sprinkles, and capped it before sliding it over the counter to Nick. Still think he's our #1 suspect? Nick slipped on his reusable coffee cup sleeve and lifted it to his lips. He breathed deeply, just like I had a moment before, and smiled before taking a sip. Perfect. Thanks, Holly. As to your question, I don't know. He was oddly unconcerned about her well-being. But if they had been broken up for a couple of weeks, maybe that's to be expected. I also don't know why they would have gone hiking if they weren't together anymore. So that would need to be explained, too. Still, there's something about his reaction, or rather his lack of a reaction, that doesn't sit right with me. I'm hoping we'll be able to make a better determination after we talk to Katerina's boss and co-workers. I nodded and punched in Nick's order. He set down his drink and reached into his back pocket for his wallet. I'm especially interested in what the friend will be able to tell us. Girlfriends always know what's really going on behind the scenes. Nick paid, dumped his change into the tip jar, and then retrieved his drink. I hope so. I found Katerina's social media profiles, and by all accounts, it looked like her and Bobby were a happy, normal couple. Really? That's odd. It seems like most people immediately scrub away all the evidence of their relationship. I mean, I'm far from a social media pro, but from what I've gathered, that's the standard operating procedure. Nick shrugged. Maybe she wasn't ready to let go. Or maybe they weren't as over as Mr. Price wants us to believe. My head was already flooding with new suspicions. If Bobby and Katerina weren't officially over, maybe he'd convinced her to meet up for a hike to talk about their relationship. Maybe the conversation had gotten heated and they'd fought. Maybe she'd slipped. That could explain why he made up the story about their relationship being over. Nick gave a lingering glance behind me, and I laughed. Cookies. Right. Thanks, Holly. After digging through the back refrigerator, I found a bag of 6 day-old, jumbo-sized chocolate chip cookies. That should hold him over. Before heading back to the front to deliver the cookies and punch out, I stopped in the doorway to Cassie's office. She was bent over some paperwork, her eyes scanning back and forth, although at a speed that made me unsure whether she was really reading or just looking for something to do. I rapped my knuckles on the doorframe. Nick and I are getting ready to leave. All right. Cassie glanced up. A crease formed between her brows. Holly, can I ask you something? Of course, Cass. She folded her arms on the top of the cluttered desk and gave me a look that made me feel like she had X-ray vision. I gave a nervous laugh. Cassie, what is it? She sighed. What's up with you and Nick? What do you mean? There's nothing up with us. In the last week, Nick has picked you up at work more often than Adam, who you're supposed to be dating. And? Cassie stared at me for a long moment, and then flicked her eyes to the clock hanging above my head. I just think it's a little odd. Why? I hated the defensive clip to my tone as soon as the short bark echoed back to me. I sucked in a quick breath and smoothed my hair back. I mean, why would it be odd? I'm helping Nick with a case. Adam's busy with work tonight. Besides, we live together. I see him all the time. Cassie frowned. Listen, I'm not trying to stick my nose where it doesn't belong, but people talk. I'd hate for Adam to get hurt. I reared back, as though she'd physically reached out and slapped me across the face. What are you trying to say? That I'm cheating on Adam by hanging out with Nick? Why can't we just be friends with each other? Cassie dragged in a deep sigh. You can. All I'm trying to say is that you need to be careful. You might see Nick as just a friend, but I don't know that those feelings are the same on both sides. I crossed my arms tightly around myself and balled my hands together to keep the magic pooling in my palms from blasting out. Whenever my emotions ran high, my magic did too. and while I had a firm grip on it most of the time, it was best to be extra careful. I can assure you that they are. Okay, Cassie replied. She held up her hands, palms out, to show that she was backing down, surrendering. I sighed and dropped my arms. Cassie was my best friend. We shouldn't be fighting about something as stupid as the Gossip Mill's piece of the week. I'm sorry, Cass. I wasn't trying to be mean. I'm just tired of the accusations. Adams said the same thing, and apparently the whole town is talking about me like I'm some contestant on a terrible dating reality show. It's exhausting. Nick and I are friends, that's it. Cassie nodded, but there was still a shadow of something dark and stormy in her eyes. A terrible thought popped into my head, and I vocalized it before I had a chance to think it through. Is that why you went out with Chief Lincoln? Because you think Nick is into me? Cassie's lips pursed together. No? I cocked my head at her, unsure if she was telling me the truth. But before I could drill down further into the conversation, a bell rang from over my shoulder. New customers had arrived. Cassie pushed up from her desk and followed me out to the front, the silence between us palpable. She gave Nick a thin-lipped smile when she reached the front, but didn't offer a greeting before jumping in to help the trio of high school girls at the counter, giggling and laughing together. I noted that in between every rapid-fire sentence, they'd collectively glance over at Nick. I rolled my eyes as I tugged my apron off over my head and placed it back on its peg. Ready? Nick asked. Absolutely, I replied, shooting one last glance back at Cassie before following him to the door. Bye, Cassie, he called, his tone a little unsteady. She waved, but didn't look over at us. She okay? Nick asked, pushing the door open. Yeah, I replied, frowning at my friend. Just overworked. Come on, let's get out of here. We left Siren Song and went to Nick's silver sedan that was parked out front. I pulled the door open and smiled at Nick over the top of the car. Are we allowed to drink on the job? He laughed and nodded before dropping into the driver's seat. James Bond, remember? Excellent. Chapter 16. Lou's Whiskey Well was only a 10-minute drive from Siren Song, just on the edge of town. The drive was similar to our trip the night before out to Bobby Price's rental home, but instead of turning right at a four-way intersection, Nick turned left. The tavern was up the road on the right, wedged in between a Mexican restaurant and an office supply shop. From the parking lot, the tavern didn't exactly look like a desirable destination, judging by the run-down appearance of the outside of the building. Half of the bulbs in the neon sign above the front doors were burnt out, making it appear as low-key wee in fluorescent green and blue. The rest of the building was nondescript. There were no windows along the front, just a pair of heavy wooden doors to mark the entrance. A few sad-looking potted plants were scattered haphazardly along the sidewalk, along with a couple of short cement poles topped with overflowing ashtrays. Kind of a dive, Nick said under his breath as we walked to the front of the building. I stayed close to his side. The place exuded a vibe that made me not want to wander too far off on my own. I nodded, but my mind was busy trying to reconcile the ghost version of Katerina with the place before me. The two didn't seem to match up. Katerina was a small, willowy girl with big innocent eyes and a look of helplessness about her. Although she was actually 24 years old, she barely looked legal to be inside a bar, let alone work in one. It was hard to imagine her serving drinks in this dingy place that looked like it might be full of burly bikers. Even more concerning was what Bobby had told us about her penchant to wear short skirts, drink a little too much, and get tangled up with the wrong people. Katerina, what happened to you? Nick opened the door and ushered me inside, but I noticed he stayed close. The inside of the tavern was just as run down as the exterior. A loud, pulsing beat filled the air, some kind of hard rock song with indiscernible lyrics. I wanted to press my hands over my ears. Booths circled the room, and a long bar stretched the length of the far wall. Neon lights glowed beneath countless bottles of liquor, making them look like prizes on a sweepstakes show. Most of the patrons gathered around 3 pool tables off to the right, in a separate room that was partially visible to the main bar area through a wide arched doorway. A few couples were sprinkled throughout, seated in different booths, and they all glanced our way as Nick and I shuffled into the room. We were clearly not the ordinary clientele. Nick threw his shoulders back, infusing his posture with confidence, and picked up the pace as we neared the bar. A hulking man, who almost looked like he could be Bobby Price's brother or cousin, was hunched over a beer tap, working to refill a tray loaded with empty pint glasses. He didn't look up as we approached the bar. Instead, he bellowed,
"Jess! Customers!"
A swinging door flew open, and a sultry-looking girl who was probably 10 years Katerina's senior sauntered out to greet us. Her lips were painted cherry red, and her eyes were ringed with thick black liner. Her brunette hair swirled around her shoulders in soft curls as she hustled over to us. She was wearing a top cut so low that I was blushing.
"Howdy,"
she said, without a trace of a southern accent.
"What can I get you to? It's buy one, get one on pints all night long if you're interested."
Nick glanced over at me, and I gave a small shake of my head. Any thoughts of drinking had flown out the window as soon as we'd entered the establishment. I didn't trust that their glasses would even be clean.
"I'll take a pint of whatever you recommend,"
he said, flashing the bartender an easy smile. She smiled up at him, her eyes sparkling like a cat that just spotted a slow-moving mouse.
"You got it, handsome. Anything for you, miss?"
Miss? He's handsome and I'm miss? Clearly Nick was going to have to do the talking if we were going to get anywhere with Jess. I gave her a thin-lipped smile and shook my head. "No, thank you." She shrugged and scurried off to the far end of the bar to pull Nick a pint of pale beer from one of the taps that the large man wasn't working at. I cringed as she shook her hips on her way, worrying that her microscopic shorts were going to ride up another inch and turn the bar into an entirely different kind of establishment. Was that what Katerina used to wear to work, too? No wonder Bobby had taken issue with it. Nick fished out his wallet and dropped a 20 on the bar. I raised an eyebrow at him, and he gave me a crooked smile.
"Lesson number 1, always overpay. Tends to grease the wheels a little."
"That's why you're the brains of the operation," I teased. Nick chuckled and hopped up onto a bar stool and gestured for me to follow suit. The stools were covered in vinyl, though most of them had patches where the material was peeling away. I perched on the edge of mine, keeping the tips of my toes on the ground, and glanced around the dimly lit room. No one was staring at us now, and they'd all gone back to their own conversations. Loud cheers erupted from the side room, and Nick and I swiveled to glance over. One man was holding his pool cue up in the air, pumping his arms victoriously. 2 other men were disgruntled and bickering amongst themselves.
"Now, I've gotta ask, what brings you 2 in tonight? You're not from around here, are you?"
Jess asked, her voice a seductive purr as she slid Nick's beer over to him. She spotted the 20, and her eyes gleamed before she snapped it up from the bar in a blink-and-you'll-miss-it grab. Nick wrapped a hand around the glass, but didn't make a move to drink it. I hid a smile, realizing he was just as sketched out by the cleanliness factor as I was, and had only ordered something to get Jess talking.
"Actually, we're here to talk to you."
"Me?" Her flirtatious smile faltered. She folded her arms as she glanced from me to Nick.
"What for?"
"It's about Katerina," Nick said, getting right to the point. Jess stopped cold, her arms sliding down her body as though she'd lost the strength to keep them pinned against her chest. She obviously already knew that Katerina was no longer alive. Nick glanced down at his hands on the bar.
"I take it you heard what happened."
Jess nodded slowly.
"She hadn't been home for 2 days. I kept calling and calling, but it was going to her voicemail. I knew something was wrong. So yesterday I called her mother,
I'd never spoken to the woman before, but her number was inside one of Katerina's notebooks. She didn't even know that Katerina worked here. Kat knew her mom wouldn't approve, so she told her she worked at the donut shop in the next town over. Anyway, I introduced myself as one of Kat's friends, and she just lost it. She told me that her baby was... Jess stopped, her voice too thick to continue speaking. She pressed her eyes closed and shook her head softly. It's just so awful. We're so sorry for your loss, I whispered. Jess nodded and swiped at each eye, wiping away the tears gathering at the edges. From what we've been told, the two of you were quite close. We were wondering if you could tell us anything about her. Are you cops? Jess asked. Nick shook his head. I'm a PI. She looked at me. And you? Cop? I frowned. No. I didn't know how else to explain my interest in the case, so I left it at that. A PI, huh? She repeated, turning her attention back to Nick. Who hired you? Katerina's mother hired me, when she thought that Katerina was missing. As you probably know, the two of them had been having some trouble communicating, and had fallen out of touch. Jess leaned forward and braced herself against the bar, her palms flat on the sticky-looking surface. She stared down at the grains in the wood for a long moment, before sighing deeply and pushing herself back upright. Pearl didn't approve of Katerina and Bobby's relationship. When they broke up a couple of weeks ago, Katerina didn't want to tell her mother out of fear that she'd get the whole told-you-so thing. She didn't want to hear it while she was still grieving the end of the relationship. So she put a little space in between them. It was never meant to be permanent. Jess sniffled and wiped under each eye again, blinking frantically to get herself back under control. And what did you think about Bobby and Katerina? Nick asked. The tears in Jess's eyes were suddenly ignited by a flicker of rage. He's evil. He was always bossing Katerina around, telling her what to wear, who she could and couldn't talk to. And most nights, when she was working the bar, he'd come down here to check up on her. He was a total control freak and would berate her in the middle of her shift, with customers watching and listening to everything he said. He'd call her names and make her cry, and then Lou would send her home early for causing a scene, and she'd miss out on tip money. That's all we get around here, tips. And Bobby was costing her almost all of them with his constant circus. Wow. I shook my head slowly. Poor Katerina. No wonder she'd blocked out the memories of her ex-boyfriend. He was a nightmare. Jess clenched her teeth together. The last time he came in here was almost 3 weeks ago. Bobby stormed in here and threw a huge fit. Lou tried to get him to leave, and the two of them got into a fight. Nick glanced over to where Lou was standing at the beer tap, getting refills for a cluster of patrons at the opposite end of the long bar. He was a beefy guy. I wasn't sure who would have the upper hand when it came to a fight between him and Bobby. Lou had quite a few more years and pounds on him, but still it would have been close. Lou had him pinned against the bar and was screaming at him to leave and never come back. Katerina was terrified, crying under the bar. Bobby got a hold of a beer bottle, smashed it on the counter, and then threatened to cut Lou with it. Lou pushed him off, and Bobby threw it onto the floor before leaving. Nick cursed under his breath, and Jess nodded sadly. It was a mess. Right before he left, he told Katerina that she better not even bother coming home. I gasped. Whoa! So, after the bar closed, Lou called up some buddies, and they all went to Bobby's house and packed up Katerina's stuff, and she came to stay with me. Nick nodded. Smart. And yet, she'd still ended up murdered. My heart plummeted to my stomach, beating frantically. It was all so tragic. Did Bobby ever come back to the bar after that? Nick asked. Jess shook her head. No. Lou hired a security guard and took out a restraining order. He told Katerina that she should do the same. She didn't? I asked. No. Jess worked her jaw as though the thought of it still irritated her. I kept trying to get her to go to the police. I offered to go with her. She always refused. Any idea why? Nick asked. Jess drew in a long, shaky breath, as though fighting to get herself back under control. I think she missed him. He was her high school boyfriend, maybe even longer than that, I can't remember. In any case, they were together for years and years. He was all she knew. Nick gave a solemn nod. Do you think that Bobby would hurt her? Physically, I mean? Jess paused. Her expression crumpled again. In a tiny, quiet voice, she finally said, She told me that he never hit her, and I never saw bruises on her. But there are obviously ways of damaging a person without hitting them. Nick reached across the bar and squeezed Jess's hand. I'm so sorry that you lost your friend, Jess. Truly. I can only offer a glimmer of hope in that the BHPD and myself are doing everything we can to find whoever did this to her and bring them to justice. I nodded, silently adding my promise. Jess's eyes filled with tears again, and it was obvious that she couldn't speak. She shook her head and hurried from the bar area, back through the same swinging door that must have led to a kitchen or a storage room. Neither of us said a word. Chapter 17. Once Jess had excused herself, Lou, the large bartender, lumbered over. What'd you say to her? He asked, glaring at Nick and me. I'm sorry, it wasn't our intent to upset her, but we were asking her about Katerina. You cops? He asked, his eyes shifting between us. No, sir. Nick extended his hand across the bar. Name's Nick. I'm a PI. And although I cooperate with police efforts, I was independently hired to look into this case. He grunted, briefly shaking Nick's offered hand. Well, I'm sure none of us here know what happened to that poor girl. But if you're looking for leads, you should check out that ex-boyfriend of hers. He's a real hothead. Nick nodded. Yes, we spoke with him yesterday. I leaned forward, capturing Lou's attention. Lou, is there anyone else that might have been a threat to Katerina? Lou shook his head. Not that I can think of. You might ask Sully. He's a retired Army guy I recently hired to work security. Nick glanced around. Is he here tonight? Lou nodded. He's in the back, watching the cameras. I don't put him on the door unless we're really busy. It was hard to imagine that Lou's was ever a hopping place, but I kept my opinion to myself. Could we speak with him? Sure, I'll go get him. If you ask me, you're wasting your time. The cops should be rounding up Bobby and hauling him away for good. A lifetime in a box would only scratch the surface of what he really deserves for the things he said to that poor girl. But it'd be a start. Lou wandered off to the back room, and Nick and I sagged against the bar, taking a collective sigh. Nick glanced at me and dropped his arms down on the bar top. Sounds like our initial impression of Bobby was right on the money. I wish it wasn't. Poor Katerina. Nick nodded and pushed his pint out of the way. The foam on top was melted, and judging by the lack of condensation on the outside, it hadn't been all that cold to begin with. There's just one thing that doesn't add up. The hiking thing? Yeah. I mean, they weren't together anymore, so what would they have been doing hiking along the coast? I shrugged. Maybe he promised to change. Nick snorted. Guys like that don't change. I'm not saying they do, but from what Jess said, Katerina wasn't truly over him. She might have jumped at the chance to meet up if he dangled a little bit of hope over her head. Nick frowned as he mulled it over. But then, was it premeditated? He wanted to get her alone so he could shove her off the side of the cliff? Or did he truly want her back and things got heated? Or was it just an accident? I tapped my fingers on the bar. I can't imagine that it was planned. From what Jess said, he's a reactionary guy. He fights when he gets riled. I don't think he would have planned to take her up there just to kill her. It makes more sense that they were talking and got into an argument. He's a lot bigger than her. It wouldn't have taken much for her to get pushed back. Maybe she lost her footing and then... I stopped, not wanting to say the rest out loud. But if it was truly an accident,
Then why didn't he come forward and call the police? There might have been a chance that the rescue team could have gotten there in time to save her life.
I arched a brow. Nick hadn't seen her body sprawled at the bottom of the cliffs. I don't think there would have been a chance of that.
Well, he didn't necessarily know that. Why just leave her like that?
Probably because he knew how it would look. Nick nodded.
I just can't imagine someone being so cold, especially not to someone they'd shared their life with for so many years.
I can't either. Our conversation came to a stop as the door opened again, and a tall, muscular man with a full beard, dark eyes, and rough features appeared. Lou followed in his wake and came over to our place at the bar.
This is Sully. He's been here for a few weeks now. I need to see to my other customers, but for what it's worth, I hope you nail the guy who did this to Katerina.
Nick inclined his head at Lou as he went back to the other side of the bar and continued getting refills for the people gathered around the pool tables. Sully shook Nick's hand.
I don't know how much help I can be. Like Lou said, I haven't been here all that long, but I'll answer your questions as best I can.
Thank you, Nick replied.
Jess told us about the altercation between Lou and Bobby. Did you see anyone else around here that had an issue with Katerina? Anyone that stands out?
Sully glanced toward the broad back of his employer. Lou was far enough away that he couldn't possibly hear us, especially with the music, but Sully waited a beat longer before leaning in.
This stays off the record?
Of course. I held my breath. Sully licked his lips nervously. It rattled me to watch a man of his stature and background act so shaken.
I think Katerina and Jess were getting into trouble.
What kind of trouble? Nick asked, his tone cool. Sully glanced around once more before inching in closer.
I think they were stealing from the till. I haven't caught them on camera, but I overheard a conversation where they were talking about splitting up their share of the loot. It was very hushed and gave me a bad feeling.
Nick and I exchanged a reproachful glance. Neither of us would want to start thinking badly of the sweet, pretty young woman. But if it could lead to the truth about what happened to her, it had to be done. The worst part was that if Katerina was stealing, Nick would have to turn over his findings to the police. And, even worse, explain the theft to Katerina's mother. How could you add to the misery of a family that was already in mourning? I, on the other hand, would have to go confront Ghost Katerina in order to get to the bottom of what had happened.
I could be way off, but I've been doing security and consulting for a long time, and I trust my instincts. And when it comes to those two, my gut told me something was going on. Or might still be, Nick added under his breath.
Sully inclined his head, and then straightened, his shoulders automatically dropping back into a relaxed but ready stance of a soldier at ease.
I wish you luck on the investigation. I don't know how much longer I'll be here, but if you need me.
He paused to retrieve a glossy business card from his wallet.
You can reach me at this number.
Nick glanced at the card, and I sneaked a peek over his shoulder. According to the card, Sullivan Pope ran a private security company. But something about the card had a homemade, low-rent feel to it. As though he read my mind, Sully chuckled.
I'm just gigging it here because Lou's a family friend. I have some other security jobs lined up for the fall.
Nick and I each gave him a polite nod as we hopped up from our place at the bar, thanked Sully for his time and the information, and then made our way to the exit. Outside, the cool evening air breezed over my cheeks, mercifully clearing the scent of stale beer and bar food from my nostrils. I looked over to ask Nick for his thoughts, but stopped short. Jess was standing at the corner of the building, halfway concealed in the shadows, beyond the reach of the lights along the front of the bar. I nudged Nick, and he followed my stare. She wasn't alone. She was speaking to a man wearing dark clothing. The shadows concealed most of his face, but I caught a glimpse when he turned his head. He looked to be in his 30s and had a scruffy beard and angular features. Their conversation was too quiet to pick out, but based on their body language alone, Neither of them appeared to be very happy. "Who is that?" I asked. Nick stared but shook his head. "I can't tell, but it looks like the right height for the security guy." I cocked my head. Yes, that's who it was. Sully. But why was he chatting with Jess outside in the shadows? From what he told us, he certainly wasn't her friend. "Come on, let's get out of here," Nick said, starting out into the parking lot again. I followed after him, but couldn't help craning my head around to look at the corner of the bar again before getting into the car. Jess and Sully were gone. Chapter 18. Once inside Nick's car, I leaned back against the seat and rubbed my temples, attempting to fight off the subtle throb pulsing across my forehead. I don't think I've ever been so confused. Nick turned, heading back into Beechwood Harbor. "I'll do some digging tomorrow, see what I can find out about Jess. I don't know how long she's been working at the bar, but I doubt she's been there all her life. If I can find out where she worked before, I can see if she's ever had legal trouble, or if her previous employers caught her stealing." I nodded, but couldn't shake the feeling of disbelief over the entire thing. It's just hard to believe. Katerina seems like such a nice girl, a normal girl. I didn't peg her as a thief. Nick glanced over at me. "You met her?" My eyes went wide as dinner plates, and my heart crashed to the floorboards under my feet. No, I didn't. I just meant, from what everybody is saying about her." "Right," Nick sighed. "Just be thankful you don't have to go and report back to her heartsick mother." I cringed. "Do you have to tell her everything?" Nick shrugged. "That's what she's paying me to do. She wants to know what happened to her daughter." Well, I don't envy you that task, that's for sure. We were silent for the rest of the trip up the hill to where Beechwood Manor perched atop the bluff. Nick pulled up along the curb in front of the house and smiled. "It really is a beauty," he commented, seemingly to himself. I unbuckled and turned to face him. "Thanks for letting me go with you." "Anytime, Junior." "Junior?" He laughed. "I'm trying out nicknames for you. The best detective pairs always have catchy call signs." I rolled my eyes but couldn't stop from laughing with him. "First of all, we're not detectives, and secondly, I'm not your partner. Remember?" Nick shrugged, his eyes still sparkling with amused delight. "I'll come up with something." "Good luck." I opened my door and stepped out, still smiling as Nick waved and drove away. "Crazy man," I muttered to myself as I went up the front steps. As it turned out, the real craziness was unfolding on the other side of the front door. Before I could even take 3 steps inside, Posey and Katerina were flying at me, their expressions panicked. "What in the other world?" "She remembered!" Posey shouted, something that she never did, especially indoors. Katerina nodded frantically. My heart skittered through my chest. "You remember who killed you?" "No," she replied, slightly crestfallen. "But I'm remembering who I am, or was." I tried to mask my disappointment. I was happy that she was getting pieces of her memories back, but it would be much more helpful if she were able to identify her murderer. "Okay, start at the beginning." We went into the formal sitting room and found Evangeline working her way through a tome on potion making. She had a stack of textbooks beside her and was clearly in the middle of studying. Why she didn't work in the silence of her room was beyond me. I wouldn't be able to get through 1 chapter if I plunked down in the middle of the ever-swirling chaos of the manor. "Posey and I were talking about hiking, and I don't know. It was like an explosion, and all of a sudden I could remember." Posey nodded, grinning from ear to ear. "It was so exciting, dear. It's a shame you missed it." Katerina didn't wait for my questions. She started rambling off random facts about her life as though she was filling out paperwork at the doctor's office. "I'm 24. My mother's name is Pearl. My father's name is Ron, but he left when I was in kindergarten. I don't have any siblings, but I have a cousin, Paisley, and she's like a sister. I work at a bar. I hate it, but I make good money." I frowned, finding it hard to imagine that she made much at the bar. "Do you remember Jess? Your friend? You worked together." Katerina paused from sharing her list of facts and tapped her lips as she thought. "Oh, yes, I do." "Okay." I hesitated, shifting my weight between my feet, wondering how to ask the next question. "I remember Bobby now, too," Katerina added, her tone dropping down an octave from elation. Her smile faltered, and she stared off into space as though watching a movie inside of her head. All at once, she snapped out of it, and her eyes locked with mine. "I thought I was going to marry him someday." I nibbled on my lower lip, unsure of how to respond. It didn't seem right to rag on the man when I really didn't know that much about him, though the stories of his temper were enough for me to pass judgment. "Katerina, do you remember a fight at the bar, right before you and Bobby broke up?" She pursed her lips, obviously still hung up on thoughts of Bobby. "Which one? There were always fights, usually over pool games." "This one was different. Katerina, I really need you to remember. Bobby fought with Lou, your boss." Katerina screwed up her face in a look of concentration, but released it half a minute later with a frustrated groan. "I don't know. Some memories are really clear and others are sort of foggy." "What about the day of the hike? Who was with you? Can you see the man's face now?" Katerina slowly shook her head. "It's not all clear yet. I'm sorry." I raked a hand through my hair, combing the large sections back out of my face. "Posey, what if we went back to the cliff? Do you think that would jog the memory?" Posey sighed.
"I don't know, dear. Gwen knows more about ghost matters than I do."
It went unsaid that this was mostly due to the fact that she rarely left the manor. "Can't you, I don't know, cast some sort of reverse memory charm?" Evangeline offered from her place at the end of one of the large couches. Posey shook her head.
"That won't work. That much I do know."
"So we're back at the beginning." I couldn't risk tainting Katerina's memory or overwhelming her with too much information. If pushed too far, she could lose what little she'd recovered. It would serve my purposes, but I couldn't have it on my conscience to turn Katerina into an aimless, wandering spirit with no memory of her old life. It wouldn't be right. No, there had to be another way. I spun on my heels and faced Katerina. My heart sank at her solemn expression. Her pain was evident in the lines etched in her semi-transparent face. "Katerina, we'll figure this out. Nick is making progress every day. I'm sorry for putting so much pressure on you." She nodded, but her expression remained vacant and far away, as though she was only hearing half of what I'd said. I tore my eyes away from the distraught ghost, and they landed on Evangeline, who had gone back to studying. Something tugged and twisted up inside my gut, but I ignored it and turned my attention back to the problem at hand. Posey crossed the sitting room and comforted Katerina in hushed tones. I suddenly felt out of place. "I'm going to go work on some potions," I said to no one in particular. A general rumble of acknowledgement went through the room, but no one glanced my way. I made my way to the kitchen, thankfully finding it uninhabited, and went to work on making a batch of Perma-Smile Draft, a specialty potion that I brewed for one of my newest customers, a local telepath who had heard about my services through the supernatural grapevine. She was newly married, and her in-laws had recently moved in with her and her husband. She needed a weekly supply of the draft to keep a smile on her face in the midst of her mother-in-law's, or monster-in-law's, as she called her, constant onslaught of nasty thoughts, which she had the misfortune of being able to hear. Not to mention the things the evil woman dared to speak out loud. It was a simple enough potion, but it took me twice as long as it should have because my mind kept wandering through a revolving list of possible solutions to retrieving Katerina's memories. Sure, the case could be cracked without them, but just like finding her body, it would be infinitely easier if I knew what I was looking for. I shuddered to think what would have happened if I hadn't met Katerina on the beach that afternoon. Eventually, she would have realized she was a ghost, but Nick would probably still be tracking down leads, believing she was alive and just temporarily missing. I paused in my work and wondered how many other ghosts were out there wandering around aimlessly, while their families didn't even know they were dead. To me, it seemed like something the SPA should have handled. Sure, it would be a logistical nightmare, but why couldn't they organize some kind of specialty branch that would be solely responsible for locating wandering ghosts? How could they ever pass into the other world with so much left unresolved? Is that what would happen once the case was solved? Would Katerina be able to leave this world and go to the next? I hoped so. She didn't seem all that cut out for being a long-term ghost. She wasn't like Gwen or Posey. But then again, they'd been dead for decades, not just a handful of days. Maybe she'd adjust. Once the PermaSmile draft was bottled, the kettle cleaned, and the counters spotless, I decided that a long soak in the tub would be a remedy for the day's anxiety. I went to my room, gathered up my pajamas, and then wandered down the hall to my personal bathroom. I cranked on the tap to full blast and breathed deeply as the steam filled the small room. I undressed quickly and waited for the tub to fill up. As I tied my hair back, I caught a glimmer of a sparkle in the mirror. The larkspur necklace hung flat against my chest. It had caught the light just at the right angle to sparkle, and the gleam lit a bulb inside my mind. Surely, if there was one person I could count on to help me get answers, it would be Grandmother Honeysuckle. With no disrespect to Posey or Gwen, my great-grandmother Honeysuckle was much older and had 7+ generations worth of knowledge swimming around in her permanently preserved mind. That is, if I could find a way to get her to unlock it. It took a certain level of finesse to get Grandmother Honeysuckle tracking with me. I usually avoided asking her for help, but lately she'd been proving more valuable than ever. The larkspur was meant to enhance my magical capabilities, but also gave me the fringe benefit of having a library's worth of magical knowledge around my neck at all times, in the form of my long-since-passed grandmother. I wrapped myself in a cotton towel and kept an eye on the bath water to make sure it wasn't close to overflowing. The magic that opened a channel of communication between me and Honeysuckle didn't hold for long. By the time we were disconnected, the tub would be ready for me. The larkspur was made of rose gold, and although it was hundreds of years old, it didn't have a single scratch, dent, or imperfection on its smooth surface. I ran my finger over the gold locket and then dug my nail into the small latch on the side. The locket opened slowly, and a silvery fog began to clear from the mirrored surface. I plastered a smile on my face, likely looking like I'd doused myself with some of the PermaSmile draft, and waited for Grandmother Honeysuckle to appear. But she didn't. The glass remained foggy. I scrubbed at it with my thumb, but nothing changed. "Grandmother Honeysuckle?" I said, leaning closer to the necklace as though it were a cell phone with a microphone embedded somewhere. "What, you off playing bingo?" I sighed. "Weeble?" Weeble was Honeysuckle's rambunctious little lapdog, turned immortal familiar, as his spirit had joined hers in the locket. He couldn't talk, thank the stars, but I tried anyways. Still, nothing. Fine, I'll try again later. My bath was about ready anyway. I set the locket on the side of the counter and went to toss a few handfuls of bath salt into the steaming water. "Who's there? Show yourself!" I jolted at the barking voice and spun around so fast that my towel dropped, and the entire apothecary jar of rosehip oil-infused bath salt tipped into the water, creating a cloud of perfume around me. "I'll put a hex on you and your whole family for disturbing me." I lunged forward and snagged the necklace by the cord. "Grandmother, it's me, Holly!" She screamed. I realized my towel was still pooled around my feet. I yelped, grabbed for the towel, and sent a second bottle of bath salt over the edge of the tub. "Bat wings," I growled, wrapping the towel around me. I sat down on the edge of the tub and retrieved the necklace from the floor. "Sorry, Grandmother."
"Who are you? And why are you indecent?"
I sighed and sat on the edge of the tub. "It's Holly Bolt, your great-granddaughter, 7 generations down." Every time Grandmother Honeysuckle and I spoke, we had to have the same get-to-know-you chat, even though I was fairly certain I was the only one who could access her preserved form. I was about to get into the tub. I apologized for the eyeful, I added, my cheeks blushing to what I'm certain was a lovely shade of crimson.
"Holly?"
she repeated, arching her brow at me. A small yap sounded in the background, and I barely resisted the urge to roll my eyes. I was already running out of time. I didn't need that little puff of fur distracting her, when I hadn't even managed to get to the part where she remembered who I was. "Grandmother Honeysuckle, please, I need your help." She frowned.
"That much is obvious, Harlow. You're a mess."
"Holly," I muttered. "And thanks."
"Anytime, dear. I am half mirror, you know. It's my job to inform you on the state of your appearance."
"Fantastic. Maybe I'll call back for fashion advice."
"I'd start with putting on some clothes,"
she interjected. My fingernails scratched the side of the porcelain tub. The sound made me wince. "Right. Noted. Now, about my question."
"Holly! Oh, now I remember."
She smiled widely and leaned in conspiratorially toward me.
"You're looking for a young wizard to settle down with."
Why had I thought this was a good idea? "Not right now, Grandmother." She pursed her thin lips at me.
"Why not?"
"Might as well get it out of the way." "Because I'm already seeing someone." Grandmother Honeysuckle's eyes lit up like 2 fireflies.
"Oh, tell me everything, dear. You've been holding out on me."
2 seconds ago, she didn't even know who I was, and now I'm holding out on her? Right.
"Is he a nice wizard?"
Honeysuckle pressed, oblivious to my dismay. "Grandmother Honeysuckle, we don't have a lot of time. I need to ask you about ghost memories."
"Ghost memories?"
"Yes. I recently met a ghost. She was murdered, and I'm trying to help figure out how and by whom. But it's difficult since she's a brand new ghost and can't remember everything. Posy, my landlord, is a ghost too, and she's warned me not to push Katerina too far. She said it would scramble her memories forever. But if there's a murderer loose, I need to know who it is. I'm afraid we don't have time for her memories to come back naturally, if they do at all. Do you have any advice?" Grandmother Honeysuckle looked crestfallen that we were no longer discussing my love life, but the expression passed quickly, and she locked in on the new topic with renewed interest. Weeble yapped in the background, and she shushed him as she thought.
"All of the ghosts I've ever met were well into their afterlife and could talk endlessly about their past life. And I do mean endlessly, dear. After all, where were they in a hurry to go to? They were already dead."
Her tone wasn't callous, but I flinched anyways.
"Oh, Holly, you know what I mean."
I nodded, hoping to speed the conversation along. The edges of Honeysuckle's animated portrait were beginning to fade, taking on the foggy appearance the mirror always had when first accessed. Besides that, my bath was nearly full. "So no ideas on getting her memories back?"
"There was a man, a warlock, that knew how to heal ghosts. Some kind of—"
"Ghost doctor?" I said, wondering if it was the same one that Posy had mentioned.
"Precisely. He was able to meld minds with ghosts and pull the memories directly. He had quite a thriving practice in my day. Apparently there are a number of ghosts with this problem."
"How did he meld minds?" I reached over and shut off the tap. The bathroom was filled with steam and perfume from the blended bath salts. Somehow, besides the magical fog at the edges, the small mirror wasn't affected by steam.
"I believe it was some kind of—"
Her image flickered.
Oh dear, it looks like it's time for me to go. I really should have set a longer time constriction on this spell. Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Some kind of what? I cried, my tone high and frantic.
Some kind of path connection.
Her words were garbled and broken. I leaned forward, straining to hear her voice as it faded. Path connection?
Telepath, Honeysuckle repeated. Be a good girl, Holly, and find a nice young wizard, or an old one, whichever you...
The image faded completely. Nothing but the fog left on the glass. I blew out a long breath and snapped the locket shut. Well, at least she didn't have a chance to find out about Adam, I muttered to myself, before stashing the necklace with my discarded clothes and sinking into the tub. If Honeysuckle knew I was dating a shifter, she probably would have found a way to propel herself right out of the locket to personally hex me. Chapter 19. After a long soak in the tub, my rumbling stomach won out over the desire to fall into bed and spend a week nestled beneath the covers, a plan that Boots would love, as long as we occasionally got up for tuna breaks. And I dragged myself to the kitchen. On my way, I peeked into the sitting room and noticed that it was unoccupied. I glanced up at the ceiling, figuring Posy and Katerina were in the attic. As for Evangeline, I wasn't sure. I still wanted to get to the bottom of whatever she was up to, but I had a murder to solve first. A pang of guilt went through me, thinking about the conversation with Posy and Katerina. The young girl had been so excited to see me when I got back to the manor, and I'd crushed her within 5 minutes. I groaned to myself. How was it that I kept managing to stick my foot in my mouth around her? I could only hope that she was feeling better now. From my brief and scattered conversation with Grandmother Honeysuckle, it appeared that I had a little homework to do regarding telepathic spells. It wasn't an area of magic that I'd dabbled in before, but if that's what it would take to get inside Katerina's head, then I would do what I could. Generally speaking, I didn't like to cast any kind of magic involving the mind. Some witches and wizards performed erasing spells on mortals and other supernaturals alike, even though they were against magical laws. I'd never considered casting such a spell. Not because of the legal ramifications, but because I didn't think it was right to enter someone else's mind. It was the ultimate violation, in my opinion. Taking or invading memories was too personal. Posy wouldn't like my proposal, but I didn't know what other choice we had. It wasn't like there were security cameras on the hiking trail. Without a witness or some physical evidence, the case could easily slip into the unsolved files and go cold forever. I couldn't let that happen, even if it meant doing a little mind magic. Besides, the only memory I would be accessing would be the worst and final memory of Katerina's life. Surely she wouldn't mind if something happened to damage or erase it. Still, it weighed on me, and as I'd soaked in the tub, every few minutes I changed my mind on whether it was a good idea or not. As I pushed into the kitchen, I was of the mindset that it wouldn't hurt to try. What else could we do? I reached for the light switch to the left of the door, and then froze. My hand hovered a whisper above the plate. Evangeline was standing off to the side of the stove, an orb of light showing at the tip of her wand like a pointed high-beam flashlight. And she was rummaging through my warded potion supply cabinet. "What in the other world do you think you're doing?" I growled, smashing my palm against the switch to throw light over the entire space. Evangeline whirled around, her beam of light hitting me in the eyes. I squeezed my eyes closed against the harsh light. "Turn it off!" The light went out with a small popping sound. "Holly! I'm so sorry, I was just, stealing from me?" I narrowed my eyes on hers. Magic pooled in the palm of my right hand, and I raised it so she could see it right at the tips of my fingers. She had a wand, but I knew that I could cast faster than she could. She was no different than the girls from my academy days. Every once in a while I would be challenged to a duel. It was always a mistake. For my opponent. One wrong move and Evangeline would find herself stunned. Or worse. It depended on how angry she made me before the spell fired off. I would never seriously harm her, but I knew spells that were as effective as a solid right hook. I wasn't stealing, Holly, I swear. The cabinet was warded. That should be a pretty clear sign that you weren't welcome to help yourself. And don't even try to tell me you were just looking for cookies. You know full well that's where I keep my potion supplies from the day I let you sit in while I worked. That was my first mistake, obviously. The second was letting my guard down around you. I thought that maybe after you helped me find Katerina's body that we could be, I don't know, friends. Evangeline's eyes went wide and round, like a child trying to convince their mother they didn't sneak a chocolate bar before dinner. Holly, I promise I wasn't going to take anything. I don't believe you, I snapped, the words cracking through the air like a bolt of lightning. I suppose you also know where my missing love potion is? What were you going to do with that? Dose Adam, so he'd pay more attention to you and lose interest in me? It was an ugly accusation, but I didn't even flinch as it echoed back to me. Somehow, in the back of my mind, I'd known Evangeline was the thief. After all, she'd seen me make it and then asked a lot of questions about the effects during our hike. What? No, of course not. I'm perfectly capable of lining up love interests of my own, thank you very much. She dropped the Bambi routine, and a slight snarl tugged at her upper lip. Oh, believe me, I've noticed. Quite the charming collection you've built up since you've moved in. What is your problem, Holly? You've been cold and mean to me since the day I arrived. What is it? Can't handle a little competition? You want to be the only witch in town? Yes, actually, that's exactly what it is. I don't appreciate you waltzing in and nearly blowing your cover, and the covers of everyone in the manor. You live in your own little bubble and pay no mind to the fact that you're endangering others. Not all of us have options. This is my home, not just a temporary crash pad for the summer. Evangeline paused, and something flashed in her eyes. Before she could fire off her next retort, the door opened, and Adam popped his head into the kitchen. Everything okay in here? He asked tentatively. He glanced at each of us, and then fully entered the room. She was in here stealing from me, I declared, leveling my stare back on Evangeline. I wasn't stealing. Then what were you doing? Evangeline's eyes flew from me to Adam, as though hoping he would take her side. Instead of backing her up, he came to stand beside me, in a silent move of solidarity, and crossed his arms. What happened? He asked. She licked her lips nervously. I was looking for something. To steal? Adam said. Evangeline slammed her wand down onto the counter, and then planted her balled fists on her narrow waist. To read, she countered. I was looking for Holly's potions book, the one I saw her using when she was working the other day. Why? I demanded, only slightly lowering my hand that contained the charged pool of magic. Evangeline sighed and raked her hands through her long black tresses. She pressed her eyes closed, as though suddenly in some meditative trance. When she dropped her hands, her eyes popped back open again, and I noticed the surface coated in a glossy film. Was she about to cry? Adam dropped his arms, apparently noticing the same thing. Evie? What's going on? She shook her head. I can't talk about it. Tears slipped past her thick lashes, and she flicked them away before they could slide down her cheeks. I won't go through your things again. You won't get the chance, I said. I'm going to tell Posy what you did right now, and she'll send you flying out of here on whatever broomstick you flew in on. Adam grasped my hand, and the magic drained away. Come on, Holly. Let's not drag Posy into this. You know how she'll react. I glared at Evangeline for another long moment, my wheels spinning at a dizzying pace. Fine. But Evie, if you violate Holly's trust again, or any of ours for that matter, I'll call the SPA myself. Adam's words warmed me, and a faint smile crossed my lips as I glanced up at the hard set of his jaw. He liked Evangeline, but when crossed, he would treat her just like any other threat, In the supernatural world, things escalated a lot faster than in the human world. Messing with forbidden magic or attempting to steal another super's spells or powers was against the law, and punished harshly. Magic in the wrong hands could be a threat to the entire paranormal community. Evangeline nodded, sending another rush of tears down her cheeks. Without another word, she grabbed her wand and stumbled into a run as she made her way out the back door. When the door fell shut and latched, I sighed, and Adam raked a hand through his hair.
That was weird.
No kidding. I crossed over to the cabinet and took a quick mental inventory. It appeared that Evangeline had been telling the truth. As far as I could tell, nothing was missing. My potions handbook was stored in a chest under my bed, a hiding place that no one in the house knew about. Not even Adam. A scratch sounded at the door. I shut the cupboard, sealed it with a new security ward, and tracked back to the door to let Boots come into the kitchen. His eyes were half closed, as though he'd just roused from a deep sleep. I folded my arms and gave him a mock look of disgust. And just where were you when Mama's stores were being raided? He meowed and waddled over to his food cabinet. Adam barked a laugh and went to his own stash of snacks.
A cat after my own heart there, Bootsy.
He paused, a dazed look on his face.
Wow. Never figured I'd say that.
I laughed and stooped to get Boots's bowl ready. Yeah, seems like that goes against the canine code of conduct, sympathizing with a cat. Adam smiled and gave a shrug.
Oh well, I trust you'll keep my secret.
He gave me a wink and spun to assess his options, pulling the cabinets open as wide as they would go for fear of missing something delicious hidden in one of the corners. Just this once, I replied. You want a real dinner? Adam perked and craned around to look at me, still squatting beside Boots, absently stroking his back as he chowed down.
I'm listening.
I laughed and popped up to my feet. I nudged the cabinet closed, but didn't ward it. No one would want to steal Boots's revolting-smelling kibble or collection of tuna. I'm starving.
McNally's?
I rolled my eyes. You know there are other places, right?
The bakery?
He tried, his eyes wide and hopeful. Something that's not covered in frosting.
Well, then what's the point? If it's not deep-fried or slathered in either peanut butter or frosting, I'm not really interested.
I scoffed and opened the fridge. Yeah, right, Adam. I've known you long enough now to know that you'll eat just about anything. Spaghetti? I turned to gauge his reaction. He smirked at me, and then gave a shrug.
For the record, I'm resisting the urge to be difficult.
The stars bless you, I muttered, retrieving a jar of marinara from the back of the fridge. Adam laughed and went to get a package of pasta from the pantry. I flicked a hand at the stove, and a fire sparked to life. I filled a pot with water from the copper faucet that snaked up the backsplash above the stove, and grabbed another pot to warm the sauce. While everything was cooking, Adam gave in to temptation and helped himself to a colossal scoop of peanut butter.
Do you believe her story? That she was just looking for your handbook?
He asked, before popping the spoon into his mouth. I leaned against the L-shaped counter and sighed. I have no idea. It seems odd. I mean, it's a family heirloom and has at least a book's worth of notes and tips scrawled in the margins. But besides that, there's nothing there that she couldn't find out from other spellbooks. And she has about 1 million of them. I swear every time I see her, she has a different book. I don't think she's fully reading them. I think she's scanning, like she's looking for something in particular. Adam nodded and swallowed his bite. No easy feat, considering the amount of spread he'd chomped into.
Isn't there an easier way to look that stuff up?
What, like witchy Google?
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
I laughed and rolled my eyes. Nope. Believe it or not, we're old school when it comes to spellcrafting and potion making. Everything is still on paper.
How very retro of you.
It's easier to charm handbooks, scrolls, and collections of parchment to only reveal their true contents to other witches and wizards. Adam nodded and dunked his spoon in for another bite. He paused, the heap of peanut butter hovering at his chin.
You know, we still haven't taken that walk. What you got going on tonight?
I'm making spaghetti, I replied, grinning over at him. But after that, I'm available.
Perfect.
He smiled, and my knees went wobbly at the stove. How could he still manage to make my heart flutter like that?
In fact, besides the ghost girls, I think we'll have the place to ourselves. I doubt Evie's coming back anytime soon, and Lacey's on her way out with the undead parade.
The look in his eyes sent my heart racing at triple speed. Chapter 20.
Holly, doors for you!
Lacey bellowed from the foyer, shattering the moment and interrupting Adam mid-sentence. He cringed.
Ah, how lovely. Our own undead butler.
I giggled and brushed my hands off on a kitchen towel. Who could be here? It's almost 11. Adam shrugged and dove in for another bite of peanut butter. I pointed a finger at him. Save room for dinner. I'm not eating all this spaghetti by myself.
You're really worried about me not having an appetite?
Right. I laughed and gave him a playful roll of my eyes. I'll go see what's up. It might be Cass. We kind of had a thing earlier.
Drama, drama,
Adam called after me.
Play nice, gorgeous.
I pushed out of the kitchen and headed to the front door. Lacey was standing there, all dressed up for her pageant practice, her hair in long blonde curls, her makeup glammed out to perfection, and a long ocean blue gown setting off nicely against her pale skin. And she was grinning at Nick. Oh, my stars. Nick and Lacey hadn't had the opportunity to meet. I tried to keep humans away from the manor in general, but especially at night when Lacey would be awake and roaming. She was hard to explain. I usually fibbed and said she worked swing shift, but that would be a hard lie to pass off with her dressed like prom night Barbie. Nick? What are you doing here? Lacey snapped her cold eyes to mine, as though I was interrupting her moment, even though she'd been the one to holler for me moments before.
He said it's urgent he speak to you.
Something about the way she said it made it clear she'd tried to flirt with him, and had only called me when she realized she was ramming into a brick wall. Not that Lacey couldn't get her hands on a guy like Nick. She definitely could. Especially if she used a flicker of glamour to seal the deal. Nick looked from Lacey to me and offered a small smile.
I know, it's late, but I'm on my way to Jess's and wanted to see if you could come with me.
Why are you going to see Jess?
She called me about 10 minutes ago. She was...
Lacey sighed and then pushed between us.
Excuse me, I have an appointment.
Nick flashed me a quizzical glance, but I waved it off. Ignore her. What did Jess call about? Is she all right? He shook his head.
No, she was completely freaked out. She was working tonight, but was starting to feel sick, so Lou let her go home early. When she got there, her house was ransacked, and she heard someone crash out the back door before she could get a look at them.
Oh, my stars. Did she call the police?
No. See, that's the thing. She called me first and said there's something she needs to tell me. About her and Katerina. She insisted that I didn't call the authorities.
My stomach churned. This couldn't be good. I glanced up at the ceiling, halfway wondering if I should have Katerina come along too. Neither Nick nor Jess would be able to see her, and it might help jog her memory. But I decided against it. I had no idea what Jess was about to divulge. It might be more than Katerina could handle. Let me grab my sweater, I said, turning to go down the hall to my room. The kitchen door swung open.
Ollie, you coming? Tell Cass we have enough for her to join in.
I froze in place and squeezed my eyes shut at the sound of Adam's voice. Bat wings.
Nick? What are you doing here?
He asked. I pivoted on my heel and saw the two men squaring off. Well, technically only Adam was squared off. Nick was still in neutral, hands in the pockets of his dark jeans and an unconcerned expression on his face. Adam, Nick got a call from a girl that Katerina used to work with. She needs to give us some information. Us? He repeated.
Wrong word choice there. Good job, Holly.
I just mean that she knows Nick and me from the night we went to visit her and ask about Katerina's disappearance. Adam didn't look angry, but I knew he wasn't happy all the same. His jaw was slightly tensed, and his hands looked stiff and awkward at his sides, like he was forcing himself to keep from reacting.
So I guess that means dinner for one? My heart twisted in my chest as I glanced between Nick and Adam.
I didn't want to disappoint Adam, but I needed to know what Jess had to say. Nick could relay the information to me tomorrow, but no, I wanted to hear it for myself. I wanted to see her face and hear the sound of her voice. I won't be long, I said, hoping it wasn't an empty promise. Adam nodded.
I'll keep some warm for you then.
Thanks, Adam. I scurried down the hall to my room, wishing I could outpace the ache in my chest. Nick and I didn't speak until we pulled into the short asphalt driveway that pulled around to the side of Jess's house. After Nick killed the engine, he turned toward me.
Holly, I'm really sorry if I messed up your night. It's just that Jess asked if we could both come. I figure she didn't want to invite a strange man over after what happened to her.
I pasted on my best smile. It's fine. His eyes lingered for another moment, as though there was something he wanted to add. But if there was, he quickly decided against it and pushed out of the driver's side. The house was quaint, probably no more than 2 bedrooms, and it appeared that every light available had been switched on. A whoosh of pity tore through me. Poor Jess. She must be scared out of her mind. But why had she wanted Nick and me instead of the police? What was so terrible she couldn't tell the cops? It didn't make sense. Nick led the way, and I kept a half step behind. He knocked on the door.
It's Nick and Holly.
I craned around, taking in a panoramic view of the quiet neighborhood. The other houses were dark, the occupants sleeping, with only their porch lights on to illuminate the shapes. A stray cat crossed the road, not bothering to look both ways, and I realized it must be a quiet neighborhood during the day as well, given his nonchalant manner. The front door creaked open, and I turned back around just as Jess came to the door, her eyes bloodshot and red. She'd been crying. Her hair was tangled and fell limp around her narrow shoulders, as though she'd been tearing her hands through it as she went from room to room, surveying the destruction. "Jess, are you okay?" I ventured, knowing that there was no way she could be. It just seemed like the right thing to ask. Or maybe the only thing. She gulped and pushed open the screen door.
"Come in. I'll explain."
Nick stepped inside, and I followed, and Jess shut and bolted the door as soon as we were in. As she crossed back through, she stopped to peer between the thin gray curtains covering the front window. I barely concealed a gasp as I looked around the living room. The couches had been shoved away from the walls, and the cushions ripped up and piled on the floor. An entertainment center had been ransacked. The contents of each drawer were dumped in a jumbled heap on the floor. A bookshelf sitting at an angle in the corner had also been disturbed, random books removed, lying open on the floor beside it. From the living room, I could see into the open kitchen and dining nook. The kitchen had received the same treatment as the living room, and I didn't have a doubt that the 2 bedrooms and the bathroom were in the same condition. It was a small house, but it was going to take hours, if not days, to get everything right again. And even when all the belongings were back in place, I had a feeling Jess would be straightening and adjusting things for weeks to come. It still wouldn't feel right. Jess tugged the curtains closed and swiveled around. She started to gesture toward the couch, but then, as if seeing it for the first time, realized there was no place to sit, and she started to cry all over again. Nick jumped into action, grabbing cushions and putting them back in order as best as he could. I went to Jess and wrapped an arm around her shoulders. She sagged against me, and her sobs racked her entire body. "It's all right, Jess. We're here to help, and we'll figure out who did this." She sucked in a few rapid breaths.
I already know.
You do? Nick said, whirling around, a large brown couch cushion clutched to his chest. Jess gave a miserable nod. I went to the entertainment center and picked up a small tissue box from the floor. I handed it to Jess, and she thanked me before grabbing a wad of tissues and pressing it to her eyes. You know who broke in? I glanced around, suddenly wondering how the perpetrator had gotten inside. The front door was solid and didn't look like it had been damaged. None of the windows on the front were broken. Jess had mentioned a back door. Maybe that was how he'd gotten inside.
It was Bobby, Katerina's ex-boyfriend.
Nick set the last cushion in place and motioned for us to each take a seat.
You're sure, Jess?
I took the spot beside Nick on the couch, so we could both face Jess as she perched on the edge of the recliner, her posture like a bird ready for flight.
Like I said on the phone, there's something you don't know that might be part of the reason why Katerina... well, why she's no longer here.
I wanted to glance at Nick and see his reaction, but I kept my eyes fixed on Jess. She mashed the makeup-covered tissues between her hands. Are you saying that you know for sure that Bobby is the one who killed her? Jess had already made her opinion clear when we'd questioned her at the tavern, but now it was more than a suspicion. Another crime had been committed, and she was convinced it pointed back to the same man.
This is going to sound awful.
Nick held up his hands, palms facing her.
No judgments from us, Jess.
Jess nodded.
Thank you. This is really hard to say, but Katerina and I weren't just working the bar at Lou's. We had a side job, so to speak.
I braced myself, not knowing where the rest of her confession was heading.
Okay?
Nick prompted, lowering his hands. Jess adjusted her position, getting more comfortable, though she still looked on edge.
Sometimes the patrons at Lou's get out of control. Lou never cuts people off. He says as long as they're paying, he's pouring. Anyways, we don't do it to regulars. But since we're close to the highway, we get a decent flow of tourists and out-of-towners. Katerina and I take turns walking people outside and putting them into cabs when they're too far gone to drive. But, and this is the bad part, sometimes we take things from them.
What do you mean? I asked. She blew out a long exhale.
Cash, mostly, but sometimes a watch or necklace.
I bit the insides of my cheeks to keep from gasping. Once again, my view of Katerina the ghost was completely twisted into a new mold, to the person I'd learned she'd been in life.
Did Lou know you were doing this?
Nick asked. His question reminded me of the confidential conversation with Sully, the security guy. He'd known that Katerina and Jess were getting into trouble. I still wasn't sure if he knew what they were doing and hadn't reported it to us, or if he had simply picked up on a bad vibe and figured they were stealing from a more obvious place, the tavern's till.
No one knew. It was just Katerina and me. It all started about 6 months ago. We were done for the night, and Lou sent us out with this fancy businessman. He'd been hitting on both of us all night, and we were over it. When he was getting into his cab, his watch slipped off his wrist. It must have had a missing link or something. Anyway, we pawned it and split the cash. He came back about a week later asking about it, and we convinced him that he lost it in a pool game. He believed us.
Nick folded his hands in his lap, and I mirrored his posture. I didn't want to offend Jess, but it was hard not to show my revulsion at their theft. So, back up a minute. How does this relate to what happened here tonight? Or Bobby? Jess sucked in a breath and nodded.
Right. Well, Katerina never told Bobby about the extra money.
I don't know what she did with it, but she squirreled it away somewhere that he didn't know about or wouldn't think to look. She paused, and a small smile quirked at her lips. Probably the washing machine, or something to do with cleaning. That jerk would never think to look there. That's why he had Katerina. I nibbled on my lower lip. But you think he found out after all? Nick asked, taking the reins of the conversation as I wrestled with my conflicted feelings about Katerina. Jess nodded.
Lou and his guys packed her stuff up at Bobby's the night she came to live with me. She never went back to get her stash. At least not that I know of. What if Bobby found it and called her out? He would have been pissed that she was hiding all that money from him.
It's possible, Nick replied. But that doesn't explain why you think he broke in here.
Jess scoffed. He was probably looking for more. If he found out about our secret, he might have come here looking for more.
So you think it was Bobby? You didn't see the man leaving? Nick asked in a matter-of-fact way.
Jess shook her head.
I didn't see his face, but the man leaving was broad and tall, just like Bobby, and wearing a black t-shirt. Nick noted the information in his cell phone. The silence was thick as I watched him type, not wanting to meet Jess's eyes. When he looked up, he offered Jess a smile. I'll see what I can do with that information. Was there anything that Katerina would have had in her possession? Something that hadn't been sold yet? If I find it at Bobby's house, it could be a link to him.
Jess nodded. She had 3 watches that we hadn't pawned yet. I was looking for a place to sell them online. They could still be at Bobby's. There were 2 gold ones and a silver one.
She paused and chewed her fingernails for a moment.
Oh, the silver one had initials engraved in the back. BDH. Does that help?
Nick tapped it into his notes as he nodded. Yeah, that's great.
Okay.
Jess smiled, obviously happy to have helped. When Nick finished, he shut off his phone and met Jess's eyes again. This time, his face stern. You need to go and stay somewhere else tonight. Better yet, find a place to stay for a couple of weeks until we can get this thing solved. And it goes without saying that I won't tell the police what you told us in regard to the thefts. But I would advise you to stop. Jess gave a solemn nod.
Understood.
I'll call Chief Lincoln and have him get a team out here to dust for prints and take your statement. After that, I suggest you pack a bag and call a friend.
Okay, Nick, I will. Thank you both.
Nick stood up and went into the other room to call in the break-in to the BHPD. Jess gave me a watery smile.
He's a really good guy, isn't he?
I nodded, a familiar fluttering shooting through my chest. He really is. Chapter 21. Chief Lincoln and 2 deputies arrived minutes after Nick's phone call and took over the scene. We waved to Jess on our way out, and when I stopped at the passenger side door of Nick's car, I spotted her pacing back and forth in front of the living room window, talking on the phone. Hopefully, she was calling someone who could offer her safe shelter until the person who had ransacked her house and potentially killed her best friend was behind bars. You think she's going to be okay? I asked Nick, sliding into the passenger seat once he hit the unlock button. Nick didn't answer at first. He was watching Jess pace. After a moment, he turned to face me and tried to smile as he replied, I'm sure she will be. I didn't believe him, and judging from how quickly he looked away to start the car, he knew it. I sighed as I relaxed back against the seat. The muscles between my shoulder blades were tense and knotted. The entire time we were speaking with Jess, I'd been on high alert, waiting for something to happen. We have to figure this out, Nick. I know. He went straight instead of taking a right at the intersection, and I shot him a puzzled glance. What, you need a gallon of milk or something? I asked, thinking of the all-night mini-mart down the way. Nick didn't even crack a smile.
I think we should go pay Bobby another visit.
I bolted upright in my seat as my mouth dropped open. Are you crazy? Nick didn't answer. Nick? Seriously, we can't just go in there and ask if he broke into Jess's house. If he gets angry, neither of us could take him. Well, at least not without access to my magic. If push came to shove, I'd blast him with some kind of stunning spell, rescue the both of us, and then plead with my SPA agent Harvey Culpepper to arrange for the memory to be scrubbed from Nick's mind. And that sounded like a lot of paperwork. I tugged on his arm. Nick, we can't. The police can't go search his place based on nothing but a hunch from his ex-girlfriend's friend. We, on the other hand, can go look around. I folded my arms. There was no point in arguing with him. He had his mind made up. And if I knew anything about Nick Rivers, it was that he was just about as stubborn as me. And what exactly do you think you're going to find before he throws us out onto the driveway? Nick sighed and took a hand from the wheel to rake through his unruly hair. I don't know, Ollie. But he's the closest thing we have to a lead right now. We have to try. I didn't object to his plan, at least not out loud. But I kept my arms crossed tightly in case he had any doubts about my feelings. Within a few minutes, we pulled up the long driveway to Bobby's house. The lights were on in the front room, and I wished they weren't. Maybe if Nick thought he was sleeping, he would turn around and we could go back to the safety of town. Nick killed the engine and glanced over at me, the keys jangling in his hand. He was nervous, too. You want to stay here? I smiled. And let you get your butt kicked all by yourself? Not a chance, Rivers. He chuckled. Good. I think if either of us has a chance of finding this guy's Achilles heel, it'll be you. I'm not gonna bat my eyes at him if that's what you're thinking. We walked up the drive, and Nick knocked 3 times. Bobby pulled the door open and groaned. You two again? Listen, like I told you the other night, I don't know what happened to Katerina. Now get off my front porch before I call the cops. Nick plastered on a serene smile. Oh, they're a little busy right now, investigating the break-in over at Jess's place. You did quite a number on the place. What the heck are you talking about? Bobby growled. I flicked a sideways glance at Nick, silently questioning his strategy. Did he not see the size of Bobby's fists? Nick pocketed his hands. Mr. Casual. Yeah, Jess told us she saw you sneaking out the back door. Bobby let out a colorful string of expletives, none of them flattering about Jess. Hey, I'm willing to hear you out, Nick said, holding his hands up. You want to let us in? Bobby frowned, but after a moment he stepped back and let Nick and me into the house. The place looked just as it had on our last visit. After taking a quick glance around the room, my gaze fell to Bobby's wrist. He was wearing an expensive-looking gold watch, similar to the one Jess had described for us, and I sucked in a sharp breath. If you weren't the one she saw tonight, then why would she say it was you? Nick asked, before I could comment on the timepiece. Bobby turned to make his way to the couch, and I took the opportunity to nudge Nick and direct his gaze to the watch. He nodded just as Bobby spun back around and flopped onto the couch. Because she's got a beef with me? She thinks I mistreated Katerina. Nick gave a sage nod. Uh-huh. So she's trying to set you up for a robbery. Bobby gave a hollow laugh and heaved his broad shoulders. Seems like it. Nick sat on the edge of the couch, and I followed his lead, putting a few inches between us. He leaned forward, and as his elbows went to rest on his knees, he steepled his hands together and considered Bobby. Who do you think would break into Jess's house? I don't know, and I don't care. Where'd you get the watch? Nick asked, looking at Bobby's wrist. Bobby glanced down at his arm, as though he'd forgotten he had it on. He set his jaw and unclasped it. Once freed from his wrist, he unceremoniously tossed it onto the coffee table. It was a gift. From whom? I asked, trying to keep my voice light and conversational. Bobby was already on edge. Bobby frowned.
From Katerina.
Nick's eyebrows shot up.
Looks nice. She must have done pretty well at that bar she worked at. I guess.
There was no way of knowing if it was one of the stolen ones that Jess had mentioned, but it also seemed a little too coincidental to not be.
When did she give it to you?
Nick pressed. Bobby let out a long, impatient sigh.
Listen, I think we're done here. I didn't break into Jess's place, just like I didn't kill Katerina, all right? I've been here all night minding my own business. It's my one day off from working on the property, and I tend to catch up on sleep and unload my DVR. I wasn't out terrorizing Jess, and I can't help you figure out who did even if I cared enough to try. But you tell that girl she better watch who she's pointing fingers at.
Neither of us asked what would happen if Jess didn't heed his advice. Nick pushed up from the couch.
You were here all night, huh?
Bobby nodded, a hostile expression taking hold once again.
You want to go check the trash for the pizza box?
Nick shook his head.
No, but if you know the delivery man's name, we could check with him. If he was here at the time of the robbery, that would be a pretty good alibi.
Bobby's lip curled in on itself. He pushed off the couch, towering over us.
I don't need an alibi. You're not even a real cop. Now get out of my house, before I go ahead and call the real cops and file a harassment charge against both of you.
I backed up to the door, nearly stumbling over the folded edge of the large area rug. I kicked it back into place, and then wondered why it was peeled back to begin with. Was there a compartment underneath one of the floorboards? I shook my head. Slow down there, Halls. Getting a little paranoid. Nick and I left the small house and hurried back to his car, the entire thing playing out like a scary case of déjà vu. Bobby didn't watch us at the window this time, but the lights flickered off as we backed down the driveway. Well, that didn't help, I said, as soon as we were back on the main road.
Not every interview is a gold mine, Holly. This is a marathon, not a sprint,
Nick replied, his tone even and cool, unruffled. A flare of pain radiated through the back of my head as a tension headache threatened to take hold. I was hungry, exhausted, and drained. I wasn't in a mood for a cool, adult everything-will-be-fine Nick. I wanted him fired up and tenacious. I blew out a puff of air and started massaging my neck. Well, we need to pick up the pace before Jess gets hurt. Or worse. He didn't argue. Chapter 22. By some miracle, I had the next day off from work. Boots and I slept in until nearly 10 before I finally mustered the will to get up and start my day. I needed to go to Siren Song in order to deliver potions to a few customers who would be stopping by. Posey was tight with the SPA, and even though I knew she liked having me around the manor, she was also a by-the-book kind of ghost who wouldn't hesitate to tip them off to my side business if she knew the volume I was dealing in. As it was, she thought I simply made potions for friends as a favor. Adam had been asleep by the time Nick dropped me off the night before, and when I went into the kitchen to get breakfast, he wasn't anywhere in sight. I knew he was probably still annoyed that I'd bailed on our date again, and I vowed to make it up to him as soon as Katerina's killer was found. After getting Boots his breakfast, I padded to the refrigerator and found a cup of yogurt. I grabbed a spoon and a bowl and went about throwing together a breakfast parfait with banana slices, granola, and a little chocolate drizzle on top. Just because. It was a nice little treat to boost an otherwise ordinary day. Or at least what I hoped would be an ordinary day. I could use one. Good morning, Holly. I craned a look over my shoulder and spotted Katerina just as she transitioned from a transparent shimmer to a silvery silhouette on the other side of the door. Morning, Katerina. She smiled slightly, but continued to stare at me. What? Is my hair that bad? I asked, reached up to tame my frazzled locks. Katerina shook her head. No, you look great. Great was a stretch. In reality, I just rolled out of bed, tossed on a robe, and pulled my hair back into a loose ponytail. I wasn't wearing a swipe of makeup, and likely had some rocking morning breath thanks to my past midnight dinner. Adam had been a little too liberal with the garlic in the spaghetti he'd left for me, and there were some things that an entire bottle of mouthwash couldn't quite erase. What's the plan for the day? Are Posey and Gwen going to take you out on the town? She shrugged, and then floated down to hover over one corner of the table that dominated the eat-in nook of the kitchen. I don't know. I've been taking some time for myself. She glanced up at me and added, I mean, at least away from ghosts. Oh? Is everything all right? Not really. I set down my spoon and abandoned my breakfast to join her. I leaned back against the counter. What's going on? She dragged in a long sigh, or whatever the ghost equivalent of sighing was, considering she didn't have lungs. I don't want to be a ghost. I want to be alive again. This might work for ghosts like Gwen and Posey. They seem to enjoy it. Gwen more than Posey, but Posey doesn't seem eager to change or move on, as she says. Do you want to move on? I asked, tilting my head to one side. She dropped her eyes to her interlocked fingers as they rested in her lap. I don't know. I'm scared to find out what's on the other side. But I don't want to be like this either. You know, Gwen and Posey have been ghosts a lot longer than you. I don't know what it's like, but I would imagine it's something that takes time to fully settle into. Katerina nodded, but didn't look all that convinced. Maybe if I could remember my old life, I would feel differently. I could compare and see all the ways that my new life as a ghost is better. My heart twisted into a knot in my chest, each beat aching a little more for the poor girl. I may not have approved of all of her life choices, but at the end of the day, I believed that she was a good girl who got caught up in a really terrible situation. She didn't deserve some kind of eternal turmoil over things she no longer had the power to change. Holly? She glanced up, her eyes large and hopeful. Do you think you could help me remember? I know Gwen and Posey told you not to push me, but I want to remember. Please, tell me what you've found out about me. Everything. I chewed on my lower lip, turning over her request. Katerina, are you sure? You could lose everything. I already have, she replied softly, looking back at her hands again. The knot in my chest unraveled with a snap, as my heart broke for the girl. I have an idea. Around 1 o'clock, I'm going to the coffee shop where I work. I have the day off, but I make potions on the side and need to drop some off for a client. She's a telepath, which means she can read other people's thoughts and feelings. She might be able to help you get your memories back. Katerina smiled bright enough that her eyes shone. Really? That would be great. Okay. Meet me out front at 1 o'clock and I'll take you with me. Thank you, Holly. I knew you could help. I held up a hand. We don't know for sure. Right. Well, you're the only one willing to try. Posey and Gwen just keep telling me to wait it out like it's some kind of rainstorm or something. I nodded, smiling slightly. They mean well. I know. But right now that advice is the last thing I want. I understand. We'll see what we can do this afternoon. She clapped her hands, and then faded from the room. I watched the wall where she'd made her exit for a long moment, hoping that I could bring her some peace before the day was over. Later that afternoon, I had Katerina wait outside while I went in to say hello to Cassie and Kira. Cassie was cordial, but I could tell things were still a little tense between us, and I made a quick exit. I went outside to the patio and grabbed one of the few vacant tables while I waited for my customer, Lucy, to arrive. There were a lot of tourists out enjoying the view as they slurped down iced coffee drinks and munched on pastries and cookies under the afternoon sun. Lucy arrived right on time and came over to my table, smiling from ear to ear. We went through a little small talk and then did a sly exchange. The vial of potion for a small stack of gold coins. Haven currency.
Thank you so much, Holly. You have no idea how much of a lifesaver this stuff is,
Lucy said, pocketing the vial of Permasmile draft.
This morning I overheard the monster-in-law thinking about Gordon's ex-girlfriend and wishing that he hadn't broken things off with her all those years ago. I mean, for goodness sake, Gordy and I have been married for 2 years now. When is she going to give up and accept me?
I flashed her a sympathetic smile. How much longer is she staying with you? Lucy rolled her eyes.
2 more months. Ugh. Then she'll blessedly be all the way across the country. Although with my luck, I'll still be able to hear her thoughts from her new place in Maine.
I laughed softly. Well, hang in there. I'll have another batch ready for you next weekend.
Thanks, Holly. I wish I could block her out, but I've never quite mastered my ability.
She said it like it was more of a curse than a supernatural power. Which I supposed it was. At least when her mother-in-law was in town.
I've got Gordy mostly tuned out by now, but with new people, it's hard.
So can you read my thoughts right now? I asked, smiling at her. She studied me, a look of intense concentration growing on her face the longer she looked. After a minute, she shook her head and blinked a few times.
No, actually I can't.
How are you doing that? I laughed. I've been studying telepath spells lately. Thought I'd try it out. Lucy smiled.
Job well done. Why are you studying telepathy, if I might ask?
I leaned in a little closer over the small bistro table. This might sound crazy, but I'm trying to find a way to read a ghost's mind.
A ghost?
Her lips quirked at the word, as though it were foreign to her. Lucy wasn't from the Haven system. She'd been adopted by humans when she was an infant and raised in the non-magic world. She was even married to a man who had no idea about her power. Her exposure to the supernatural world was quite limited, and I wondered if she might not have known that ghosts really existed. Although living in Beechwood Harbor for the last couple of years, she'd have been bound to see Gwen flying through town at a clip, spreading gossip like a pollinating honeybee in the spring.
It's a long story, but in a nutshell, I met a ghost on the beach about a week ago. Her name is Katerina, and she still hasn't remembered much about her mortal life. Normally, I would adhere to the conventional advice and let her remember things on her own, naturally. But Katerina was murdered.
Lucy gasped, quickly pressing her small hands to cover her mouth.
Oh, that's awful.
I nodded. The police located her body and are working to solve the case, but I'm afraid they're running low on leads. And now it looks like her friend might be in danger as well. Lucy's eyes pooled with tears.
How can I help?
I smiled softly at her eagerness. Well, Katerina is actually here. I was hoping you might meet her and see if there is any way you can access her memories.
I can certainly try. Like I said, I'm not in complete control of my abilities, but with a little focus, I'll do my best to find something.
We got up from the table, and I led Lucy to the small fenced-off area at the far edge of the patio, where a small water feature babbled to cover the sound of the air conditioning unit that was hidden behind the fence. Katerina was pacing back and forth, her hands twisting and wringing together. "Katerina, this is Lucy," I said to her once she spun around again. Katerina zoomed forward and stuck out her hand, an autopilot gesture that she realized a moment too late was completely pointless.
Right.
She frowned and linked her hands together again.
It's nice to meet you.
Lucy marveled for a moment, and I smiled. Yep, Katerina was definitely her first ghost encounter.
You too, Katerina. Holly thought that maybe I could try and access your memories from before you...
Lucy stopped herself, her cheeks turning a brilliant shade of pink.
I'm sorry. That was insensitive of me.
Don't worry about it, Katerina said, dismissing the matter with a wave of her hand. Before I died.
Yes,
Lucy replied, her cheeks still blushing wildly.
Would it be okay for me to try? Please do.
I stepped back and let Lucy have some space to work. She met Katerina's eyes and stared, just as she had tried with me minutes before. Time suspended, my heart not beating and my lungs not sucking in a breath as I waited. Katerina's eyes slowly closed, and my heart hammered back to life. Was it working? Had they connected? Lucy's eyes were also closed. It must have worked. I forced myself to squelch a victory whoop. The minutes ticked on. Neither Lucy nor Katerina moved or blinked. I was beginning to get nervous that something had gone wrong, when all at once, Lucy gasped, her expression wide and open, like a drowning victim finally getting a breath of air. She sputtered for a few moments, and Katerina snapped out of her trance as well, except with less drama. For her, it was more akin to waking up from a nap. She blinked rapidly a few times, clearing the fog, and then locked onto Lucy.
You could see it too?
Lucy nodded, her green eyes going darker.
I did. Can you remember anything?
Katerina closed her eyes once more. A smile spread over her lips.
I can see my mother. She's teaching me how to use my little toy oven. I made a little cake. It's burnt, but she helped me frost it anyway.
Tears welled in my own eyes, thinking of my own mother and how she would have done the same for me. I quickly stored the memory away, not wanting to get sucked into my own reminiscing. For the moment, Katerina's memories were more important.
I can see Paisley and me skiing on Mount Bachelor. It was our first trip away from home together. We thought we were so grown up, being able to rent our own hotel room and order room service and movies.
She paused, smiling at the memory.
We met 2 college boys on the slopes and they invited us to a party.
Katerina continued for a while, pulling out random memories at various stages of her life. They all tumbled out, seemingly in no particular order. Some of the memories made her smile. But as she went on, deeper, I supposed, the smile started to fade, and the memories she pulled to the surface became darker.
I remember my grandmother's funeral. Everyone in black gathered at the gravesite. I picked up a handful of dirt and tossed it into the ground. My mother didn't leave the house for a month after that.
Lucy and I exchanged a forlorn glance. I wanted to speak, to pull Katerina away from the painful spots in her past, but I knew I couldn't. She had to remember everything. It was what she had asked for. Besides that, I still needed her to access the memories about Bobby, which I had a feeling were going to rise up soon. I had little doubt they would be counted among the darker moments in her past. Katerina's face twisted. Lines gathered at the edges of her eyes as she squeezed them shut even tighter.
There's a man. He's tall, broad shoulders, dark hair. He's yelling at me, and I can't make him stop. I'm afraid.
I drew in a silent breath. This was it.
Wait, he's gone. I got away.
Panic welled up inside of me, but I didn't dare speak. All I could do was wait. I threw a desperate look at Lucy, then she closed her eyes. Katerina stopped speaking, and I wondered if she was listening to something Lucy was telling her mind, if that was even possible. After another long pause, Katerina continued.
I can see the ocean. It goes on for miles and miles. The trees are tall, and I can see the sun through the branches. It feels like magic.
Katerina smiled once again, but it slipped just as quickly.
It's going to be dark soon. I told him it was too late to go hiking. He won't turn back for the car. We argue and...
Katerina's eyes popped open, glossy and bright. She shifted them to me, and whispered,
"Holly, he pushed me off the cliff. I saw the man who killed me."
Chapter 23. I didn't want to risk anyone overhearing our conversation, so we raced back to the manor where we could be sure that no one was listening. We gathered in a circle in the backyard, near my greenhouse. Once I knew it was safe to speak, the questions rushed out rapid fire. "You saw him? What did he look like? Was it Bobby?" Katerina closed her eyes again, but she shook her head.
"He's walking ahead of me. I can't see his face. But he's tall. The same one that was yelling at me. The one that I escaped from."
It had to be Bobby. I trembled, thinking back to the 2 occasions that Nick and I had visited him, alone, out on an isolated piece of property. Anything could have happened. "Lucy, did you see his face?" Lucy shook her head.
"No, it was weird. I could more feel her memories than see them."
My heart sank. "What was that part at the end? How did you guide her back to the right track?"
"I don't really know how I did it. I just prodded at her subconscious. It was like we were connected, and her mind could see mine."
"Mind melding," I breathed. It was just like what Grandmother Honeysuckle had told me about. Katerina was wringing her hands again.
"Does this mean you can catch him? The man who killed me?"
I gave her a solemn nod. "Katerina, I'm so sorry to tell you this, but it looks like your friend Jess was right. Your ex-boyfriend Bobby was responsible for your death. Do you remember breaking up with him?" Katerina opened her mouth, but stopped short of saying anything. Then, with a start, silvery tears streaked down her cheeks. I'd never seen a ghost cry before, and the sight ripped on my heartstrings.
"I left him because he fought with Lou, the owner of the bar where I worked. Lou tried to get me to take out a restraining order, but I wouldn't. I couldn't. I was so weak."
No, 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 Katerina. You were strong. She shifted her glossy eyes to mine.
"I couldn't let him go. And what happened? He pushed me off a cliff and made me into this."
Her voice cracked as she gestured down at herself.
"I'm a monster now."
Lucy gave her a wistful smile.
"Honey, let me tell you, I have a real monster living with me right now, and you're not even close."
I smiled sadly at Lucy, silently thankful for her attempt at levity. "Katerina, you're not a monster. You just—" Before I could finish my sentence, she disappeared from sight. I spun around, scanning the yard for any trace of her. "What the—"
"Is that normal?"
Lucy asked. "No, not at all. Normally they shimmer and then disappear. I've never seen Posy or Gwen or any of the other ghosts I've met just vanish."
"Oh."
Lucy followed my gaze.
"You don't think I damaged her, do you?"
I brushed my hand along Lucy's shoulder. "No, believe me. You gave her the best gift. She might just need a little time to process everything." Lucy nodded, but she didn't look completely convinced.
"Well, I'd better get back home before the monster-in-law calls up Gordy's ex to come by for a picnic or something."
She rolled her eyes.
"Thanks for the potion, Holly. I'll see you next weekend."
"Sure thing. And Lucy, thanks for helping with Katerina. You helped more than you know." She nodded, and then made her way back to the stone pavers that led to the front of the manor. "Katerina, are you there?" I called out. Nothing. I sighed and hoped that wherever she had gone she was okay and would come back soon. I decided to get some work done in the greenhouse while I waited. There was still a handful of daylight hours left, and with all the craziness at work, my garden had fallen low on my priority list. I gathered boots and went to work. Seemingly in the blink of an eye, the sun was on its way down, and it was almost dinner time. I left the greenhouse covered in dust, sweat, and soil, but I also wore the satisfied smile gleaned from a hard day's work. I paused in the side yard and glanced up at the side of the house to see Adam's bedroom window illuminated, with the 2 lamps that sat on either end of his desk. He'd been working on a project most of the day, but I figured he would come downstairs to eat soon. If there was one thing I could count on in this crazy world, it was Adam's appetite. There was still no sign that Katerina had returned, unless she was already inside, so I started for the back door. When I reached for the knob, a soft buzz stopped me. I fished my cell phone out of my pocket and glanced at the screen. It was Nick. Hello?
Holly, I'm on my way to Bobby Price's house. He just called and was in the middle of leaving a voicemail. He saw someone following him. He thought it was me. He was screaming and cursing up a storm, and then there was a second voice. I think someone got to him.
Got to him? What do you mean?
Attacked him. It sounded like a fight.
Did you call the police?
Of course, he replied, sounding a little put out by the question. Chief Lincoln's on his way, too.
I don't understand, I murmured, mostly to myself. It doesn't line up.
Line up? Holly, what are you talking about?
Nothing. I'm on my way. I cut off the call before Nick could ask me any more questions. Only a few hours before, Katerina had all but named Bobby as the one who had shoved her off that cliff. So why would someone be following Bobby? Maybe someone had found out that he was the killer and wanted to personally take their revenge. But who? Would Lou be angry enough? What if it was Jess? She wouldn't stand a chance against Bobby. I tugged the larkspur out from under my shirt. Dilly's Mini Mart, I said in a low monotone. I pressed my eyes shut, and when they fluttered open again, I was standing in the parking lot beside Dilly's Mini Mart. Thankfully, the spell had worked, and I'd landed safely out of sight behind the building, where the dingy bathrooms were located. The facilities were known for their abysmal condition, and were rarely used, and tonight was no exception. No one had seen me appear out of thin air. Thank the stars. Before I could think twice, I took off at a dead run, heading for Bobby's house. The mini-mart was the closest landmark I knew of, but it was a good half-mile to Bobby's. I hadn't been out for a jog in a good 6 months. Added to that, I'd been dating Adam for a month, and as a result had picked up some of his less-than-ideal eating habits. As I huffed my way up the road, I vowed to never eat another cinnamon roll or bear claw. Yeah, right, Halls, I panted to myself. It was almost completely dark outside, but I found the driveway and hurried up the gravel, spotting taillights up ahead. Nick. The sound of sirens filled the air behind me, and I knew Chief Lincoln would arrive soon. I could only hope that whoever had attacked Bobby hadn't stuck around long enough to get Nick, too. My heart hammered even harder at the thought. Nick's car was parked, but the driver's door was ajar. There was no sign of him. I sprinted the last stretch and leapt up to the front porch. The door was open a crack, and I couldn't hear anything. Magic pulled in my hand, ready to fire if needed. I pushed the door open and stepped inside, keeping my footsteps quick and quiet. No one was in the front room. Nick, I hissed.
Holly.
I exhaled a sigh of relief at the strength of his voice. He didn't sound hurt. I skidded around the corner into the kitchen, and my hand flew to my mouth. Nick was kneeling on the ground, a gun pointed at his head. In front of him, sprawled on the laminate floor, was Bobby Price's lifeless body. Nick!
You have one job, Miss Bolt,
the smooth, commanding voice said, drawing my attention to the man positioned behind Nick. Sullivan Pope. What did you do to him? I asked, kneeling down beside Bobby. I found a thin but steady pulse at the side of his neck.
He's alive,
Nick grunted, and I jerked up to look at him once more. Sully was holding Nick's hair with his free hand, and had tugged his head back so far that I feared his neck would snap. I glared at Sully. "What do you want?" I demanded, pushing back up to my feet.
"You're going to go out onto the front porch and tell the officers that the emergency call was a mistake. Tell them that everything is fine. Make them go away."
I folded my arms, fighting back the urge to blast the bodyguard into a million tiny pieces. I wasn't sure I could actually harm someone with my magic. I'd never tried, but at that moment I was fairly convinced I could find the strength. Nick squirmed, and Sully yanked on his hair again. Nick grimaced, and magic sparked against my arm as I kept my hand clamped down. "First, you let him go." Sully stared at me for a long beat, as though gauging whether I was serious or not, then let out a long, hollow laugh.
"Not a chance, Red. Now do as I ask and we can all walk away from this."
"Why are you here? Why did you attack Bobby?" A quick glance at his prone body revealed that he was still out cold. It must have been quite the battle of the giants. "Was this because he killed Katerina?" I ventured. Nick's eyes went wide. Sully's eyes flashed.
"He didn't kill her."
"Oh? And you know this how?" He laughed again, the sound cold as it clawed up my spine.
"Because I killed her."
All at once, the pieces clicked into place. The man in Katerina's choppy memories hadn't been Bobby after all. All she'd said was that he was tall, broad, and that he was the same man she'd argued with before. But why?
"Like I told you, she and Jess were up to no good. I figured out what they were doing. Their last haul, those watches, well, those two idiots didn't even know what they had. They wanted to sell them on some virtual pawn shop. I overheard them talking about it. So I went to Katerina, she was the more pliable of the two, and told her that I knew where we could sell them and get 5 times what they could even dream of. She told me that she'd have to ask Jess, but I told her to keep it a secret. Thought we'd surprise Jess when we had the cash. I even had her convinced that I was into her. She was fresh off her breakup with this loser."
He paused and gestured down at Bobby. He momentarily released Nick's hair, but kept the gun pressed against his temple.
"I told her we could run away together, go on an exotic vacation. She ate it up."
He laughed, and the magic started to burn against my arm. I swallowed hard, trying to force myself to relax, but I couldn't, especially as the sirens in the background grew louder. I knew my window of time to keep Sully talking was closing. "So why kill her, if she was such an easy target?" I countered.
"She said she wanted to go hiking, so I offered to go with her. I told her it was a date. She was supposed to bring the 3 watches with her, but when she showed up, she didn't have them. She didn't want to back out on the deal with Jess. And to make matters worse, she apparently gave the 3rd one, the most valuable one, to this idiot."
He paused to thrust his chin at Bobby.
"She told me we could just sell the next score they got. We argued, and I went to grab her shoulders to shake some sense into her. She still didn't get it. Just one of those watches would have gone for $500,000. Why someone of that caliber ever stumbled into a dive like Lou's, I'll never know. But whoever he was, his watch was my ticket out of this dump. I was going to retire to Costa Rica and live on the beach for the rest of my life. Nothing but white sand, palm trees, and sunshine."
"A fitting reward for such a stand-up fellow," I muttered. Sully scowled at my tart comment and dug his hand back into Nick's hair, once again forcing his head back.
"Story time's over, Red. Go get rid of those cops, or your friend here is going to hit the ground before they can get to him. And this time I won't just use a sleeper hold. Chills crept over my arms. I had seconds to make a decision. Did I risk revealing my magic to Nick and Sully in order to save his life? Or was there another way? Maybe I could go out to Chief Lincoln and tip him off. Humans had SWAT teams and special ops. Surely someone could save Nick before it was too late. I met Nick's eyes. He was terrified, stunned into silence. He shifted his eyes to the side, flicking them at the kitchen door. He was telling me to run, to leave him. I shook my head. No. No? Sully hissed. I met his gaze. No, I'm not going to let you hurt Nick, and I'm not going to let you get away with killing Katerina.
Oh, really? And how are you going to stop me?
Like this. In the blink of an eye, I whipped a hand out, snagged a plate from the counter, and sent it flying, like a magically charged ceramic frisbee, right at the gun in Sully's hand. The plate hit its target with missile precision and exploded against Sully's wrist. Pieces shattered and fell to the floor, along with the gun. Sully howled in agony and clutched his hand and broken wrist to his chest. "Nick, go!" I screamed, lunging for the gun. Nick flew from his chair, but he didn't run. Instead, he scooped the gun from the floor before I could reach it and pivoted, leveling it at Sully. I stepped to his side, one hand still full of magic, ready to fire.
Holly, go get the chief.
I nodded and ran from the kitchen to flag down Chief Lincoln just as he was getting out of his unmarked car. 2 squad cars flanked him, and 4 deputies were filing out, weapons at their sides.
Holly? Is everyone okay in there?
I shook my head. No, Nick has a gun on the... A gunshot fired. Chapter 24. My heart jumped into my throat. Nick! Chief Lincoln barked orders, and the deputies sprang into action, 2 heading for the front door, the other 2 taking opposite ends of the house, circling toward the back. Chief followed his men, calling more orders into a black radio before clipping it to his belt. I started after him, but he whipped around and held out his hand.
Holly, stay out here.
At his gruff command, I froze in place. I gave him a quick nod, and he rushed into the house, weapon drawn. Everything moved in slow motion as I waited. More sirens wailed in the background, and I realized Chief Lincoln had called an ambulance. I hoped Nick wouldn't need to take a ride in it. My hands worked together, magic pulsing between them. The seconds ticked by like hours. All I could do was replay the moment I charged that dinner plate with magic and sent it hurtling through the air towards Sully's wrist. That had been stupid, impulsive. I could have gotten Nick killed. What if it hadn't worked, and Sully had retained his grip on the weapon? I shuddered at the thought, and began nervously pacing the front yard.
Holly!
I jumped in place and whipped around to see Nick running down the front steps. Nick! Thank the stars! We raced toward one another and crashed together in a tight embrace. Nick placed a hand at the back of my neck, holding me close for another moment, and I stopped breathing.
You saved my life, he said, releasing me.
No, that was dumb. I should have... My words were lost in an explosion of voices, shouting and barking. Another shot fired, and I flinched. Nick kept an arm around my shoulders as he craned around toward the sound. From our vantage point on the porch, we couldn't see what had happened, but the voices carried to us.
He's down, Chief. The ambulance is on the way. Keep him down.
The sirens in the background wailed louder as they got closer, and moments later an ambulance tore up the gravel drive. The paramedics hopped out, gear in hand, and raced around the side of the house. Nick pulled away and went down the steps to go take a look. He stopped at the corner of the house, his eyes fixed on the side yard.
They got him, Holly.
I nodded, and relief flooded through me.
It was over. The nightmare was finally over. Chief Lincoln appeared from around the corner, his gun holstered once again. He snapped his fingers and a paramedic appeared at his side.
"There's a man inside, too. No gunshot wounds, but he needs medical attention." "Yes, Chief."
I stepped out of the way as the paramedic raced past me to tend to Bobby. Nick started talking with Chief Lincoln, so I went inside and found the paramedic hovering over Bobby, who was just starting to come around. "Is he going to be all right?" The man looked up and gave a quick nod.
"Looks like it. We'll take him to the hospital and run some tests to make sure, but it doesn't look like he has any head wounds, and no signs of a concussion."
"Good." The paramedic called for assistance, and another man came to his aid. They managed to get Bobby awake and up slowly from the floor. By the time they led him from the kitchen, Bobby was back to his argumentative self, insisting that he didn't need to go to the hospital. But they took him away anyway, and he was still woozy enough not to fight them off. Once they were gone, I took a quick look around the kitchen. There were signs of the struggle between Bobby and Sully. A bullet was encased in the wall beyond the small kitchen table, and I winced, thinking that Nick had fired off a shot at Sully. What had happened once I left? I went to inspect the bullet hole, trying to piece together the chain of events. And when I turned back around to get a different angle of the scene, a sparkle near the kickboard of the lower cabinets caught my eye. I crossed the kitchen and stooped over and saw that it was a gold watch. The same one that Bobby had been wearing the night before when Nick and I had visited him. It looked like Sully had torn it from Bobby's wrist, as the clasp was damaged. Why had Katerina given Bobby such a pricey watch? And when? After another long look around, I left the house and found Nick standing on the front porch, as though he'd been waiting for me. Chief Lincoln was speaking with Bobby in the back of the ambulance. From the scowl on Bobby's face, it wasn't going well. Nick sidled up to me on the front porch. He raked his hands through his hair and stared off in the direction of a second ambulance that must have arrived while I was inside. Sully was being loaded into the back, handcuffed to the gurney.
"He'll be fine. Chief says he only clipped him in the leg."
My eyebrows hitched up to my forehead. "Chief?" Nick chuckled, the low sound a small comfort to me amid the chaos.
"Who knew he had a streak of badass?"
"I certainly didn't." I grinned, but it faded fast as my eyes veered back to the front of the house. I slipped my hands in my pockets, suddenly cold. What happened in there? Nick pocketed his hands and glanced over at me, his face grim.
"Sully lunged at me, trying to get the gun, and instinct took over. I pulled the trigger. I didn't hit him, but it surprised him enough that he took off. He went out that side door. I started after him, but Chief told me to get back."
I marveled at him. "Why did you go for the gun, Nick? He could have—" Nick held up a hand, cutting me off.
"He didn't. Okay?"
I sighed. "Still—" Nick chuckled and slipped his hand back in his pocket. We watched as the ambulance carrying Sully started to lumber down the driveway, much more cautiously than it had moved when it first peeled up the gravel drive. The one with Bobby took off a few minutes later. Once they made it to the main road, they picked up speed, turned on their sirens, and headed to Beechwood Harbor General. Chief Lincoln had his deputies rounded up and was doling out orders. Nick tore his eyes off the scene in the front yard and flashed a smile at me.
"That was some impressive aim back there, Bolt."
I laughed softly, the sound carried away on the evening breeze. "I would say it was a lucky shot, but that would make it look like I risked your life on a whim."
"Right,"
Nick chuckled.
"So what's the story, then? World Frisbee champ in your spare time?"
I grinned at him. "Wouldn't you like to know?"
"I would,"
he said, his tone suddenly serious. I broke our eye contact, suddenly feeling too warm. I cast a glance around, looking for Chief Lincoln, You think we're all done here? I asked, returning my gaze to Nick. He shrugged. I'll stay and see if I can help. But you're probably good to go. I swallowed. Okay, guess I'll take off then. Tell the chief that I'll be at Siren Song tomorrow if he needs anything. Will do. I smiled in silent thanks and then took the steps down to the gravel driveway. Hey, Holly. Yeah. I turned around, pocketing my hands. Nick smiled. You got dinner plans tomorrow? Seems the least I could do is take you out for a bite. My stomach flip-flopped, but I managed to shake my head. No need. We're good, Nick. Besides, if I said yes, you'd probably just spend the whole meal trying to get me to come work for you. Nick laughed and slipped his hands into the pockets of his jeans. You're probably right. Just thought I'd offer. I appreciate it. See you around, Holly. Okay. Night, Nick. Night. The manor was dark when I returned home, tired to the bone and ready for bed. But once inside, I switched on a light and found Katerina sitting at the base of the grand staircase. I jumped at the sight of her. Katerina, are you all right? She nodded. I'm fine. I was just waiting for you to get home so I could apologize for the way I left. I know your friend was only trying to help. I crossed the foyer and took a seat beside her. She rearranged herself so she was angled toward me. Katerina, you don't have anything to apologize for. If anything, I should be apologizing to you. I never wanted you to feel bad. I thought getting your memories back would help you heal and adjust. I guess it kind of did the opposite. Katerina shrugged her silvery shoulders. It helped in some ways. After I disappeared, I ended up back at the beach where you found me. Only this time I knew that no one could see or hear me. She paused to collect herself. Anyway, I wandered around for a few hours and more memories came back. I can see it all now. Without your help, I don't think that would have happened. So, you remember who killed you? She gave a slow nod. It was Sully, the bodyguard that Lou hired after the fight with Bobby. I swallowed hard, wondering if in the end it had been worth it for her to remember. Who would want to sit with the memory of their murderer on their mind forever? My heart ached for the poor girl who had never had a chance to get her life back together again. I could only hope that now she could move on with her new life as a ghost and find some peace along the way. I thought he liked me. I guess I was desperate and feeling bad about myself after the breakup with Bobby. Sully was nice to me and talked to me like I was, I don't know, special. I get that, I replied softly, reminded of my own ex. It had been the exact same way with Gabriel. He made me feel important and unique. I'd been blinded by those emotions and hadn't realized that he'd been dabbling with dark magic right under my nose. When Sully found out that Jess and I were stealing from people, he approached me and asked to get in on the deal. He had some plan about us running away together. It sounded so exciting to me. I've never been anywhere. Anyway, I was going to do it. But then, what made you change your mind? She hesitated, dropping her eyes to the floor before whispering, Bobby. Bobby? She gave a slow, miserable nod. I ran into him at the grocery store, and he was so sweet and nice. He apologized for everything and told me he was lost without me, and that he could change. We started seeing each other, but I made him keep it a secret because I knew that no one would approve. I stopped talking to my mother, and even Paisley, my best friend, all because I wanted to be with Bobby. I even gave him one of the expensive watches that Sully wanted. I nodded, thinking of the timepiece I'd left on the floor in Bobby's kitchen. It would be considered evidence now. I wondered what Bobby would do with it when it was returned to him after Sully's trial. Would he wear it and remember Katerina? Katerina sighed, and I turned my attention back toward her. When Sully and I met up, I told him that I couldn't give him the watches, that I'd given the one to Bobby. I told him I was sorry, but he didn't listen. Instead, he got really mad at me and started screaming all kinds of terrible things. It was almost like he turned into a completely different person. I was so scared. I tried to leave, tried to get back to the parking lot at the beginning of the hiking trail, but he stopped me and slapped me. I screamed for help. And that's when he... Her voice broke off, and she buried her face in her hands. I was so stupid, Holly. I should have never gone hiking with him. What was I thinking? I longed to be able to wrap my arm around her thin shoulders and offer her some gesture of comfort. But there was nothing I could do. Katerina, no. You weren't stupid. You are a sweet, trusting person. There's nothing wrong with that. She scoffed. Except that it got me killed. Well, there was that. If you ask me, I'd rather be a nice, trusting person than a bitter cynic with no capacity to trust. My own words stopped me in my tracks, and Adam's smiling face popped into my head, making my heart ache. I'd been so busy worrying about the past that I was letting it steal from my present, and possibly my future. I was scared to trust Adam, and even my own feelings, because of Gabriel. I silently vowed to fix that as soon as I was sure that Katerina would be okay. I guess you're right. But I can't imagine haunting this earth forever, carrying around these regrets. I nodded. I understand. Maybe there's a way... I stopped speaking, as Katerina's silvery body started to glow right before my eyes. It looked as though a golden light had been turned on under her ghostly skin. Holly? What's happening? She cried, lifting her arms out in front of her to see the spread of soft light. I shook my head. I don't know. I jumped up from the stair I'd been sitting on. Posy? Posy! Help! Posy descended from the ceiling, frowning as she settled in front of me.
What's going on, young lady? You do know it's nearing midnight. Some of the others are trying to sleep.
I pointed behind her, careful not to put my hand through her, and she turned around.
Oh my. Katerina?
Katerina floated up from her place on the stairs, and the light grew brighter. What's happening to me? Posy, what's going on? Posy smiled.
You're being called to the other world, dear. Do you want to go?
The other world? Katerina's eyes went wider as they darted from Posy to me and then back again.
You don't have to stay here, dear. It would appear that your soul is at peace now, and you're free to leave this world if you want to.
What if I don't? I'm scared. I glanced at Posy, who gave her a small smile.
Then you'll remain here, permanently.
Katerina sucked in a small gasp. What should I do? Holly? Don't be scared, Katerina. It's okay. Posy nodded her agreement.
It's your choice, dear. We can't make it for you.
Katerina's eyes closed, and after a moment a beautiful smile crossed her face. The fear had vanished. And then she was gone too. She'd gone to the other side. Chapter 25.
Holly? Is everything all right?
I smiled up at Adam as he started down the stairs. He was wearing a white t-shirt and a pair of black basketball shorts. His hair went every which way, and I'd never wanted to be in his arms more than I did right at that moment. Katerina crossed over to the other world. He stopped mid-step and glanced around. She did? I nodded. Her murderer is in police custody.
Oh, man, I fall asleep for an hour and miss everything.
He came the rest of the way down the stairs and paused at the bottom to run a hand through his mussed hair.
Are you okay?
I stepped into him, and he wrapped his strong arms around me. I released a long sigh and relaxed against his chest. It had never felt so right. I am now. He dropped a quick kiss to my forehead, and I smiled.
Good. Now that I'm awake, you want to have a midnight snack and tell me all about it?
I laughed against his solid chest. Actually, I was thinking we could take that walk. He glanced down at me, surprise etched on his face.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. Let me go change. Meet you in the kitchen in 5?
Sounds perfect. Adam jogged back up the stairs, taking them 2 at a time, and I went to my room to change into something warmer as well. Boots was snoozing on the end of the bed, and I scratched his ears absently as I rounded the bed to dig up a sweater from the pile of laundry on the other side. It was clean, but I hadn't had a chance to fold it and put it away. Another thing that there wasn't a spell for: curses. The orange tabby peered up at me, and I smiled as he squinted while his eyes adjusted to the soft light from the bedside lamp. You want to go for a walk? I asked. He buried his face under a chubby paw, and I laughed under my breath. Guess that's a no. 5 minutes later, I left Boots to his nap and went to meet Adam in the kitchen. He'd changed into a black sweatshirt and a pair of jeans.
Ready? I packed a snack.
I laughed as he held up a bag containing 2 peanut butter sandwiches. Of course you did. He opened the door that led down the small flight of steps to the backyard, letting me go first, and then we took off toward the tree line at the back of the property. Once we were past the ring of light surrounding the house from the electric lanterns on the porch, I sent an orb of blue light into the sky, a foot above our heads, and it followed along as we crossed into the woods.
Nice night,
Adam said, a hint of anxiety in his voice. I grinned at him and took his hand. It is.
Tell me about Katerina.
We can talk about that tomorrow, I replied casually, knowing that bringing up Nick wasn't a good way to start this conversation, and it would be impossible to explain the events of the night without mentioning him. Tonight, let's just talk about us. Adam chuckled.
I think that's the kind of talk that's supposed to send guys running for their lives, right?
I laughed. Maybe normal guys, but you're far from normal.
Thanks, I think.
I grinned up at him and stepped in a little closer once we maneuvered around a tree stump. Trust me, it's a very good thing.
All right.
He slipped an arm around me as we came to a well-worn path with fewer tree roots and rocks to avoid. We fell into an easy cadence, and for a few minutes we walked in silence, enjoying the nighttime sounds of the forest. A small brook flowed nearby, the sound of trickling water adding to the crickets and the frogs singing their songs.
Holly.
Hmm?
You know I'm crazy about you, right?
Warmth tingled along my skin, and I nodded, looking up into his dark eyes as they glittered under the faint light. I do. We stopped walking, and he kissed me softly. His hand cupped the side of my face, and he held my gaze for a long minute after we gently broke apart.
You seem different tonight. What's on your mind?
Before Katerina crossed over, we were talking about relationships, and I was reminded that there are things I want to share with you. Details about my past. I've been twisting around, trying to figure out what's going on between you and me, and wondering where it would go and what would happen. I've been driving myself crazy. Adam chuckled.
Why, gorgeous? What's got you so worried? I'm not going anywhere. I've been going crazy thinking you've been trying to get out of this whole thing without hurting my feelings or something." I dropped my eyes to his chest for a moment, tracing the embroidered logo on the breast of the sweatshirt, and silently working out how to start my story. Adam tipped my chin up with the tips of his fingers. "You can tell me anything, Holly. I won't tell another soul." "I know." I dragged in a slow breath. "It's just hard to know where to begin." "Okay. Well, let's just walk a little. Maybe it will come to you." We started back down the path, the sound of water getting louder as we neared the small brook. When we came to a stop beside it, the blue light from the orb overhead cast a magical glow over the water, and Adam and I took a seat on a large fallen log. Back when I lived in the San Francisco Haven, I was dating a guy named Gabriel. He was my first serious relationship. I'd always been too busy with academy to do much dating before then. I was young and naive. He flattered me and made me feel different than anyone else. See, I'm a Bolt, and the Bolt witches have a certain reputation in the supernatural world, mostly among other witches and wizards. The Bolt women are known for their extraordinary power, and as with any kind of power, some people fear it and try to ruin it or take it away. For the most part, it was just nasty rumors and gossip to deal with. People were always trying to attach a Bolt to dark magic and prove once and for all that Bolt witches are dangerous. I dealt with the stigma my whole life, but it just made me work harder to prove myself. I was usually content off on my own, working on my magic and keeping my nose clean. I paused and drew in another slow breath, trying to calm my fluttering heart. That all changed when my parents died. Or rather, when they were killed. Adam cursed under his breath. "Holly, I didn't know. I'm so sorry. What happened?" "They were on a trip for their anniversary and left me with my Aunt Bethany. I loved staying with her, and we worked on potions and magic spells all day. She wasn't as strict as my parents were about what I learned, and she would let me read advanced books, things that were way outside my grade level." I smiled faintly at the memories, but the familiar pang in my chest brought me back to reality. Anyway, one day she came to me and told me that something terrible had happened. SPA agents were in the kitchen, and they told me the story. My mother had been attacked by another witch who was afraid of her simply because of her name. My father stepped in to defend her, and they both ended up. Tears slipped past my lashes, and I held my breath to stifle a sob from breaking loose. Adam wrapped me in his arms and kissed my forehead. "I'm so sorry, Holly. I can't even imagine what that must have been like." I nodded against him, trying to pull myself back together. It had been so long ago, but it still had the power to break me down as though it had happened yesterday. The memories of that afternoon and the weeks that followed would forever be etched in my mind. I was reminded of when Katerina recalled her memories, and was sad that she would have those final moments of her life echoing in her mind for the rest of time. I was once again relieved that she'd moved on. Adam and I sat together for a long time in silence, staring out at the brook as I gathered myself enough to continue the story. When I wiped the last of the tears from my eyes, I gave a slight shake of my shoulders. When I was older, and seeing Gabriel, I was finally happy again. And I guess because of that feeling, I was able, or willing, to look past his flaws. But in the end, the entire relationship was a lie. He was actually working with a crew of dark wizards and witches that were planning to overthrow the SPA. They believed that witches and wizards, as the most powerful supernaturals, deserved to reign over the paranormal world. They didn't want to hide from humans anymore.
They wanted to control them.
Whoa.
I nodded. When the SPA came for Gabriel, I was arrested too. Because of my last name, they automatically assumed that I had not only known their plans, but that I was an active participant, that a bolt had finally gone rogue.
That's such crap, Adam growled. If I ever meet this guy...
I smiled softly, flattered by his anger on my behalf. I placed my hand on his arm. There's more to the story. Gabriel went to an SPA prison, but has popped back into my life on 2 occasions. Once when I had to testify against him, and then a second time, when he hired someone to blackmail me into helping him escape from prison. That last encounter was the catalyst for my exile from the Seattle Haven, and the reason I'm even here. My SPA agent sent me here to keep me out of trouble. Adam scratched his jaw.
Stars. Halls, I had no idea about any of this.
I know, I replied, my voice barely above a whisper. It's not that I didn't trust you before. It's just that with our relationship moving into new territory, it kind of freaked me out all over again, and I was questioning everything. It feels like my life is enough of a mess without throwing someone else into the mix. Adam laughed at that and shook his head.
Come on, gorgeous. You think I can't handle it? I've got some skeletons in my own closet.
I eyed him, and he let out a howling, wolfish laugh.
Not literal skeletons. Yeesh, Ollie, have a little faith.
I pushed him playfully. I know, just giving you a hard time. He pulled me close again and stared down into my eyes.
Thank you for telling me everything. I'm sure it wasn't easy, but I'm glad you did.
I'm not trying to run away from you, Adam.
Good.
He kissed me again, and it was unlike any other we'd shared. It was hard to trust and let myself fall, but if I ever wanted to fully heal from the damage Gabriel had done, I had to take down the last of my walls. And for Adam, it was worth it. Chapter 26. The following day, Posey gathered the entire household at lunchtime, much to Lacey's chagrin, for a meeting in the sitting room. It vaguely reminded me of the meeting we'd held a month and a half ago when Evangeline had first come to join us in the manor. This time she was sitting on the couch next to Lacey, while Adam and I sat together on the love seat. She kept her eyes down, looking at her folded hands, and refused to make eye contact with me or Adam. I still hadn't forgiven her for raiding my potions cupboard, but I was still floating in a blissful cloud after my night with Adam, and wasn't going to get into it right there in front of everyone.
As some of you know, Katerina is no longer with us,
Posey began, sweeping her eyes around the room to make sure she had our attention.
Last night, Holly and I witnessed her crossing over to the other world, where she will be at peace.
Evangeline glanced up, her eyes wide. Posey nodded.
Holly and Nick Rivers solved her murder, and the man responsible for her untimely death has been taken into police custody.
Lacey sighed like she was bored, and Posey shot her a glare. Lacey rolled her eyes.
What? I'm sure it was all very tragic, but for some of us these are prime sleeping hours, and it kind of seems like I could have been filled in later.
Adam and I exchanged a glance, as Evangeline shifted nervously in her seat.
I'm sorry, Lacey, but it was actually my request that we all gather this morning. Technically, it's afternoon,
Adam chimed in. I rolled my eyes. Some things never change. Evangeline pushed off the couch and took the center of the room. Lacey straightened in her seat, suddenly very interested in the meeting, now that her idol was taking the floor.
I have something to tell you all.
Adam and I sat forward, unsure where she was going. Evangeline met our eyes and gave a heavy sigh.
Holly, the first thing I would like to say is that I'm very sorry for invading your privacy and breaking into your potions cabinet. If you'll let me, I'd like a chance to explain. Not that it's excusable.
I offered a flat smile. Go ahead.
When I first arrived here at the manor, I told you all that it was only a 3-month stay while the taping of my TV show was on hiatus. However, that's not quite the truth.
She hesitated, her fingers knitting together.
The truth is that I was fired from the Wednesday Witch.
Lacey gasped, like she'd just been doused with a bucket of ice water.
How could they fire you?
Evangeline looked miserable.
I made some mistakes and fell out of favor with the studio that produced the show. After being fired, I needed to find a place that would be quiet so that I could regroup and figure out my next move. I quite literally picked a place on the map and moved. I made up the story about needing to improve my magic so that I could possibly learn some kind of spell to cast on my old bosses to make them give me my job back.
I resisted the urge to groan. Tactics like that were the reason witches and wizards ended up with a bad reputation among other supernaturals.
Anyway, when I got here and met you, Holly, I had a new idea.
What exactly does that mean? I asked, pursing my lips. In no way did I want to be connected to the plot she'd cooked up to get revenge on the studio execs that had canned her from her show. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and gave a nervous nod.
Well, it came to me when we were hiking. We were talking about love potions, and I'd already been looking into starfire spells. I thought that if I could harness the power of a star, I could spread the effect of the love potion to the entire LA Haven, and then my fans would rise up and demand that I be returned to my show.
This time I couldn't hold back a groan. I buried my face in my hands, slowly shaking my head back and forth. Of all the idiotic plans. I know, Evangeline snapped. She marched over to me, and I looked up just as she produced the vial of faded flirt from her pocket. She dropped it unceremoniously into my hand, and then went back to her original place in the middle of the room.
I said I was sorry. It was dumb and desperate and unforgivable. But you need to know that I wasn't going to try and use it to steal Adam away from you, and I wasn't trying to steal all your potion ingredients.
No, just the secrets from my family's potions book, I retorted. Evangeline's shoulders sagged.
I'm sorry, Holly.
I leaned back against Adam's arm that was draped over the back of the love seat and stared at Evangeline. She truly did look remorseful, but it was hard to shake the feeling of being violated in an instant.
Now what will you do?
Posey asked.
If you're not following through with this plan.
Evangeline gave her a wistful smile.
Well, in all my studying and searching and practicing, I fell back in love with spellcrafting. And I think I'm ready to give up acting. At least for now.
No, Lacey moaned. Evangeline smiled at her.
What I would like to ask from each of you is whether or not I have your permission to stay here at the manor. If even one of you says no, then I'll pack my bags today and fly out this evening.
Lacey jumped in first. Of course you can stay. She caught Adam and me a frosty glare, silently daring us to cross her vote. Adam shrugged. It's fine with me, as long as you're done going through Holly's stuff, and you tell your little band of lovesick fans that they need to stay away from Siren Song, unless they plan on ordering something and tipping every now and again. I glanced up at him, surprised he'd even noticed. Then again, maybe I'd mentioned it. A time or 10.
Agreed,
Evangeline answered. Posey chimed in next.
It's all right with me. It would be nice to settle in a little and stop the revolving door of occupants for a little while.
All eyes swiveled to me.
Holly?
Evangeline asked. I sighed.
All right.
It's fine with me, too. Evangeline smiled brightly.
Thank you, Holly.
What will you do if you're not acting?
Posey asked.
I've thought about it a lot, and I've decided to lease the abandoned gardening shop next to Siren Song.
Really? I asked. I didn't know you gardened.
Oh, no, I don't. I want to turn it into a day spa.
A day spa?
Lacey jumped up from the couch and did an absurd little victory dance like she'd just won the lottery. Evangeline laughed and added,
Yes, and Lacey will have extended hours so that all the lovely ladies in town can be pampered. I do hope that you and your friends will come and see us.
Adam snorted, and I jabbed him in the ribs with my elbow. Lacey shot Adam a nasty look, before quickly replacing it with a demure smile directed at Evangeline.
Of course we will. Oh, goody. An entire undead princess parade, Adam jested.
Can't you do something about him? Lacey asked me. I laughed. You're seriously asking me that? She scoffed and turned away.
I think the spa will be lovely, Evangeline,
Posey said, ignoring Adam and Lacey entirely. She was learning. Me too, I chimed in. I've needed a manicure for about, a year now. I haven't gone into Lucky Lady Salon. I'd fear for my sanity. Posey snorted.
It would be extremely distracting to pretend that Gwen wasn't right there, probably talking your ear off.
I didn't even think about that. Posey laughed.
Lucky Lady is her second home. In fact, it might actually be her home. I've never really asked.
What I would like to do is have different special events that would entice supernaturals to come out, so that I can practice my magic, and maybe even brew up my own beauty remedies.
I grinned at Evangeline's sudden entrepreneurial streak. I do have a pretty killer mud mask recipe. Adam groaned, and we all laughed. Even Posey. The grand opening of Evangeline's day spa, the Emerald, came 6 weeks later, and the first day went off without a hitch. In the weeks leading up to the opening, we had all pulled together to help her get ready. Adam had worked on a lot of the design elements. Lacey accompanied Evangeline on countless shopping trips to make sure that every throw pillow, candle holder, and picture frame was perfect. I'd even gotten involved and helped Evangeline come up with a custom line of slightly magically enhanced beauty products. So by the time the spa opened, we were all just as nervous as Evangeline to see how it would be received. Our worries were pointless, though. Evangeline was a natural-born charmer, and had all the ladies of Beechwood Harbor eating out of the palm of her hand by the end of the day. Nearly everyone in town stopped by the shop at some point during the day. Even the owner of Lucky Lady Salon, who was surprisingly helpful instead of competitive. By the time I left to go back to work next door, they were talking about cross-promotions and sharing the cost for a billboard in Seattle to get people to come out for a weekend of beauty. Cassie and I had made up weeks earlier, when she confessed that she had, in fact, been a little jealous of Nick's attention. But she was happy with Jeffrey, and apologized for her petty accusations. I, of course, forgave her, and we picked up right where we left off. Adam and I were happier than ever, and although I still wasn't sure where we were headed, I was content to follow the road to wherever it would lead. As for Cassie and Chief Lincoln, they made their first appearance as an official couple at the grand opening, and had the gossip mill churning into overdrive once Mrs. Grady and Mrs. Brooks spotted them kissing outside as they said goodbye. Nick popped by, and even purchased one of the lotions Evangeline and I had crafted together. It was a quintessential day in Beechwood Harbor. Lots of laughter, chaos, and of course a healthy sprinkle of gossip. Once night fell, Adam, Lacey, Posey, and I all met up and went down to the shop for an exclusive after-party. Evangeline surprised us with a 3-course meal and small gifts for each of us as her way of thanking us for all of our help. Lacey received a signed box set of The Wednesday Witch and a t-shirt that Evangeline told her had been worn by the lead male star of the show, which I suspected would be the centerpiece in some kind of shrine in Lacey's bedroom by the end of the day. Posey received a new stack of vinyl records that Evangeline promised to swap out for her on a weekly basis so she could get some variety in her life. She gifted Adam with a set of silver cufflinks, an odd gift considering I'd never seen him in a suit. And for me, she had a gilded wand with wards carved into the soft wood. After opening my present, I shot her a quizzical look. She laughed. "You said you don't use a wand because you always lose them. This wand has a charm built in, so that it always reappears in the same spot after 20 minutes. So if you set it down, 20 minutes later, it will reappear in your chosen place if you haven't touched it." I laughed and ran my finger over the carved wards. "Thanks, Evangeline. That actually might work." She grinned and looked around at each of us in turn before reaching for her wine glass and lifting it high. "Cheers to new beginnings in new places with a new family." "Cheers." Everyone, minus Posey, clanged their delicate glasses together and sipped deeply. When the dinner party was over, Posey, Lacey, and Evangeline all went back to the manor, while Adam and I decided to go for a walk through town. Once we were outside, I leaned into Adam, and he wrapped an arm around my waist. "I can't believe we pulled this off," I said, marveling at the emerald and gold lights that circled the glittering sign above the shop. "Just in time, too. I think if I had to sit through one more of her and Lacey's so-called design meetings, I'd permanently lose my appetite." I laughed out loud. "Now that would be something." He grimaced. "Yeah, well, just remind me to steer clear of downtown on Ghouls' Night Out." I elbowed him in the ribs. "Be nice." He chuckled and kissed my temple. "You got room for dessert?" My mouth dropped open. "You do realize we just plowed through a huge chocolate cake, right?" Adam shrugged. "Well, now I'm in the mood for cookies." I flicked my eyes to the heavens. "What am I going to do with you?" "I could make a few suggestions." He gave me a lingering look that made me blush. "I'm sure." I laughed softly. "As for the cookies, I hate to break it to you, but the bakery is closed, and we sold out at Siren Song at about 3 o'clock this afternoon." "Bats," he grumbled. "Hey, that's my line." He chuckled. "Guess you're rubbing off on me." We wandered through town together, with no particular destination in mind. It was enough to have each other and a nice balmy breeze and the soundtrack of the ocean lapping in the background as we walked. "Do you ever think about Katerina?" Adam asked, as we passed the entrance to the neighborhood that Cassie lived in. I nodded. "Sometimes. I just hope that whatever she's found in the other world makes her happy. She deserves it." More often than I'd like to admit, I wondered what was on the other side of this world. My parents were there already, waiting for me. But I wasn't in a hurry to get there. I had a lot of things left to discover on this side. "Are you happy?" I asked Adam, glancing up at him. "Of course I am, gorgeous." He pulled me in tighter to his side. "I have you. Now if you could just stop stumbling into murder investigations, it'd be smooth sailing," he teased, his eyes sparkling with mischief. I laughed. "Well, I'll do my best, but I'm not making any promises."